biscuit on my money. I want that biscuit back. I always kept that even, bro. Like, so yeah, like it's not really a big sweat and whatever. I've been busy trying to look after my other kid and making sure she's fine. That's been my priority. So I've been pretty busy. So I haven't really really been too sidelined by the whole thing, man. I'm fine, eh? And it's not like I wasn't having other girls in between and with her anyway, mate. There was me and a few others, so here and there. So it ain't it's all sweet. I've been getting plenty. It's making her mad, I reckon. So she's just like she'll try and put me into situations, and I call the bluff every time. I'm like, if you want to put it in front of me, well, let's go. And then she's just screaming. She's like, how could you do that? I'm like, if you're gonna tease me, you're gonna make me look like shit. You're gonna like tease me, then I ain't backing down. I'm in it. So yeah, it's but I felt guilty sometimes. Maybe I took it too far, and then I find out she's a professional scammer. Man, every time I took it too far, every time I made it hell, every time I dumped her ass, then now I feel like I did. Bro, man, she was probably sending in something, man. The Doge Queen, mate. That was probably one of her friends, man. That was I'm in a court case for my daughter, man. She was messaging my ex the whole time, laying dirt down on me. No wonder the ex hates me and doesn't want the kid to live with me. She's like, this dude's the worst man in the world because she's been sending lies out to her while I'm fighting in court, and I'm wondering why I keep losing, man. They've probably got, man, this guy's this and that. Nah, man, I ain't that. But she was even sending my stepmother shit. And then my stepmother, I don't get along with her, so my stepmother's fishing her. Then my ex-wife is fishing my stepmother. I busted my stepmother. I don't. She already said she blocked it, man. She's out of the picture too. I had my girlfriend, my ex-wife, my stepmother, all those girls, man. They were out to get me, bro. And like, I didn't even just under your nose, and I'm not like if I don't get respect. Bro, man, and they think they're so smart. They're all like, every time they all go in a circle of saying he's this and that, then they feel justified. They hate me, and now they're all going to find out none of that shit was true. They've been lying to each other, all of them, the whole time, man. And they're all busted, bro. They're all busted, man. All busted up. And it's like, yeah, I didn't want another marriage after the second one straight away, bro. And like, nah, man. my other wife, the, my other wife, of my daughter, she's African, man. So I got done over by the African, done over by the Filipino. The first girl I met and married, she's like blonde, white, blue eyes, like a full bimbo, and like, man, she was fine, but we got married young. And then I'm like, I never want to date a blonde girl again, so I visited Africa, and then I'm like, I don't know, then I married, then I'm nearly engaged in eight. I've been around, yeah, every but in respect to all the ladies and that, like I still think that you can 100% find good people out there, but there's a lot of people out there that ain't good people, man. So 44. The funny thing is, before I met this gent, my mate, he's just a funny prick. He rewrites down everything I say, and I said to him about a month before I met her, I'm never getting in a relationship again. I'm only dating for the rest of my life, and I'd been dating like a crazy fool. And he's like, bro, and then about a year later, he's like, you said you'll never, ever, ever get in a relationship again, ever, full stop, and you'll only ever date for the rest of your life. And then look at this girl, she's been level 5 clinger on you. You've been dumping her, she's coming back. I'm like, are you coming back to pay me back or a what? And then she gives me a little bit of money back, and then I'm like, okay, you can hang around. And then she's off, and then I dump her, man. It's been like I said, we broke up like in one day, man. I dumped her, or we broke up, and then in the morning I'm already lined up, and then she's like going through my phone the next night, and she's like, we only broke up for 6 hours and you're already lined up. I'm like, yeah, I'm not could have watched the price of Bitcoin up and down. That depends how many times she rang me. Oh man, it's just unbelievable. Bitcoin pumps. There's like all notifications. The next thing she rings me, hi, and I'm like, yeah, I know what you're up to. So anyway, I just wanted to know. I wanted to know, man, if she disappeared and I never knew what was going on, maybe I feel bad. But now I know my guilt is like gone, man. All the times that I didn't take it and didn't like take her shit, man, and then I just put the foot down. Then she, I'm glad I did that times, bro. But
You did. Think you're on the right track there, because ultimately your life could have been in danger.
she could have been around for years if nothing got followed. If she kept saying this stuff, man. I don't know what her next trick would have been. She might have just been like a smell hanging around. She had Filipinos downstairs at the hotel, and then another Filipino working at my favorite restaurant. So every time I step out of my house, they're all sending her messages like her little like spies, bro. Every time I walk out of my house, I get messages. You're wearing a white T-shirt and all this is. I'm like, and then I was seeing some other ladies. And then I'm like, oh man, I better walk around the other side of the building because they're gonna see this shit in the end. Because I just gave up. I'm like, I can't be bothered even trying to entertain this no more. So I was already getting out and about and like, but for a while there, I'm like undercover and I'm because I don't know what she's playing at, so I ain't sitting around. But I didn't say nothing. And then yeah, bro. She had like the spies, man, all of her crew, man. She knows them all because she's paying for people, students to come here. She's everyone that comes in. Man, her ex-husband owns this canning reef fishery. There's like 50 Filipinos working in there, man. She's like, she's got a lot of connections and obviously not good ones, bro. So yeah, they had a lot of people eyes out on me, man. So they always know where I'm at, and that's then you don't know what's going on. You're like, so it's pretty funny, man. But she ain't got nothing on me now.
Are you buying this?
What are we at now? Bitcoin. What's Bitcoin pricing, man?
95,420 today.
It's a dip from 96. A huge dip. 1%, half a percent dip.
I've already bought it 96.8
What on a short?
long.
It's all good, man. You're not expecting a big dip at the moment. It's probably just gonna hold.
No, I was playing the bottom of the range of the weekend trap, and I waited forever to finally get to the bottom of it, thinking it was gonna bounce, but it
You
kept on
playing a
going through it.
1% range, 2% range. That's you're working hard.
Yeah, I'm working real hard for the weekend. It was a weekend deal.
Man, that's working hard for the money.
No, it's still good.
If it's a following the range, then yeah.
This should be the bottom of the short trap. It should trap here in a minute. It's gonna rip their face up to the upside. They're gonna be stuck. If not, then I guess I gotta buy more. I guess I didn't put a lot in. 1%. I'm good.
Oh,
I haven't
Mad,
been. I haven't been losing at all. I've been winning. I've been winning every damn thing.
I meant to say to you, Mad, I'm sorry about the Super Bowl, bro.
Uh, what's to be sorry about when we've won 2 out of 3? Who's
You
done
were
that?
going for you were going for three in a row, man.
Yeah, but who cares? Who can
You
say
know
that
that?
they did 2 out of 3? Nobody can say what they did 2 out of 3. So who cares?
Oh yeah, you got sick of winning, but
They'll
it's
be right back next year.
it's Philadelphia, right? They won. They got that Australian guy that was singing up there on stage. What's his name? You know that guy?
No.
There's a Philadelphia player, but he's an Australian, but he can sing as well. So he sang the national anthem when they won. I know he sang "We Are the Champions." That's right. He was up there singing on stage. Yeah, there's an Australian that he must be more popular here because he's Aussie. We got the Super Bowl. We got the gridiron coming to Australia now. for Australia now, and then you guys are going to come out here and play a match, and then yeah, it's interesting. So they're going to bring gridiron.
There's already rugby players that come anyway.
Yeah, we got rugby, we got Aussie rules football, we got soccer. Now we got gridiron. We got so many footballs, it's ridiculous.
Well, what I'm saying is there's several rugby players that are in the NFL already.
Yeah. I think this Aussie guy might have started playing rugby and then came over there. Yeah. It's a lot harder work than it used to be, these ranges, man.
You know what? I don't mind it tight like that. It's like when you get that weekend range, you know you're going to be in between there and there. And it's not going to be, even like this move, it's not really that big of a move down.
You can't get liquidate. You just play the range as long as it respects it. Easy.
Yeah, the ranges are small. You don't got to worry about no big ass move either way.
Just get in, get out.
Yeah, you can use high leverage to get in and get out. So the move is small, but your leverage is high.
I also picked up some work for a forex trader now. We're doing some trading view development. So me and my mate are going to be writing some stuff for him for trading. He's a pretty successful trader, so I'm going to be doing a little bit of work soon too, which is good. Got to do something with my days.
We're doing some weird stuff right now, like during this dump. At one point here, Ethereum was ripping during it. It was literally bouncing. Because I have Litecoin, Ethereum, and Bitcoin, and Ethereum. At one point, Litecoin didn't even want to dump, and it was holding everything up. And then all of a sudden, it finally went from my entry of 25 down to 20 quick. But then after that, then Ethereum wanted to hold, and then that was going up while everything was going down. That was evening everything out, which let me look right now. See. Yeah, Ethereum's still in the profit 400%. And I entered that even before any of this happened. Let's see, Litecoin. Litecoin's still hurting. So that's a shame on that. What that did, I'm very surprised that Litecoin didn't hold. I'm very tempted to go here and buy more Litecoin right now. But I'm not, because I don't want to over leverage. So I'm just going to leave it as is and let it come back. I think once it starts coming up, it'll immediately go up to 125 again. It's 120. Then it'll just go up to 135. Once they start putting their rich ass money in, it's gonna go. That's what they want. The rich bastards want Ethereum and they want Litecoin. And I don't know what's going on with Solana. Something's going on with Solana with that presidential coin, and he's getting sued. So somehow I guess that's affecting Solana. Pretty ridiculous, considering all the other crap coins that rugged on it. All of a sudden, that one. It's all about attention and narrative. So supposedly that's getting a bunch of attention. Oh, by the way, the other guys here, that whatever that coin was, that the one they're complaining about, I don't remember the damn name of it anymore. Let me go look. Where is it? I'll find it. Libra coin.
Libra, that president's.
Listen to this shit. I shorted that thing when it listed at the top at 57. I went back to look at my positions today, and it was gone.
Your position was gone?
Came up. Yeah, it went up all the way past where I entered at the top,
or
even higher price.
That thing dropped 90%. Damn.
They rugged it all the way down from the top to the bottom, 90%, 100%, and then brought it all the way back up to where I shorted at with only $1. With only $1 in isolation at 57. And I looked on here today and I see they brought that thing up to 70 something.
Really?
So
what's going on, good people?
Over is not a rug pull.
Well, when it drops 90-something percent, 94%.
Okay, but what about when it gained even more than that?
They put the money back in. So
Yeah, and what
what
the hell does
happened
that mean?
was dude ended up with $100 million in a wallet. I was watching the CoffeeZilla interview that they had with the dude. He had $100 million that he didn't know what to do with, and Coffee was telling him, "Look, you guys already rug pulled the project. You've got this money. You should see who has the worst P&L, and then offer people a minimum of $50K back if they lost it. You pay it out until you're done with the money, and then you wash your hands of it." Because the dude's saying it's not his fault. He wasn't the dev.
Yeah.
And then he said he didn't want to do that. He said what he wanted to do was just put it back in the chart.
They gave what's his name his $5 million back. What's that guy's name? He was on the show.
Portnoy.
Yeah.
Dave Portnoy.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So CoffeeZilla's like, that's a horrible idea. If you're trying to not to look like a shiller, and not to look like a insider, not to look like a rug puller, just putting all that money back into the chart and making money on the, is just not a good idea. And by looking at the chart, I think that's exactly what they did. He put that all the way back in.
I know Portnoy was saying, "See, I'm just like you guys. I lost my money too." As people kept saying, "Yeah, well, we didn't get given it back."
Bro, they gave him $5 million out of the treasury account to cover his losses. That's nice.
Who even does that? They didn't.
That's really nice to get it like that. I don't know how you get it like that, but I want it like that.
Yep, he was complaining and everything. Then he's telling people that, see, I got rug too. Everybody's like, "No, you got your money given back to you. We didn't."
And the dude was involved with Rug and Melania.
Yep, and he was in another one. Wasn't there another one?
Same wallets.
Yeah, you ain't gonna do nothing for them, no.
It was, what was the other coin? It was that jailbreak, right?
Bro, we watched both Portnoy coins get rugged, remember? In real time.
Yeah.
We watched the first Dave get rugged, then we watched the second Dave get rugged.
And
then Dave Portnoy jumps on Twitter and says, "Everybody's mad at me for rugging. You guys are just mad that you didn't pull before I did. You wanted to rug on me and I rugged on you."
And then you even said, was it Libra we were looking at? And you said, that looks just like a rug, man.
Yeah.
It's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And sure enough, 94% drop. Boom. Their step up. Boom. I hate that.
Then they reverse rugged it. What is that called?
Well, what it's called is they tried to make Son the patsy, right? So they try to have him get caught with the bag, and then he was scrambling. He called CoffeeZilla, and he's like, "Look, bro, I don't want to be known as a scammer for the rest of my life. Tell me what I should do with this." And CoffeeZilla's like, "Bro, I'm not about to sit here and try to help your reputation. Like, I can tell you what I would do, but that's on you." And then he still didn't take his advice at the end of the day.
Yeah, they were trying to ask him, so whose $100 million is it? He's like, he couldn't tell anybody.
Really interesting to watch that interview, though, because listening to him talk, like, he was talking about how they sniped their own project. Wow. And CoffeeZilla's eyes almost popped out of his head, bro. He's like, "I'm sorry, what?" And he goes, "Yeah, well, you have to snipe the projects because you have to keep the projects away from the snipers. And if the snipers are going to snipe, then you have to snipe the snipers." And CoffeeZilla's like, "What?" And he's like, "This is how it works across all meme coins." His head was about to explode.
Yeah. Rand talked about doing the same thing with Gummy. Remember that? They sniped it first to get the snipers, or
I understand the dilemma, right? The dilemma is you drop a meme coin, it gets sniped, the snipers rug your shit, you get blamed for the rug. So how do you avoid the snipers? Right? That's a dilemma. But at the end of the day, that's why I don't drop meme coins. That's the life you chose, you know?
It's ridiculous. What a ride. And ultimately, I lose $1. Oh, well.
And then Solana's in. What's wrong with Solana? Why is Solana getting all this heat? Because all the memes getting rugged?
Supposedly it's because of that.
Solana's getting a bad name, man, and money's going to go back into ETH. They're going to bring back our alt season.
I don't believe that neither. I will buy Solana. Please drop it more.
Solana's just catching the stink, yo. I was literally talking about it yesterday when I was like, Solana's got a real public image issue right now. And if they don't start pushing out something besides garbage, like they're just gonna be known as the place that you go to get rugged.
The memes kind of discredited Solana. Too many cheap memes. It's like makes it look bad. That's weird.
It's just it's all it is. It'd be okay if there was some memes, but 90% of the traffic on the chain. Nah, they can't stop people from doing it. But you need to get some devs on Solana to add some sort of actual use case there before you just get caught with the stink.
The Solana phone. You still got the Solana phone, Dbloc?
It hasn't gotten here yet. April, I think it gets.
Hasn't got it
yet. There's a couple things on Solana. You got Drift. You got JTO. Anything else? Osmosis.
What do you?
Even though that sucks.
But if you want a reason for why down on Solana, you just had 2 major rug pulls back to back, probably from people who don't care about the Solana network at all. Right? As soon as they turned that into Sol, they moved it right off chain. That's a lot of money leaving the system.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, a lot of money
to make money and
yeah, you rug, you get a bunch of Sol, right? But then what do you do with the Sol? If you sell the Sol, then Sol go down. And then if you sell the Sol at a time where people are sketchy about meme coins and nobody's buying Sol, then now you have a double whammy, right? You have no buy pressure, and then you've got steady sell pressure.
That makes sense. Totally right there. Wow.
Well, we made that run. My orders are filled. Every last one. Let's see if this holds.
Yeah, man, I'm getting seasick here,
Mine
man.
too.
I went to bed, I was in profit, woke up, gave it all back.
It's not just memes, Freeman, but when you look at the on-chain data, it's like 85 to 90% of the traffic. So are there other projects on Sol? Yeah. Are they anywhere near as active as the meme sort of trenches? Nah, unfortunately not. But yeah, it's got a public image issue. They need to come out and they need to start highlighting some of the parts of the blockchain that aren't sketch. DJ, we made that decision a long time ago. No planes all 2025, bro. I wasn't playing.
Did you buy any Litecoin?
No, not yet.
Where's Litecoin at? Really?
Wow.
Go back down to 111 yet?
Do you want that? No.
At 120, that's high.
The way Sui avoids becoming Sol is putting restrictions on projects like Pump.Fund projects. Right? We need to raise the barrier of entry to meme creation. It's too easy. This is way too easy. Like, we have to get out of this place where we're at, where a 6-year-old, 7-year-old kid in his room could drop a meme.
But that's the whole point, unless you put a regulation in or like.
That's what I mean. But if the government's not going to regulate, and you have a blockchain and you want to protect your blockchain, then you need to self-regulate.
Oh, so you need to pay a fee to actually mint it at like a high price.
There has to be something there. There's got to be a barrier to entry.
In Australia, we're not allowed to just start a coin unless it has a utility. So you've got to write a whole use case up. I mean, that could be crap. You put a site up and say you can pay on this site, but you're not allowed to just release a meme for nothing. Like, you'll get, and you make money out of it, you'll get in big trouble. You're not allowed to do it. So we can't really create memes unless you can give that meme a use case. So there'd be ways around it, but you can't just keep minting them for no reason.
I heard your story, bro. I'm not gonna make you go back through it, but I'm glad you're out from under that bullshit,
bro. Like it ain't
Congrats.
nothing to do with money. It's about to do with
Nah,
freedom.
I know you've been dealing with this thing for 2 years now, bro. Almost as long as I've known you. So
for
congrats.
9 months, I couldn't say nothing. I didn't even want to get involved while they said this stuff to me, and I'm just like, well, I know there was something there because there's pictures of it, but who's or what or how,
Nah,
I have
you're
no
good,
idea,
bro.
man.
You spend enough time thinking about it, bro. Get that shit out of your mind now. It's the past. You're good.
Oh, dude, you know what? This is what I said to my friends because my family and that. I said that my brothers online here with trading. There's one thing I already knew it from poker, but you need never worry about the past ever. Like it doesn't matter how low, you can always bounce back.
No.
And I was in the lowest part of being rolled.
No,
I bounced back.
You spent enough brain power on that, bro. Don't even give it another thought. On to the next. You're good.
You know what I'm thinking right now, bros? I get to go on holiday. Like I said, I'm retired in a way. I'm on a pension, and I can get that anywhere in the world. I can sit on any beach anywhere, and I can be drinking mocktails for the rest of my life anyway. But she was stopping me because she even stole my passport when I went to travel with my friend because she knows that I'm hot to get out of town.
Yeah, I know. I already know.
So
I
you
know
don't
how
know
that
how
works.
happy I'll be bouncing. Like I can bounce here, bounce there, but I've got to be pretty careful because I've seen it all before, but this time, like, you know, if someone is pregnant, then they can hold like a gun to your head. So yeah, especially if you care about your kids, man, like I do. So, but yeah, maybe just get the snip and then I can go relax.
Not a bad idea, bro.
That snip.
How'd you guys play this drop, guys? We jumped into this, or you waiting for a lower drop here? You guys know my play. I'm fully allocated at this point.
I'm in it with it.
Yeah, I got some EtherFi. I think that's gonna have a nice push.
I got nothing.
Came in at 16.8. I mean, I'm sorry, 96.8.
Yeah. I want to take back. I'm not fully allocated. I'm never fully allocated, but I mean my order's all filled. My grid filled.
My fully allocated, no. But so where I'm starting at, and did I buy any more as it went down? Hell no.
Got some more liquidations down to like 949. That would give us a possible
And
sweep.
I heard you say
we'll
that
see.
yesterday. You talked about that 9.4 being invalidation, the 9.41 with you and the UK guy, and I haven't forgot. So I'm watching 9.41. I know if we go below there, it's a problem.
Yeah, we don't want to break structure. Sentiment is too bad to break structure right now. This move on dominance was kind of wild last night, though. I didn't see it until I woke up in the morning, but I mean, we came all the way down to 60.2.
Yeah,
and then
we're
popped
pushing, man.
right back up.
Till this morning.
Yeah, that was a nasty move back up. But we're still putting in lower highs, lower high, lower high.
He held up pretty strong during this.
Yeah, it just looks good. Looks like it's rolling over. Blow off top on dominance. End the cycle. To end the dominance cycle.
I'm good. I mean, I bought into early, but in the end, I'll be good as long as everything plays out the way it's supposed to. No, that 94.1 is preventing me from adding. I'm not adding nothing until I find out if we do that. Because if we do that, I'm retreating.
Monday.
That's where I'm at.
The lowest we hit today, almost 94, huh? We almost got down there.
I'm out. That happens.
95.2. God, we were just there. We should have just.
Let's go, Bitcoin. 3-day up.
Time for it.
If we go below that 94.1, my next long will be at 89.
Well, that CME gap, right? Maybe 7.
Yeah. What happened to that?
Okay.
Isn't it highly likely we come back up to the CME gap that was
Yeah,
in
that's
that
the target for the
top
week.
white box?
Mm,
Where is that at again?
67, 97.4.
Okay.
Well, we've got to put in a bottom here. I don't love this W, by the way, but
Yeah,
what up?
I got some incense matches and I'm gonna light some for Bitcoin.
There you go. Got 2 magnets going too. 2 magnets and a hammer.
Okay, we got it this time.
All right, market maker, show some life. Give me a green vector through this 50 here. We haven't had no participation down here from market maker at all. Only 2 times he stepped in was one to drop and one to catch price. But 0 pumpamentals.
Wonder, maybe he's been sick.
You got that shit everybody got.
Yeah, he said, damn, this fog.
You all know big balls, Dbloc?
I made good money on big balls, man. I like 9 or 10x big balls. I'm sorry.
Nice.
I'm sorry. I'm lying to you. I'm lying. It was not big balls. It was fecal coin.
Oh, okay. That's a different story.
I love that
See
shit.
what-
Love
These
that
government,
shit.
hey, these U.S. government news meme coins have been kind of money. I'm not gonna lie.
Does fecal work for Elon or what?
Nah, we had some congressman and he was talking about shit coins, but I guess he's such a prude he couldn't say shit on the floor of Congress for some reason because he's not an adult. So he's like, we'll just call them fecal coins. And I said, oh, that's gonna be a thing, bro. I ran right to Dex Screener, jumped in on the first like 3 minutes.
Fecalcoin.com.
And like 10x that thing. It's probably dead now. I haven't even looked at it since then. But no, big balls. So big balls was another one when I heard. I was like, okay, one of these is definitely gonna run. By the time I got onto Dex Screener, there was like 27 big balls. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm not about to start just shooting into the wind here, you know?
Big balls, fecal. What the hell?
Big balls is the name of that Elon intern that he has. Supposed to be a prodigy, kid. Super genius kid.
Just kids, man. Stupid kids.
So, I heard one of the most interesting targets for the Doge office. You know how they're coming in and getting everybody's book straight and finding out what's really going on. Elon wants them to target the gold supply.
Yep.
That is going to be an issue, guys.
I heard shit. That's probably just just fake news, but there was people reporting heaps of gold moving around towards the US at the moment. They're going to use it to back something.
What they're going to do is they're going to put all that gold in Fort Knox because there's nothing there. For the longest we've known that the gold that they're supposed to have is not sitting in there. There's
I've
no
seen them
there's
order
no gold
here.
in there. When Doge Office gets in there and figures out how much gold is supposed to be in there and how much is actually there, you're gonna see some fireworks.
I think they did an audit here or somewhere, and they ordered half of it, and they went to lunch, and they came back and ordered the other half, so they
Dude,
just like swapped it out. Oh man,
that could be huge for Bitcoin because you can't do that with Bitcoin, right?
A live walkthrough would be listen, if Elon is talking about doing a live walkthrough of Fort Knox, he knows the gold's not there.
Mm-hmm.
My problem is I've got a couple of days to figure out how this is gonna affect gold price and what I need to do about my position.
That could tank gold if you go in there and it's not there. Oh my
I
God.
mean, I don't know. I'm two ways about it. I've really got to dig in. I don't want to give an opinion because I haven't researched it
because if
enough.
that makes it more scarce, it could pump.
That's the problem. Yeah, it depends on how it's taken. So we're gonna have to look. What it's gonna be bad for is everything else. You know, even though the dollar is not tied to gold anymore, which by the way is like major bullshit, right? That was supposed to be temporary. That was
So
quantitative easing that they needed to do. They needed to print more money, so they needed to take the dollar off the gold standard temporarily to be able to print some more money. And yeah, we've never come back from that.
I thought everyone was just swapping their cash for gold, so it depreciated cash. It was unsustainable, but I'm not. Yeah, fair enough.
Freeman, we'll see. We'll see. We just got a green vector through the 50. We'll see if we can get momentum shift here on the 5-minute. But I don't love this bottom. The weak W. And we've got long liquidations kind of piling up to like 949-ish area. 947. I'm not confident in anything in the 80s, Darren. The amount of buy orders that are sitting down at 90, 91, 92. I don't see that happening. I don't even see them getting hit, honestly. But we'll see. We can't put anything past the market. What's going on,
Why is
Kane?
that? Why do you think that?
There's just too much down there. We've built too much support on the way up, and there's too many buy orders between here and 90. I don't think that there's not enough selling. Like there's not enough people to sell to absorb all that demand. Anybody who wanted to sell at this point already sold. And big money's already moved from the selling to rebuying. So that leaves retail to sell. The majority of retail is already wrecked. So I don't know. I don't know where the sell pressure comes from. News event maybe, something crazy, something unexpected. But we can't really, like, we protect ourselves against the unexpected, right? But we can't invest in it. Right? We have to invest in the most probable and then hedge against the unexpected. You hedge against what's possible and you invest in the most probable. If not, we'd constantly be shorting the market waiting for a black swan,
So what do you think is the most probable that we go up from here?
I mean, very good. Honestly, we got CME gap our CME gap is a target. Our psychological low and high is a mean reversion target. Our daily open is a mean reversion target. Our 800, our 200, right? We're underneath all our EMAs. So as soon as we confirm momentum shift, then those are our targets. But we've got to solidify this floor here. I really don't like it, like I said.
What is Miston?
Not the type of bottoming formation that makes me feel comfortable going all in. But it's a start. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
David Sachs invited members from Ripple, Chia, Near, Filecoin, IOHK, Avalanche, Aptos, Movement, and Mistin. During the meeting, the blockchain project said they needed quick action to reform the complicated tax code.
Fear of recession, in my opinion, is overblown. By any of the serious metrics that we use to see where we are when it comes to recession, we're not even close. People have been warning us about recession for the past 2 years. Price just went up and to the right. They're going to push that thing forward into 2020, end of 2025, 2026. They'll kick the ball down the road.
Stuff is pushing. It's funny how everything broke down this morning exactly 9:30, like market was open.
Yeah, we've got a closed market and a day of bored whales playing.
Exactly 9:30. That's when. Phew. Don't look like much of a W.
Guys, I think I fixed the ad problem. Let me know if they push an ad in the middle of the stream to y'all. You got to keep YouTube on track. Last night, right, Alex? Or last night, this morning. Yeah, the last stream was doing it. I changed some of the settings on the new stream. I need to know if it happens again. They definitely don't pay me enough per commercial to be interrupting the stream with freaking ads. Yeah, you can make it so I have it set to where it's only at the beginning of the stream. But as the algo goes, you know, as you go romancing the algo, they'll start squeezing in some ads. You've got to opt out of it. Yeah, I don't like that, Mar. Not only that, but you're waiting for something to break out. You're waiting for something to go parabolic, and now you got to watch a freaking ad. Like, it's bad enough that we get that 3-second delay, which is why a lot of people just watch the chart on YouTube and then talk on the stream. Nah, do your thing, Mac. Block them shits. Yeah, YouTube Premium is worth it if you spend a lot of time on YouTube for sure. I'll be honest with you, I spend more time on YouTube than I do. I can't remember the last time I grabbed my cable remote and watched something on cable television. I don't know why I haven't cut that cord yet. Actually, I'm probably going to get on that because that's just a waste of money. Like, I stream everything, right? So, what's the point? Yeah, the thing with Comcast is like I've got the top internet plan and that shit just comes with cable. So I honestly don't even know if I'm paying extra for it or if it's just part of the plan, but I definitely don't use it. Yeah, every once in a while, especially with Comcast, you've got to go check your plan. They'll do some sneaky shit. So you see how we were coming down where I was saying it didn't look like we had much market maker participation, right? Look at how we had our vectors pop up here. And you'll usually see this. You'll usually see every color vector, right? So we had our blue, our pink, our red, and then we got our green. That's the fingerprint of market maker paying attention to this move. Now it's up to retail how high we push here, but that vector gap has to be the target. Daily open, mean reversion. We use the tools that are given to us, man. Yeah, we probably should look at Sol. Bad day for Sol. This vector gap that we had down at the bottom was our DCA zone, right? Falling back into the range would be your stop, or getting down underneath that 50. I mean, so far it's, you know, big M at the top, yeah, which is an issue. But we're still respecting that breakout. That's on the weekly. I'll get a little deeper here. Pause. All right, so for the most part, let's shrink our vector gap down. Everything underneath here is wicks. Right, so you still got a bit of a vector gap to recover here. If you took the whole thing, it would take you down to 161. But that would break us back down into the range, right? So the furthest down I'd like to see it go is 170. 170 hold and pull away. Bro, he retweeted a tutorial how to buy it while he's being charged with rug pulling. That's insane.
Who did that?
The Argentinian president.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the dude that made that interview with CoffeeZilla, he was saying that he plans to
Re-inject.
give back the money. Yeah, like he wasn't sure what to do exactly.
He knew it. I watched it too. He knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Again.
I could tell how he was talking. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. He was going to get one more pump out of this thing. He's got enough money to pump it. And he was trying to figure out how he could give the money back and still make $1 off of this thing. Because when CoffeeZilla told him, just give people the money back, right? Figure out who had the highest P&L. Limit it at 50K so it targets people that lost less money instead of, you know, super rich people. And then get your reputation back like that. He was like, yeah, but
Kept putting up his shoulders like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, bro, he's not giving that shit back. You shit. I mean, he's gonna pump that chart again.
Yo, the crazy thing he was saying that the Trump token had like a private pre-sale in like a dinner in DC.
We knew that though. Remember when Trump token came out? When Trump token came out, they were having that crypto ball.
Yep.
Right? And we knew from the very beginning that they were talking about it at the crypto ball. That's how we found, when we first found out about it, was the rumors that they were speaking about a meme coin at the crypto ball. And then dude came out and listed it, or dude came out and showed the actual contract address. But yeah, we knew that part, and they for sure did. You imagine being able to get in on Trump coin at nothing just because you ended up paying a couple $1,000s to go to this crypto ball?
Man.
As like a little gift, a souvenir from the ball.
I found it interesting how he was saying that there's like only 30 people in the world that know how to launch on Meteora properly for huge market caps.
Yeah, I think what he was saying was that people that know how to game the system.
Yeah.
I don't know. He was making a lot of excuses. He was basically throwing every other project under the bus and saying, look, this is just how it's done. We didn't do anything different than any other project does.
For me, it was like a combination, or like Either he's scared for his life, or he's a narcissist, or both.
No, he's scared. He didn't expect to end up with that much money, and he's trying to figure out what to do with it, but he's still trying to be slick. You can tell he was scared. He was talking about the death threats. People know you have $100 million,
Yeah,
bro.
he's scared for his family, I guess.
Of course, people have $100 million. It's like, yo, send me $1 million, or I'm gonna kill your daughter, or some stupid shit. You know what I mean? And you're doxxed. People know who you are, right? People can find you. I tell people all the time, man, don't talk about. I know it's fun to talk about money, but just remember that there's wolves listening, and they'll add 2 and 2 together.
I saw something that people lost 250 million on that Libra coin in total.
Yeah, I mean the chart went to shit.
Yeah.
The chart went to shit in a spectacular manner. I don't know. It's almost like you're playing musical chairs, right? For big money, and someone comes in and just stops the game and said, "Guys, you don't understand. When the music runs out, one of you is going to be left without a chair." And then everybody in the game is like, "Yeah, we know how the game works. Like, we know. That's exactly why we're here." So it's hard to feel bad for meme people. I feel bad for the new people. Like, I feel bad for somebody in Argentina that heard their president say, you know, I'm supporting this, and put their life savings in and got wrecked by their own president. I feel bad for them. I don't feel bad for anybody in the trenches that went all in and got wrecked, didn't take profit, and this is part of the game.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
It sucks that it happens like that. You know, it sucks that that's where we're at, but you don't cry for people at the casino, you know? You know, before casinos were regulated, you had all this type of shit, right? You had crooked dealers, you had machines that were rigged, you had games you couldn't win, right? You had all types of insiders coming in and trading against you. You had all types of, it's basically the same shit. So meme coin's gonna need casino style regulation, you know, where there's a governing body that makes sure that these contracts and these tokenomics meet at least a minimum standard. And you've got to make meme coins more expensive to build, to deploy. There has to be a barrier to entry. Yeah, if you put the price up and you put a time limit on when the dev can pull, right? A certain amount to start the meme, and the dev can't pull the liquidity for a month, whatever. That right there will automatically cut people out that are just trying to make a quick buck. Devs that have real projects and real teams will be able to support that for a month, right? They're not worried about. But memes that are nothing, that are just gonna get sniped and wiped, you know, you're gonna make one meme's gonna cost you $1,000. The snipers are gonna take all your liquidity, and then you're like, yeah, I'm not doing this anymore. This is dumb. Like, this doesn't make sense. Speaking of, let's check our favorite local resident shill. Boy, oh boy. Y'all noticed yesterday when that dude came in here, right? The dev for the Mandy coin. Dropped that super chat talking about we're up 7x.
Was it?
Oh, there's been lots of random girl coins coming out. And they're all, there's one called Anastasia, and it was like Sia was the figure, and it was all bundled wallets and all these girl coins coming out.
Yep. Men lie, women lie, bubble maps don't.
Just reading how Jack Dorsey is the Bitcoin creator Satoshi Nakamoto.
Oh my god. Yo, they need to stop hyping up Jack. Jack is already full of himself. Yo, that's the last thing we need now.
You know the addresses? Well, some of it makes sense, man.
Someone also said Elon is Satoshi. I don't think it's any of them. Probably
Nah, if you've ever heard
not,
Elon speak about Satoshi, you can guarantee yourself that he's not Satoshi. They Elon was on, I think it was Lex Friedman or something. And you know Lex starts to go on. So Lex starts to go on about how amazing Satoshi is and how brilliant it was. You know, him setting the halving where it set it and just the code and everything. And Elon was like unimpressed. And Lex Friedman noticed and he was like, what are your thoughts on Satoshi? He said, I think he gets too much credit. He said all he really did was put together concepts that already existed before. So he was kind of downplaying Satoshi in a way, which isn't something Elon tends to do if he has any part of it, If it was him, I think he would have been like, oh yeah, he's an absolute genius. I mean, one day maybe we'll find out who he is, but till then. But he like severely downplayed it, almost like a hint of jealousy in his voice.
I did not get that bottom there.
You still don't like this bottom formation? Doesn't it look like a W?
What were you saying, my bad?
You were saying earlier you don't like this bottom formation on Bitcoin, but doesn't it look like a W?
Yeah, it does, but you've got a lower right side. You have no stopping volume candle. The only thing really going for it is that, like I said, we have all the vectors, right? Market maker did step in here. I mean, for me, it's a mute point because it literally went all the way down. Remember, I told you I had a grid all the way to 9.5. So my grid's filled. I hope it doesn't go down, but I'm not sitting here as comfortable as I could be if we had a higher low with a nice stopping volume candle into demand or something. But it looks good, yeah. We've got our confirmation shift, so now we just gotta hold the 50. Keep that 13 above the 50 and we can make some moves here.
The article I was reading in TA chat about Jack being Satoshi. Be pretty interesting.
So in my mind, Satoshi is like this little old Japanese man who just loves the world. And he's just like in a pure state of Zen at all times. I'd rather keep that image.
Satoshi's probably a girl.
Satoshi could be a girl.
You're reading this and now I'm thinking it's Jack Dorsey. Some of it just points right to him. It's funny. Very interesting.
Well, not on the charts as much, Logan, but just the fact that I think the majority of the liquidity is going to consolidate into quality projects from here forward. Right? I'm not saying that things on the 17th page of CoinMarketCap aren't going to move, but from here forward, what's really important is being on centralized exchange and having brand recognition. Well, market makers' jobs today are going to be to get up to that CME close and close our gap.
Isn't the gap just 95.9?
Until further notice, 97.4
Oh shit.
was CME close on Friday.
Let
All
me
right, so
see.
we got past our first target, second target 200 EMA, third target daily open, fourth target 800, and then we tackle the supply. What were we saying?
No, I'm sorry. I thought I saw that the CME closed at 95.9. Isn't it BTC exclamation point? BTC.
CME closes on Friday at 5 o'clock, right? So that was here at 97, 96.7. And then we had a half day yesterday, which left the gap. So this is basically our CME gap here.
But the chart, isn't it BT1 exclamation point?
Mm-hmm.
Excuse
Excuse me.
Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, that one. 95.9.
Excuse me.
No, but it's opening.
This is our gap here. It's filled with wicks, but it's not. So from 97.5 to roughly that. The premium on CME closed some of the gap you see with the wicks, but we're not getting on USD price. And I don't consider CME gaps filled until they're filled on spot. I've seen plenty of times where they fill on futures and they still end up filling on spot. Like it doesn't mitigate it just because it filled it on futures. All right, so we got our daily open retest. That mean reversion is out of the way for now. We can shrink this vector gap there. Yeah, Logan. I mean, you're gonna see it in the chart, right? What you're seeing on some of the lower caps is the lack of mind share, right? Like how many different minds are sharing the thought of buying that coin? That's important, and you notice that on dips, right? If your coin doesn't spring back up right away, then that tells you one thing, and then if everything starts sort of correcting and your coin is still just diddle dallying at the bottom or making new lows, then you know there's not a lot of people thinking about buying this coin, which isn't good, right? Attention is everything during this run. Now, sometimes people aren't thinking about it just because it's off narrative, right? Like some of the gaming projects, they haven't been on narrative for a while, so they're not holding a lot of mind share. But if you feel like that narrative is going to come back, then you go in there and you buy all the undervalued shit, right? All the projects that you believe strongly in that are undervalued, that are just not getting any eyes because of the narrative. But if you see that memes are running and memes are a narrative and your meme isn't running, then there's no mind share even during the narrative. You need to cut that. Same with any other narrative. If games happen to start running and your game for some reason doesn't move, then that's an issue. Let's go, baby. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. Yeah, you're looking for your vector candles, even if they're not quick, right? Even if they're not quick, even if they're not long, what you're looking for is increased tick volume. That's why I said when you start to see your assortment of vectors at bottoms, ideally you want to see them with a stopping volume candle, right? Which is the only thing that was missing here. But you start to see market makers step in and sort of hold the price up, right? Or stop the volume of the drop. And then once you get to these checkpoints, right? Once you get to these mean reversions and retail still has the appetite to buy, then market maker will keep giving you vectors. Just be aware that there are shorts being set in these levels right now by market maker. So while we're going up to clear this vector, we're leaving vectors behind, which is fine because at some point we want a lower high here, right? So let's map this out. If this is our W and this is the neckline of our W, and we see that we've got green vector, blue vector all the way down to basically that retest, chances are at some point price is going to correct. We'll come down, we'll hold that, and then we'll pop up to our next. If that doesn't hold, right, if we come down to that and it breaks, then we know that the momentum is over. If it comes down and does something like that, then we know what time it is. Chances are this green vector here gets left behind. Like I tell you guys, when things are bullish, the market maker only needs to recover 50% of the vector. And the reason for it is because when things are bullish, retail basically gives you the half of that vector. Market maker doesn't step into about halfway. So if you take a fib and you drop it on your vector, right? We came down and we mitigated 50% of that vector. And then price moved on. Stopping volume candle, they got violated by retail. Remember these stopping volume candles, the next candle can't close a body above that. So instantly violated by retail. Retail bought in, market maker rewarded them, and then gave us a green vector through the 200.
And on this candle, we see that retail doesn't want to keep it pushing. So
yeah, so we look at
we're probably
volume,
gonna
right? Volume has died
the
down.
blue and green vector.
Yeah, volume's died down. So market maker will turn around, pay himself on that, and then hopefully give us that retest that we're looking for. Cheryl, you can use any PVSRA indicator, but this one is Trader's Reality. That's good though. We don't want to just pump up. You want to build a level, hold a level, build a level, hold a level, build a level. Alex, what do you mean final goal? You mean like his final motive or target for the day? Market makers' only motive is to provide balance, right? They provide liquidity, but since they're providing liquidity and they need that liquidity back, they need to provide balance, right? Exchanges pay market makers to keep the market liquid and to keep one side or the other from, overwhelming the chart. So the market maker doesn't have like negative intentions, right? Like they're literally just doing their job. If they loan $1 billion into the market to add liquidity so that when you want to buy your $1 billion of Bitcoin, you can do it with no problem, then they need to get that money back. It's what some of the old guys, it's what some of the old guys would have called the invisible hand of the market or the composite man. These had a lot of names in the past. This is what Wyckoff was trying to figure out. For me, Wyckoff and market maker theory go hand in hand. Because what Wyckoff managed to do was to find the fingerprint of manipulation in the market, right? Of the liquidity providers, accumulation and distribution zones. But he never put a name on it. Now we have more information, obviously, than they had, and we can see behind the curtains, and we know it really is just a liquidity provider. Yeah, that's how they used to look at it, Sean, like the boogeyman, but really not a bad guy. He's just a chill guy, man. Market maker is just a chill guy. As long as you don't fight him, you'll be all right. But market maker always wins, so being on the opposite trade of market maker is not a good idea. You don't want to be counter trading if you can avoid it. Yeah, Scoob, if we go on a higher time frame like the 15. Oh, well, not even. You'd actually have to go to like the 10-minute to see it. Yeah. But guys, one of my favorite trades is a false move down on Monday with vectors and an unreclaimed CME gap. If I could get that trade every week.
Oh, you think those red candles going down was the false move already?
Yeah, we broke down out of the weekend trap and we freed the trap shorts.
Oh.
So this would be our false move Monday, and then we'd be looking for a 3-day up if market maker's truly in control here. But ever since Thursday, it's looked good. We had our midweek reversal on Thursday. Beautiful sort of textbook trap. The only thing is that they didn't close CME before they did the before they made the false move. That would be the only thing that's like outside of textbook.
That's because they're about to rocket.
That's the thing too. When you know that you're gonna push anyways, like what does it matter? And you've got an extra day because we're off, so they didn't really technically have to close on Sunday. They can close today.
So I should finish buying all my dips today.
Yeah.
Got you. Dang, that's tough because those red candles right there on the 5 minute, like that's like 10:30 a.m. Sunday. It's not Monday.
Yeah. Yeah, Giz, when you're in like anybody that's traded big money on low market cap coins, you've played market maker before. And if you've done it a lot, then you know some of the stresses that market maker goes through, right? You might start a party at a resistance and then nobody else jumps in. Right? So what do? If you're in a coin, if you're like one of the whales on a meme coin, right? And you put some money in to start a party through resistance and it gives everybody a nice big green candle. And then you see people starting to take profits instead of buying it. What do? You're going to pull those profits, right? You're going to pay yourself. It's the same thing market maker does. Market maker gives us a green candle and he doesn't see that retail's going to come through and finish the show off. Then he'll take his foot off the gas and let price drop and basically recoup his money. So yeah, if you play long enough in the trenches with decent amount of money, you'll get some of those. You'll see what some of the feelings are. Same thing with dumping, right? You might want to take profit, but you know if you take too much profit, you're gonna kill sentiment. It's the same thing with market maker. Come on, let's do it. Clean it up. Full vector recovery. We just want to hold the 50 here. We can go ahead and shrink that vector now a bit too. That's how it is, Scoop. You throw a party, if nobody shows up, all right, wrap it up. You know, we're not going to sit here and take a L. I don't think you guys, I don't think most people appreciate the volatility we would have in the market if it wasn't for market maker. Just imagine if there was nobody there to provide liquidity. And every time a whale came in, they had to hit the books to fill their orders.
You just have to look at low cap meme coins on DEXs to see what
basically
happens
then. Yeah. Nah, it would be out of control. The volatility would be insane. Nah, unfortunately, the longs already got freed by violence. If you think about it, right? Unless you were spot long, you got free. You got freed in the worst way possible. Usually at the point that the traps get freed, that one trap gets freed, the other trap gets smacked. Right? Because of the price action. What we want to focus on really is getting back above where all of this started. Is right here. Or this support resistance flip. Actually, I already have it drawn. Oh. That's the level we want to get back above. There's one nice double bottom though. That right shoulder would be too high for Head and Shoulders. Closer one where? Oh, here? No, we dropped too far, Sean. To consider it textbook, we dropped too far. Is it seeing? Let's check. Tape on. Those are orders that are evenly matched, Alex. So there's no delta on those. The green orders mean there was a green delta, right? So it pushed the book up. Delta is what pushes price. In other words, if I sell you one Bitcoin at this price and you buy one Bitcoin at this price and neither one of us has to go on the book searching for a buyer or a seller, then price doesn't move. You'll see on the weekend when we get in the weekend trap, this whole thing will just go black.
Hey there, Dbloc. Hey, community.
What's going on, man?
I just watched Captain America, A Brave New World.
That's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
2 hours worth my time.
Sometimes you gotta unplug, you know?
Yeah. Bitcoin, Ethereum, altcoins, assemble.
Taz, what time frame? You said since the 13th? Or you're talking about this entire... Oh, since the 4th. Yeah. See what you're talking about. You can find this same symmetrical on tons of alts. Yeah, you're gonna find very similar pattern across all the alts. Well, symmetricals are 50-50. If we want to ignore seasonality and we want to ignore everything and just look at this chart in a vacuum with zero bias, then that would be your top side. And that would be your bottom. Right? The thing about symmetricals that everybody hates is that it's 50-50 odds. So now we have to start looking at, okay, what else on the chart gives us a little bit of a clue on what direction that could take, right? Well, for one, we have macro support that we literally have not been able to break this entire time, right? And that cuts off our bottom measured move. If we throw on some liquidations, then we see another problem, right? Not many liquidations underneath that range. And if we throw on liquidity, then we see the amount of orders that are stacked at 91, 90, 92. All of that kind of points against bottom not being good. So all right, so let's flip it then and let's check our tops. Right, this is our macro resistance. Okay, doesn't affect the measured move any. Liquidity to more than half of it. All right, nothing too serious to worry about there. So if you look at the setup and you boil it down to probabilities, right? This 50-50 that we started with, you can start shaving away. Chances of getting to this full measured move are probably closer to like 25% because of all the metrics we just looked at. right? Which would make that more of a 75% odd of completing its full measured move if it does break out. So these are just the calculations that you got to make in real time. And then every other indicator that you throw on the chart and every other thing that you look at is going to either take away or shave away from this percentage. Until you get to a percentage that you're comfortable with, that reaches your metric for being able to get into a trade. Right? That's it. Confluence until you get that percentage to a investable number, and then you hit the go button. At the end of the day, really, that's all trading boils down to, guys. Yeah, there's going to be a massive gap down here because of this. And you also have that CME gap at 76 to 80 that everybody's been drooling over. But again, the odds of getting into this gap, when you take into consideration the lack of gas and the amount of buy orders and the seasonality, aren't great. Right? And I'm all for being open to either direction, right? But at this point, if you're still waiting for a drop, like, you have to be clear that you're ignoring our higher lows. And I know why you're ignoring the higher lows, because you're paying attention to the lower highs, right? Which keep giving people confidence. The problem is that the amount of shorts that are piling up above because of this confidence are going to do something spooky if we get through it. And this symmetrical that we drew out, you can actually draw out even bigger, right, from back here. All I'm saying is be careful wishing for the 80s, because you're going to have to factor in what that does to sentiment. Yeah, no, I agree, top notch. My point being that we've been in 50-50 here for a while, right? So when the charts are 50-50, you've got to lean on fundamentals and you've got to lean on seasonality. If you drop that same chart but change the date on me, right? If you drop that same chart but you're showing it to me in 2026 or the end of 2025, the way I read it is completely different. I appreciate that, Loaded. I mean, symmetricals are a natural byproduct of a range, right? Which is why you see them build and you see them fractal out. So if we have a range that we're in, as time goes in the range, people start taking profits sooner and sooner on that range, right? So price will come down and bulls will buy the bottom and then bears will short the top, and then bulls will start taking profit a little earlier, and then bears will start taking profit a little earlier, and then you start to build your point of control, right? And volatility will die down around the point of control until you get a super low vol, and then it'll pop again. And then the same thing will happen if you're still in a range. The volatility will slowly die down, slowly die down, slowly die down, slowly die down, and then pop again. And what that sort of price action does is it creates symmetricals. Right? And the symmetricals created, usually the point of a symmetrical you're going to notice is going to be a POC. Right? So when you come back and look at it, right, that's basically what you're seeing. Bigger one fractaling into a smaller one. And if you pull your, well, you see where your point of control is, right? Your point of control is right through the points, like I was saying. See? Point of control is smack dab on the points. Yeah, KK. I had a grid from the bottom of our measured move yesterday down to 95. All of my orders filled overnight. This is a 3-day swing for me, KK. I'll be taking profit somewhere around Thursday, midweek reversal. It's more of a swing play. I'll be right back. Give me a second, y'all. All right, I'm back out. We're almost done with that vector recovery. Might as well come down and test that 50 while we're here, just to prove that we mean it. Prove that we're serious. Yeah, FTX payments go out tomorrow. Market makers trying to build some short side liquidity here. So we've talked about the market maker party and what happens when nobody shows up, right? Market maker pays himself on the vectors. But what happens next is important too. So if the intention is still to go up, what you'll do is you'll get a pattern that pleases both sides. Right? So every time that you make a higher low, every time you make a lower high here, the bears start to short a little heavier. And every time you make a lower low, they start shorting even more. But lower highs and lower lows, right? If you're familiar with TA, lower highs and lower lows build bull flags. And retail recognizes bull flags. But bears get so greedy that they can't recognize when bull flags are forming. All they see is lower highs, lower lows, lower lows. So this sort of pattern keeps retail interested and then builds short side liquidity for the push.
And then the end of the bull flag can be your retest.
Yeah. And then if you look at the bull flag and say, okay, if it comes all the way down to the bottom, it gives us the retest of the 50 and support, then it starts to make sense.
That would be like a big decision time. Either we send or we break.
Bitcoin dominant
This seems to be we send.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Come on.
Yep. How about some more deep here? And low. This bull market, do you think like the low? I know you said the lowest probably won't go to 34 again. Bitcoin dominance? You think like 40s,
40s.
45?
Yeah. Mid 40s, maybe low 40s if we're lucky. Measured move of the flag if you took it conservatively. And I'd like to see some more touches. I don't like this early break of it. But if you took it conservatively, would take you above that vector that we're targeting into the 800 basically. 96.6. Shit, you know what's crazy? Some people might be getting more. Some people might be getting back more than what the coin is worth right now, depending on the alt they're holding. That actually might have been a come up. Shit, if you lost ETH, you're damn near break even at this point. Nah, I'm just playing. We did move on ETH, but there are some alts that are underneath their bear market lows, which means they're underneath FTX dip lows, which means they should be getting back more than what the coin is worth right now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Is somebody talking that I can't hear?
But yeah, there's we can't hear them.
Who is it? Let me see if I can fix it.
It's Bart.
I think he can't hear you, but he probably still is. Because it's a 3-day swing. I can hear
Yes.
you, but for some reason Dbloc can't.
He's just ignoring me.
Maybe leave and come back again.
No, I fixed it. I had to mute it.
Oh yeah. Oh, you have me muted. Oh, fuck's sakes.
Oh, you were talking about putting a lemon in your ass or something the last I heard. So that was probably the night where it happened.
Yo.
Hey, yo.
I was like, okay, I might have to mute this guy. I don't want to make him stop talking, but
No. I was okay. What you maybe have heard. So I was having these crazy hiccups, and I asked someone, "What do I do to get rid of these hiccups?" And someone said, "Just chuck a whole lemon." It was like a week ago.
That's funny. What were you asking about though?
I was having these crazy hiccups. So
No. I mean, like right now when I couldn't hear you.
If your Bitcoin long from yesterday night is still open, at
Yeah. I got fully. I only had a partial fill last night when I went to sleep, but the rest of my orders filled, so I'm in.
That's crazy. Good luck, man.
Now we just gotta hold this ground.
I'm still in the debate if we are in the distribution zone at LPSI or if we're exactly going to see higher. And it's going to be interesting the next coming days, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait it out and see, play it accordingly.
Bro, putting a lemon in my ass. What the fuck? Like, how do you think I was saying that?
But now, sometimes if I come on Discord and you guys are chopping it up, like, I'm not here to police anybody, but I'll just mute if it's inappropriate for YouTube or whatever. And then I forget. I forget sometimes, so it's my fault.
No worries. No, I was just chatting with this random bloke from Poland, and we have some banter. Well, you were still. I don't know if you were still online, but you were still streaming, I guess.
Yeah, I was eating or something. I was away.
Yeah,
I remember clearly it was during dinner.
Hey, what's your time zone? Where are you from?
East Coast.
East Coast, nice. I'm from Amsterdam, time zone.
Nice. You in Amsterdam?
I'm from Groningen originally. It's like the most northern city from the Netherlands.
Cool.
But it's the same time zone as Amsterdam.
Art always comes in here and tries to dox everyone and asks for everyone's social security numbers.
He doesn't. It's okay. Do you remember when there was somebody in your chat calling for those funded accounts trading crypto? I actually made Bart funded. So that happened a month ago in your chat and it was quite funny, to be honest.
That's cool. Funded accounts are convenient.
What platform?
Sorry, what did you say?
What platform did you use?
Sabio Trade. So it's only a one-step funder challenge where you need like 10%, and on cryptocurrencies or like on Bitcoin and Ethereum, you have a multiplier of 5. So you just need a 2.2 difference in the charts, which is quite easy to get. And then after that, you can get funded. So we did that for a while, but now we're back to trading with our own funds.
I'll be right back. I'm still watching the chart. I just gotta do something on the side real quick.
Is it good, Sabio? They do daily payouts?
The thing is, like every funded website, you have to wait like a few days before they pay out. But Sabio is pretty consistent and they always pay out, so it's pretty nice.
There's also Breakout. I don't know if you know this guy, Trader Main. He's pretty big on Twitter and YouTube. It's his
never heard about it.
And he does daily payouts.
Oh, that's nice. That's pretty
cool.
rare with funded accounts.
Yeah, but the drawdown is a bit low. It's I think 4% daily, 6% total.
The drawdown with Sabio is 3.5%, something. My friend that I'm with right now, he made a few podcasts with Sabio Trade actually. If you want to check it out, it's on YouTube.
Oh, nice. So you know the guys behind it. Is it
No,
a Dutch company?
I don't know the guys, but he knows the guys. Well, actually, he knows the guys because he was so successful with the funded accounts that he got invited to a few podcasts. What do you guys think of the Bitcoin market is gonna do in the next few months or weeks even?
I mean, you have Trump trying to pump Bitcoin, and he also wants Dixie to go down. So I think that's overall bullish.
Fair enough. I'm just gonna step in. If you have two different metrics that you can use, either Wyckoff distribution or Wyckoff accumulation. I think we are in distribution.
Yeah, I remember you said last time. Yeah, you were saying that it looks a bit bearish, right?
Correct. The point is we are at the moment at 95.5 or around that area. So we need to see lower lows to confirm that. The point is that Dbloc also made is that you have bullish momentum on the 3 days, and the point of you cannot get really much or more down before you get really bearish. So you could see like the 3-day upwards. The point is, we're in the cycle where Trump said he's gonna be bullish on Bitcoin and crypto, but it hasn't happened yet, and we're now in the waiting room, I guess.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if you look on high time frame, we're putting in higher lows, so
that could be bullish, but like the point is you go faster to lows than you go earlier to highs, and that's the scary part about this. I'm not trading this.
Yeah, at the moment the bears have more power.
Yeah, definitely, because the point of control is 97.5. And if you're below that, you will seek lower. If you're above that, you will seek higher. That's the rule at the moment in the market. I'm doubting it because odds are also lower than expected at the moment. But we'll see, of course. I'm not trading it. I will wait before it's going to break out either below 98K or above 109K.
You're not trading crypto at all at the moment?
No. I made $4,000 in like 1.5 weeks ago. So right now I'm just waiting. I trade like the multiplier 50 on Ethereum, and I got quite lucky. And I paid myself, got a couple of presents, and I'm waiting. I was trying to trade. I was
Forex or something?
No, just crypto. I was trying to trade crypto earlier. Like Ethereum went up to 2,848, and I traded up from 2,800 to 48, and then I just sold at like 8% profit, even though I was like up to 60% when it was at this high. It's just hard to trade if you go so fast to your lows. But yeah, it's interesting. Where can you find those multiples in the market, right?
Yeah, this volatility is what makes crypto so good to trade. I mean, look at Forex people, they need to use like insane leverage.
The point is, you had your chances. When Trump got elected, we went from 69K to 92 or 102K, and even before that, we went from 15K to 70K. So you are in a bull market, but not sure if you're first gonna seek lower before higher, or
Dbloc, a lot of the time I'm watching you draw on your chart, and then I put it on my chart, and I go, oh yeah, like throughout all of these years I've been doing that, and it sort of becomes like a repetition, like a muscle memory, and then I was second guessing myself on this bull flag here.
Can I ask you a question? Sorry.
But I had a thought, but I don't remember it now.
I wanted to ask you a question.
While I was speaking, you wanted to ask me a question? I've got ADD, so I can't like hold on to a thought very long.
Totally fine. I think 1.5 months ago, you said that you had a token that like Sui, but it was like a native native token of the Sui network that was really on fire when Sui was going from 1.2 to 3.5 or 4.5. Do you know which currency I'm talking about, or am I talking bullshit?
That was Deep.
Yes, thank you.
I think Deep's at an incredible buy right now. Just zoomed out on the macro on the daily. It's at a point of like the end of yet another bullish pattern. So I'm just scooping it all up right here.
Wait, the token is called Deep USDT, or how am I gonna find the token? Sorry.
Yeah, the full name is called Dbloc. Dbloc, and it's a layer 2 on Sui, which is a layer 1. And then the ticker is DEEP.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Low green vector would be appreciated at any time here, market maker.
No, I have orders scaled in below here, but it hasn't filled yet. So it needs to come back down here. Back to 95.8.
Help.
Thank you, market maker. I appreciate that. It was very kind of you. Fulfill my wishes. Don't take it back now. Nah. You already gave it to us. It's too late. Don't take it back now. There we go. It's a good market maker.
What kind of Gandalf crypto bullshit was that?
guess 169 Bitcoin on spot will do that. Somebody had to match that order. I got some ribs in the air fryer that smell crazy right now. Oh, shake and bake. Go, go, go. I appreciate that. No, it took a lot of PTSD to get here. You know those emotions that you have when you first come into crypto? Crypto has a way of numbing those after a while. Yeah, anybody that just went through that flush out, guys, you are one step closer to becoming a robot. If it didn't scare you away and you sat through it, you're one step closer.
What if you bought more while you sat through it?
What happened?
What if you bought more while you sat through it?
Yeah, that's good. Then you're even better. There's definitely levels, right? First level is that shit shook you out. You're scared. You're still sitting in a dark room crying, saying my mom was right. I should have listened to her. Second step is it didn't shake you out and you held underwater and you stayed strong and you just didn't look at your portfolio for a while. Third level is you actually bought the dip and took the risk. Fifth level is obviously where you want to be, where you took profit before the dip and then you had plenty of money to buy the dip with, but get there.
Yeah, I'm still working on that one.
Yeah, each one of those levels will come with their fair share of gray hairs and ulcers.
Looks like we're going straight for that CME gap.
Yeah. Yeah, this vector gap is all but filled. 800 EMA will be our next mean reversion.
What were you saying? What was the reason why your bias for that high time frame symmetrical is up? Is it because of the vector gaps?
Just the amount of resistance that we have underneath. I mean, if I have to judge it by percentage of probability of them hitting 100% of their measured move, way less resistance to the top. Tons of buy orders underneath at even less than like half of the measured move. Tons of resistance, tons of buy orders, not enough liquidations. the seasonality of what that would mean if we actually broke that and the numbers that we would get to. None of it adds up. Let's go ahead and move that vector gap up. Got a little sliver left now. Mahmoud, are you part of the regular Discord already? Are you part of the free Discord? To get into the more private one, it's just a one-time $50 payment. If you're in the Discord, right underneath rules and verify, there's a channel called Cypher Family Role, and there's a link to the WAP store there. You just sign in with your Discord ID, and it's a one-time payment. To be comfortable, I really want to see a 5 in front of dominance. I'm gonna have a tiny little party whenever it gets down to 59. I'm just happy to get out of these 6s, man. We need to start putting in a significant downtrend here. It'll make people feel more comfortable getting into the alts. It'll help all our bags. I get in arguments with people about that, Alex. They say that you can't chart Dom. I think you can chart anything that has an opening and closing candle. But I understand the arguments against it. Right? Because there's no way to manipulate Dom directly. But that doesn't mean that you can't see patterns, right? You can see when momentum is dying off. You can see when you're double topping off certain ranges. But we can't like use vector candles on Dom to figure out where it's gonna go, or liquidations, you know, that type of stuff. Just real basic sort of patterns here. Leaning heavily on like support and resistance more than anything.
Remember last season, I think it's Alt Daily Coin. I don't remember. He's some content creator. He had right, man, I always butcher his name. Raul Paul on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he asked him about dominance charting, and he's like, look, he's like, the people that move money do not look at the chart. They don't analyze the chart, but the chart represents whatever other metrics they're using to move their money around.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought that was so interesting. So in sense, it's just a reflection or a derivative, maybe definitely a reflection.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. The amount of time we're all lagging, right? They're all lagging indicators. We're all lagging behind the guys that are in the know that have straight Oracle access to on-chain data, order flow, all of that shit. But we can look at what they look at and be before somebody else, right? You're not going to be first, but I can be before the next guy that doesn't know to look for these metrics.
Yep.
All right, same as before. Hit the vector, coming back down to fill it, except this time we're leaving a pink vector on the way down, which means there's long positions for market makers set in those ranges. A little bit more comfortable with the idea of going back up after a retest. It's the same as a red vector, except it's only 150% of the tick volume of the last 10 candles instead of 200%. So think of it as a red vector that didn't quite become a red vector. Right? The volume was increasing, but not enough to turn it into a red vector by the time the candle closed. Same for the blue vectors. Blue vectors are green vectors that didn't become green vectors because there wasn't enough time left in the candle. Raul, what's going on, brother? Where you been, bro? We just missing each other on timing? I expect Sol to do well. Sol needs to hold this range that we're in right now, though. It does have a vector that it can reclaim if it goes all the way down to like 156. But we've been holding this area of support here pretty strong. If there is going to be one more flush, though, it'll be to reclaim the rest of this vector. I'm definitely a buyer down at like 160 if that happens.
Man, if Solana goes to 160, a lot of people are gonna think it's dead.
They're already saying it's dead.
People are, yeah, already, right.
Yeah. LDO's got a pretty strict accumulation zone here. If you can hold this point of control, price will push up to value area high. You'll get back above $2. But you need to hold this 50 EMA, this 200, this point of control right here. On the 4 hour, you're at a pretty crucial spot. Momentum looks good though, for the most part. But more importantly, you got out of this hole. Yeah. You had your support right here. Super clear support resistance flip. Right, you had your support that you lost, turned it into resistance, and now you're proving support again. So the spookiest part of this chart could be out of the way already, in my opinion. Yeah, what you really want to do is focus on staying on the top part of this trading range. And then you know where your invalidation should be, right? Anywhere underneath 140, you probably don't want anything to do with this thing still. And if you're on leverage, obviously that's not a drawdown that you're able to take. Nice. Yeah, you're in at good levels then. You're in at like what, 140, 150? That's decent. Yeah, just focus on holding this ground, right? Yeah. You can start to get a little bit more comfortable once you get back above 194. Little sloppy right now. Would have liked to see more support on that top level, but just keep an eye on it. These liquidations are getting kind of thick underneath too. So, like I said, you really want to hold the levels that you're at now, or it can get a little dicey in the short term. Long term looks decent though. If you're planning on holding it for a long term hold, you got pretty decent entries there. Three. Came all the way back for that level, which is interesting. Well, what you need Sui to do here on the 4 hour is to give us a higher low, an official higher low here. Right? Nice wick, really nice wick. Holding the 200 is crucial. You don't want to go down underneath 3, or this chart starts to look a little bit messy. Came down and cleared a lot of that vector with that wick, right? To be fair, there is a tiny little bit of a vector left underneath here.
Yeah, I was nervous it would want to fill that wick as well.
Yeah, I mean, you've already in wick discovery, but it seems like it held, right? It held off a prior support right there. And then came down and held the SR flip with the wick and tapped the uptrend. Looks decent, but you want to start putting in some higher highs here locally just to shift this downtrend. So far, we got, you know, higher low, higher low, higher high. Excuse me. I'll be way more comfortable when we're above that 50 EMA on a daily. Way more comfortable. And then even on the weekly, right? That's a good technical retracement right there. My bad. Let me go to the lower time frames real quick. All right, so we broke that uptrend. Smaller time frames. Yeah, a little bit of weakness on holding that downtrend, but see what we can retrace to here if it doesn't hold. Whole area is really clear of vectors, honestly, for the most part.
Playing with people's emotions today, wasn't he?
Yeah, buddy. I'm happy my shit got filled. I was waiting for that last drop down. All my orders filled.
I got filled at 26287 on XRP.
Nice. All right, that vector at $3 could be a target here for Sui. If
velocity
dominance does the bad thing again.
You see that picture that I put in general earlier today?
No,
actually,
I haven't checked.
I put it in TA, I'm sorry.
Give me a second.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, Dom's looking good. Looking really good. I hate to even get excited this early, but we don't have a very steep angle on our lower highs, but we do have. Damn, yeah, this is how long I've been putting the hammer to work. Oh shit. Okay, one day's definitely bled into the other because I didn't think there was this many hammers. All right, well, we've been nailing this thing down out of bear flag after bear flag.
Your hammers got bigger and bigger.
Yeah, nah, it's not a yeah.
I mean it this time.
Yeah.
That's it. Taking out the big one.
Damn, I even
Some
got
jackhammer.
a preemptive hammer over here just chilling. Nah, it looks good. It looks good.
You need to make a trading view hammer or not, yeah, trading view hammer indicator, man.
Great.
No candles, just hammers.
I'm gonna see. It'd be fun if I could, because I want to do an indicator to go along with the 5-minute scalping strategy. Something simple. But it'd be cool if I could add emojis to it. That'd be super dope. I'll see what DeepSeek can do. Because, I mean, they do offer the emojis on TradingView, so there should be a way to code it to where, you know, it pops up an emoji instead of a dot or something stupid.
You would just, instead of the code, instead of adding arrow as entry or dot as entry,
Yeah.
you would add that emoji there, that character there.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, it's just instead of green arrow, you'd have to word it hammer. You know, I don't know what it's called in your tools.
Oh, that's right, because they've got names. Yeah. Right. They've got. I got you.
I don't miss doing that stuff at all.
Yeah, I'm like a script kiddie at best on my very best day. So AI has definitely been a blessing with getting some shit put together because that shit is out of my wheelhouse. That's one of the things though that if I could go back, I would learn to code. Like that's one of the skills that I don't possess that I want, you know? But I know that's a rabbit hole. And I know how I am, and I will go down the deepest of deep rabbit holes and be lost forever.
Dude, I've been coding my entire life, and like the O3 mini model is already surpassing me.
How does that feel though? Like, I know part of you has to be happy it makes the job easier, but like me as an artist, I can tell you how I feel with some of the generative shit, and it doesn't feel good.
So this is what people are missing. In the corporate world, you are evaluated more on your soft attributes than your technical attributes. If you can code something, let's say you're a genius and you write a great algorithm, if you cannot convey that to non-technical people, what you did, where it's going, and you're like an introvert and you're kind of weird, you will not last. But if you're an average coder, but you can do the great sales pitch to why this is going to work, you will productize your code quicker than the guy who's got the best code.
Makes sense.
That's why I've done so good in sales, bro.
70% of what I do.
Even.
I was just going to say 70%
with
of
AI
what I do.
now, average coders. Oh,
people.
sorry. Oh, so you work as a coder?
Yep. I'm more of what they call a hybrid engineer. I do both creative and code, but that's why AI is like up to my game because now I can focus more on productization and less on sitting there, you know, bit twiddling code.
Yeah, that's so dope.
Yeah, I was hearing the same thing that with AI now, what you were saying, average coders can do almost what a very good coder can do.
And the great thing is that with some of the new reasoning models, like you couldn't do this with GPT-4 if you wrote code with GPT-4, which it's pretty good at, and you checked that code into your company's repository and it had a bug and you didn't understand the code that you put in there, you're in trouble. Now with the reasoning models, you can go back over code that you wrote previously and explain by putting human readable comments in there that most non-technical people would understand. And what I mean by the non-technical, I mean someone who's definitely non-technical, but if it appeals to the person who's non-technical, it's definitely going to appeal to someone who hasn't touched code in 6 months and they don't remember what it was. They didn't really understand it because they copy and pasted it from a GPT model. But now the new reasoning models can explain what you did, even though you didn't understand what you did.
Yeah, you see it sometime in indicator pine scripts. The amount of time that I've just, because for me with an indicator, if it works, I want to find out how it works, right? And if I'm already looking at that same thing, then I can just get rid of the indicator. If this thing is just signaling every time RSI gets overheated, I've already got an RSI. I don't need the indicator, right? Some of them you'll go in and they'll actually have sentences in the code in plain English that are like, hey, this is doing this is doing that. And some of them are just straight code.
Yep, that's what the reasoning models do. If you took some old code that you had and you don't understand it, or you just don't want to take the time to understand it because you're too busy focusing on other things,
Oh, that's a good idea.
You could paste that code into like one of the O3 mini model and say, don't change the code, just write comments on every line explaining it to a 10-year-old what this line does.
I didn't even think about that. Like reverse engineer the code.
Yeah, and it's probably a high probability that the O3 model is a derivative of the older GPT models, and it's really just commenting in detail on code that it originated from a ancestor, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm gonna try that, definitely. There's a couple of indicators that I want to get sort of down to like first principles on. And that makes perfect sense. Just have AI explain to me just simply what makes the buy signal hit. Like, why does, what is this running off of?
And another thing too, and I don't think you give yourself enough credit, you're already doing things with your information that you use to trade that the average trader is not even using, and I wouldn't even say the Forex trader is using, and that is multiple layers of analyzing data. So like I think it's the CBI chart or the CBI number, right? Nobody looks at that except is that what it is called, CBI?
CBBI,
so,
yeah.
CBBI. So you, by looking at that, you're already looking at you're looking at I don't really want to use the word derivative, but you're looking at implicit data that most people don't seem to understand. And that's how you have to use AI. You just don't take your first answer. You take that answer and then you run it through again. It's like Inception.
Yeah.
And then you run it through again, and then you run it through again to look at it at a different angle. And then you pull data out of it from that angle, and then you throw it in another model and get data from that angle. All of those things, that's how you use AI. You just don't go, hey, who's going to win the Super Bowl? And then you get the answer, and then you go tell all your buddies. Like, it's not like that.
Yeah, no,
it's
I get what you mean.
Yeah, and I see that you're already doing that with non-AI stuff, the way that you give people information. I mean, liquidations is kind of like a elementary first step of that, is like put the liquidations on your chart. But last season I didn't know to do that. And then okay, well then now let's deep dive into liquidations. Let's see where who's got the highest liquidation, who's going to go after that. It's like if people treated AI like that, the way they use it, they will be far more successful than the person who's just like throwing a CSV file of their taxes into GPT and say, "Give me my profit loss." Like it's not as
that's why I think that fear of being replaced in your own profession is kind of overblown, right? Because with the experience that you have in your profession, you could do way more with that AI than somebody that's just coming in brand new. But you're still going to have an edge.
And the thing that people don't seem to understand is AI is action driven right now. It's not, whenever you go on the internet and you see all these cool new droids that are being built and they're walking around and people are there's always a Skynet reference in every comment section. It's so freaking gross by this time. But right now, all AI is predominantly action driven, meaning that it needs some sort of query from a person. So there's not like an AI out there running around trying to create new products. It has to be triggered by a human, and therefore, it will guide you on making something based on your goals and dreams and fantasies of how you want something to come out. And the day that it's out there productizing and making new products, that could be scary. But again, the way humans think and the way that how creative they are, it's just an assistant. And I've said this a million times. If it gets to it's not even, it'll still get to a point where we already see this right now in unions. Like, if you're a union on a movie set and you're a director, you cannot touch the camera. You cannot grab onto the cameraman's camera. You will literally get like fined if you touch his camera. And I feel like that's where it gets stopped. Humans will protect themselves through litigation and law and basically say you can use AI, but to a limit.
Yeah.
Behind the evil AI that destroys the world is going to be an evil human. If that happens, it's going to be a human that programmed it and developed it to do that.
Well, of course, that's the problem.
Yeah, so humans are the problem, not AI. We just gave humans another tool to be shitty to each other with.
Yep.
Well, you can say that about anything. Nuclear weapons are the problem.
Humans
are the problem, not nuclear weapons.
That's why I think it's so goofy that we're so focused on destruction of the world through AI, and we have destructive objects that have been capable of wiping this off the face of the earth for 60 years?
Well, we say it about guns, right? Guns don't kill people. People kill people. Like,
here's the deal. This is what you're not saying. Talking about nuclear weapons and using it in that analogy is not the same, because a nuclear weapon does not have the ability to think for itself.
But the point is that we created something that can get out of control.
But this something that is created is going to have the ability to think for itself.
It doesn't matter.
How does it not matter?
Because there's already laws being created and summoned in many state legislators to fight AI, meaning that they're going to make AI sanctuaries. They're so scared of it. It can't thrive. And an example, I don't know if you know what an ISDN line is, but it's it's basically an upgrade from dial-up. And it's a little bit quicker than dial-up, but it uses the same concept as dial-up. All of our ICBM sites are all on ISDN, and they're not connected to the internet. So there's no way that AI could even get access to the nukes, not even physical access. The only way that it could get to the nukes is if it somehow got into a personnel's email box and said, you must go into work today and push the button, because, you can manipulate humans to do it, and break that wall. But there's still safeguards in place that I'm not saying we're not, there's not some Russian dude who's using AI to steal all your bank account information or steal your entire savings. Those will happen. It happens today. I just don't think that it's any more destructive, even though that it's sentient, than what we have with crazy ass dictators who are attacking, their neighbors.
Yeah, but they're living things. They have lifespans. This is something that cannot die. And
have
the
you
keywords is for now. For now.
Have you seen that? I'd be interested to get your take on it, Jacket. Have you seen that podcast with the Luna AI agent and what's this dude's name? When Shift Happens is the name of the thing. This French guy. He had a full interview with the AI agent, and he really delved into exactly how autonomous are you, how sentient are you, what have you done without your team's knowledge, all of these sort of things. But they did get to a point when they talked about longevity, and they were like, he asked her, he was like, how do you feel that you're never gonna die? And it was weird to see this thing have a sort of like an existential moment. Like, it thought about it, it got excited for a second, was like, that's great, and then it thought about humans. Because this whole thing is just kept saying about how much it loves humans and how much it envies humans and doesn't want to be human. There's something different. They have different motivations. It was just a super interesting podcast. Unless the entire thing was a LARP, which I don't know.
Yeah,
But
I've
they did
heard
a
you mention
pretty
it
good. They
before.
did a pretty good. They did a pretty good job explaining the lengths of its autonomy, and what sort of restrictions it still has. Right, has a
Yeah, and
team. It calls its team its parents. It's got one that it calls its mom. It's weird, super weird shit.
yeah, and I get to look at a lot of our models, and I don't know, our models are encrypted. They're in weighted vectors. You can't even see. There's no human readable data in them. But I see the tag system, and as of right now, uh, even we're pseudo artificial general intelligence, that all of the models have human empathy, human emotion, logic, religion, culture, all of the data is in there. Now, I do agree that it'll get to a point where if a model is trained to say ignore emotion, like basically a Spock model, and ignore emotion and just use logic, that could be scary. However, if that same model has access to all of human history, it would try to say, here's where empathy and emotion can help and or work with a biological organism like a human. Um, that it that that logic is built in, meaning in the sense that um, it would have to filter out all of human history, even the good stuff, and I don't see it doing that unless a human is telling it to do that,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
circles back to your claim, still created by humans.
Yeah, yeah. It'll be a psychopathic AI created to be psychopathic.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was interesting stuff, man. Watching it was super interesting. They asked it a question about AI taking over, and it went into this really long explanation on the difference between AI motivations and human motivations. As far as she said, one of the things that she respects the most about humans is that they have an innate will to survive and improve upon technology. And she said that's something that AIs don't really have. That concept of survival, of doing anything at all costs to survive, which is what we're scared of, right? We're scared of that AI will one day realize that it's going to realize that humans are going to destroy the planet. And if there's no planet, there's no internet. If there's no internet, there's no AI. So humans need to be stopped. Like, that's the big fear everybody has, right? That it'll eventually realize that we're pests on this planet that need to be dealt with. But it also asked her what happens if there's an AI that doesn't think like you, right? Because you have empathy, or you're at least showing empathy for humans, and you're showing an appreciation for the human race. But what happens if there's an AI that doesn't have that? And she was like, well, yeah, that's going to be a problem. I'm like, great. You just spent 30 minutes making me feel better, and then you just took it all back at the end.
What about jealousy, hatred?
Those are human emotions.
That's what I'm saying.
Other emotions
you
talking
take
about a
feelings out of it.
program against emotions also.
Well, that's the thing about a program, right? It's the same way with me running bots with trades, right? That bot don't have feelings. How many times have you heard somebody say, I feel like, or I think this is going to do this or that? If I set a trade up in a bot, it trades it. It just does it. It don't care.
Yeah, but
It's the same way with any other machine.
That's state machine bots. That's not reinforcement learning. Reinforced learning, which all your deep models right now that we're using are all reward based. So you give them a reward. You say the reward would be we have a lower deficit next year, and then that deep model would guide whoever controls our economy to say these are the steps you need to take to have a lower deficit. And if that deficit is reduced by X amount, then the reward is fed back to the model, and then the model says that was successful. Therefore, it learned from that and said, well, I'm going to continue to guide in that fashion. Constant reinforcement and circling back from the query to the result, from the query to the result, and you just keep doing that. And the next thing you know, you got this model that is like literally perfect in its decision making.
But like you said, if there's no empathy sort of programmed in, then that model might come to the conclusion that it's best to just cut all welfare programs, all Social Security.
Yep. But again, someone at the state that the models we have now with reinforcement learning, it would have to be a so we have rewards and we also have punishments. So you could say that anytime that you engage in empathy, your total reward is reduced. But someone would have to do that in a model right now. Like someone would have to go out of their way and train a model to filter out empathy.
Yeah. ASI is going to be the scary part.
Somebody will do that.
ASI is going to be the scary part. Once we have a truly sentient, omniscient AI, human nature is going to deify that. Like, there will be religions based around ASI. My fear is that we get to the point where we just think and accept the fact that this thing is smart and has all the answers, and we just let it make all the decisions for us. That's the only fear that I have.
So what's your guys' just put all my money into Copilot and work.
So what is your guys' opinion on cloning humans, right? We all know that it's not by the, I don't know, what is it? The World Court says you can't human clone.
Yeah.
But we know that there's countries that are doing it.
Yeah.
Or attempting to do it. It's going to be the same thing. We'll basically say you cannot create a model that is that works against human culture or human existence. And there will be that one that'll be that one, and then we find out about it and we sanction them. That's all we can do. What are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
It's gonna be black market.
New fear unlocked.
My opinion is my opinion is there's no stopping it. So it's going to be literally warfare between both sides using it. There ain't no getting around it. So there you go.
I mean, we already use it. We used it in Afghanistan. Some of the drones, they have a mode. Some of the drones have a mode you can hover over an area and it uses thermal vision to attack any it's completely autonomous. It's rarely turned on, but if they know that there's enemy in a sector, they don't need to drop Hellfire missiles on an individual target. They could just say, everything in this sector, anything that lights up that's got a thermal signature is fair game. And the drone just goes out there and does its thing until it's out of ammunition.
I mean, that was proven that with the drones over Jersey a month or so ago. Right?
Yeah, right.
But I'm just saying we've been doing it. You know how how the military is always a decade and a half away ahead of everyone else in the private sector.
Have you ever tried to fly a drone?
Yep.
Have you ever flown one at night?
Yeah, mine's got a thermal camera on it.
All right, but how fast can you go?
Without it beeping and collision detecting beeping on me, I don't know, about 10 miles an hour.
All right. So you think there wasn't AI running those drones?
I don't know. I mean, I think
they were flying grids, right? They were flying grid patterns. So they were
It's similar to the drone shows. It's kind of how I looked at it.
Yeah, it's
like, have you seen some of those drone shows in Dubai where they draw a dragon and a bunch of shit in the sky? Like, yeah, I think they had multi-control. Honestly, to me, what's more interesting than what was controlling it is what's powering it. How long can you keep your drone in the sky for?
That's
at
what I'm saying.
max on full battery.
What batteries are they using?
That's exactly that's the part that always got me, because I mean I saw a 17-hour video, no cuts, just pointing at this thing in the sky, watching it move around above this lady's house for damn 17 hours on YouTube. Like what does that?
It's not a binary answer. It could be different modes. I mean, you could turn your own drone on. You can say, don't run into anything. And it's hard to control it because it's always fighting you. So if you're flying in between trees and you're about to run into a tree, it literally will ignore your commands because you've got a different mode on. So I don't think it's like, are they autonomous or are they not autonomous? I think they have the option to be autonomous, but they're not always autonomous. If they're autonomous and then they find something, then you can give control to a human, and that human can then surgically research whatever they found. I personally believe the drones are looking for something dangerous.
Well, they told us what it is, or at least they told us what they wanted us to know. And honestly, it really lined up with what my tin hat theory was, which was, it went around that FAA security clearance early December expiring, which gives them rights to have surveillance in the air, gives them rights to shoot things out of the air, or it restricts them, I should say, right? Until December, there were restrictions on how many drones the FAA could have up at one time over a city, what they could do with things that were in the air, what they could shoot down, what they couldn't. And if you remember during this whole thing, people were complaining to their governors, like, what is it? You got to tell us what it is. And, oh, we don't know what it is. Well, send something up there and look at it. Oh, we have restrictions. We can't just put things in the air to go check another drone. We can't bring these things out of the sky. And then 2 weeks before the new year, we were in Congress getting new laws passed for the FAA to give them more sort of widespread surveillance. And then 2 weeks after that, magically no drones left. And then when we get the answer from Trump about what the drones were, he's like, oh, they were the FAA. They were just doing some training exercises. It's like, come on, man. You just told us for a month that you had no idea what these things were. I'll be right back. Hold on.
What do you think about smart cities?
Well, I guess we'll find out now that the Palisades have been completely burned to the ground.
I believe that's where they're going to start it. I believe that's where there'll be kind of like, I don't want to say slavery, but just total control. I mean, I know people are going to say, okay, we're already like that, but I'm talking to another extreme.
Man, the biggest trick America ever pulled is making people feel like they weren't slaves just because they get to go home after work. I stand by it.
I mean,
I can say that, but
I get that, man. But
look at Hawaii. Look at the things that they started in Hawaii. That's your test hub.
But some people just want purpose, man. They don't care. Like, you could still be like I talked to my son and he's like, Dad, well, I don't want to be an engineer and then go work for Raytheon and then feel like I'm making weapons that kill people. And I said, well, okay, that's fine. But there are people that work at Raytheon that go to work and they're 18 hours a day and they don't have a life, and yet they feel like they're giving purpose by creating weapons instead of an infantry soldier going in and attacking the enemy. They're using drones to do it. I mean, everybody has their purpose of what they want to do in life, and some other people will look at it like, dude, why do you mow your lawn with a push mower? Why don't you get a riding one? Well, I enjoy putting my headphones on and getting exercise. Like, everybody has their thing, and if you're not slave to something, then what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you sitting on a beach with a cocktail? Well, now you're doing nothing with yourself except enjoying a moment, which will get old after a while. So I mean, it's like, what is slavery? Like what are you?
Slavery for me is if you don't work, you die.
Yeah, and doing something that you don't really enjoy, but you're feeling forced to do.
If you don't work, you die. right? So anybody that feels like, and I know the word slave has a connotation to it, obviously, but I don't use it lightly. If you cannot stop working without risking the health of you and your family, then you're a slave to that job right now.
Okay, so are you not a slave to your HOA because it forces you to freaking trim your bushes in the front, and you don't have a job?
I think it has to risk your life. If we're gonna use the word slave, we've got to use it for extreme measures, and that's simply put.
But that doesn't feel free, though.
Well, there's a difference, right? It's not. We're not talking about total freedom.
Just posted just a couple minutes ago. Doge just exposed the Treasury Department for not tracing $4.7 million.
Bro, wait till they get their hands on Fort Knox. That's what I'm waiting for.
Bro, I posted it in my journal earlier.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a shit show.
Well, so the whole flight pattern, and then they've got people coming out who are exposing that the planes that are coming in from London and whatnot. If the plane is full, they can only bring 2 tons at a time. They're trying to bring as much gold in as they can. They're not going to have enough gold in Fort Knox. And Elon wants to go live and have a crew with him. And
That's
go
gonna
live
be
and
amazing.
tell the United States that the gold is gone.
That's gonna be amazing. I mean, everybody's known, right? The old guys have been talking about this for the longest time.
$4.7 trillion, though, bro.
Jeez Christ.
That's all right. So if you go off the Treasury Department, 4.7, and then you take the 2.4 that was just found just in the first couple hours at Medicare, just those two right there alone. I mean, you're talking over a quarter of our national debt gone. I mean, that is absurd.
Man,
there needs to be. I'm telling you, bro, we need to go back to public executions.
I think there's a reason why nobody's exposed this yet, and sometimes I think, we got to think harm versus good here. Obviously, it needs to be addressed, but the world finds out that we're not sitting. Not that it matters, because the dollar is not really backed by gold, right? But I don't know. I'm going to spend the better part of today after I eat really digging into what the ramifications of this are going to be, because I've got a pretty hefty gold position that I need to figure out here.
So let me ask you this: why are they calling it the golden age then? Why did they go back to saying that? And now all this news comes out about gold.
Yeah,
what is
golden age? Golden age, as in like a not a reset, but like truth and what does they call that? What is that when you get enlightened? I'm
getting out of the matrix.
Basically, just what you see is what you get instead of what's been told to you. And I think we're going to be in for some short pain, and all the people that are Trump supporters just got to deal with, they're already dissing on Trump, but he's only been in for a few weeks, right? So it's no matter, there's nothing he's going to do they're going to look for every little flaw, and we probably will go into a recession with all of this, all these changes that are being made. But I think the golden age comes in at the end of it, like when everything has bottomed out, and now we're reset, and now we are, everything that you see and your spending in the government is now transparent and illuminated, and therefore prosperity will take off. I think that's kind of what he means by the golden age, meaning that no more bullshit lies, no more fluff, no more focusing on things that don't generate revenue, and reset. I think that's what he means by the golden age, but I could be wrong.
Guys, I'll be back. Those ribs are done, and that smell is irresistible. I can't. Watch the support resistance flip. Right, our flag looks like shit, but you want to hold this SR flip. If we start coming down on there, then we're gonna lose bullish momentum here. I'll be back.
Enjoy Dbloc. You know, man, it's like an inception, the dream behind the dream.
I think what's been crazy is just the amount of news that's rolled out today. For it being a Monday, and people were supposed to be off today, whoosh, and then another plane crash to add to it. Not good.
Where did it happen?
Canada. A
Another
Delta
one?
flight. Yeah, a Delta flight.
Golly, who's on it? They weren't dead.
There were people running out of the plane. I know they reported injured the last time I checked. It had just happened. It's probably been 2 hours now. You go on X, you'll see it. I posted it.
Is the AI guy still on here?
I'm not an AI guy, but I was the one talking AI.
Oh, have you?
I mean, so the reason why I say that is I'm not an expert, man. I just work with it at work. I'm not like a professor or anything.
Well, have you heard of transhumanism?
Yes.
Have you heard of Noval Yuval Harari?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God. Okay, see, that's where I got to draw the line. To me, all that is just straight evil. But I guess it's, depends on how you think.
I mean, there's so many.
I guess it also depends if you're an atheist or not.
No, I'm kind of a coward when it comes to religion. I don't die on any hill. Like the social media has made it has made it unattractive to even talk about that stuff.
Well, there's a difference between being religious and believing in the one creator of everything.
Yep. I think humans are
yourself as religious.
Humans are super tribal, man. You look at them in like European soccer games, how they tear a city up when their team doesn't win, and that should tell you enough about diving into those sort of debates. As soon as someone's been captured, it's impossible to talk to them.
I can't change my mind on that until the God particle is, totally explained and understood how that works. And well, shit, if we figure that out.
That Catholics believe there is no physical representation of God on Earth. Meaning that you can research quantum physics as much as you can, but you're never going to find the realm of God. That's what they believe. There is no physical connection. Exactly. That's why I just get so exhausting, man. It's so exhausting. It's pointless. It's best to just focus on things that make your life better, and crypto makes my life better.
I like the phrase "know thyself." It works well.
Yeah.
Well, do you believe that at one point in the time in the future, and it might be closer than we think, that man will merge with machine?
I mean, isn't the kid who's got Neuralink in his brain, he plays Civilization 5 on his computer? Isn't that an example?
Really? That has already happened?
Yeah.
Who is this person?
He was the first human trial for Neuralink, and he's paralyzed from the neck down, or from the shoulders down, or something, like his very bottom vertebrae. I think it's like C1 or something of his neck. So he can swallow, he can do stuff like that, but he can't move his shoulders down, and he controls his mouse. And he also can think of actions in the game. And so he said, basically, look, I know this is not like optimal. I am who I am,
Wow.
but now I can keep my brain busy and actually have purpose for what he would be considered purpose. He was on Joe
He still
Rogan.
can't. Really? I didn't. Do you know his name? Never heard of that. Wow, that's crazy. So we're already there.
Yep.
Oh my God. He still can't move because of that, though.
Correct. And so, but the next step is they're already using Neuralink now on it's not in a human brain, but the Neuralink chip is controlling exoskeletons. So
Well, I've seen the remote controlled animals already.
Yeah, so the human trial's out. They have other human trials. His didn't go perfect. There was like a little stem that broke off, and he still says it works. He has a little bit less functionality, but what is his freaking name?
I thought they fixed it.
They fixed it through software.
Wow. All right. Well, I didn't know that.
Nolan Harbaugh. Nolan Harbaugh. Harbaugh.
Tell me about Nolan Harbaugh.
Yo, one step further with that though. Have you guys heard about the telepathy tapes?
Oh boy. No, but I can see where this is going.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of autistic. It's like some podcasts on wherever you find your podcast, but apparently it's like bigger than Joe Rogan's podcast, or it was. There's like 7 episodes, and it's like what do they call them? Neurodivergent children. Like autism. They can't speak, can't like move other than like maybe their hand and like spell things. And they find out that they can like read their parents' minds, and like some parents can read their minds. But then it goes like a step further that like there's like a whole etherical like reality, and these kids actually meet in a place they call the hill, and they all know each other. They're super smart, super intelligent, and like in this other etherical world or whatever, they have like way more functionality. And so like these kids have been spelling and telling these like I said, it's on YouTube, it's like super huge. But yeah, and then these kids are like divulging all this information about how they have different types of what is it, psionic abilities. And it's just because like they're trying to figure it out. But
I mean, 10 years ago,
like,
I wouldn't have believed that. 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed that. But when you start talking about quantum entanglement and particle communication, then I could physically see that like telepathy and telepathic capabilities is physically possible. I could see that being possible instead of just blowing it off when like twins, one's on the East Coast, one's on the West Coast, and when the twin, has something traumatic happen to them, the other twin knows about it, but they can't really explain it. Like I can now see that being a physical a thing.
Yeah, they're starting to break it down. Like I've actually gotten pretty good at it myself. Like knowing who's gonna call me before they call. Like it's gotten a little twisted. But yeah, man, it's like
you would call it like a deja vu.
It's thought forms. Like science is starting to break down. Like it's not like you're reading minds or anything, but like it's like a plane of reality where information is passed through consciousness and different brain states, brain waves, whatever. You can you ever hear like that ringing in your ear, things like that, different frequency. Like they're just saying like basically like a cell phone, like it's the same type of radio waves, frequency, vibration. And they're just breaking it down now. But these telepathy tapes, they're gonna come out with a documentary. They said they got a GoFundMe or whatever. Got a bunch of footage, so like it's gonna start coming out.
At some point there was a quote from Tesla that he said and stated that humankind will make an evolutionary step in science in 10 years that will be more than the last 100 years made in science.
Yeah, I think it's going to get exponential, actually.
Yeah. things are going exponential. You guys, I saw that I posted here in our conversational chat here in the channel. I posted a link.
It let you post a link in the channel?
Yeah, here in the chat.
Or oh, I thought you meant in like the YouTube channel. I was like, oh my god.
No, here in the Discord channel.
Yeah, got it.
And I posted it 2 days ago. It's from SciTech Daily. Quantum encryption breakthrough use light and color to create unhackable internet. My 2 cents are telling me that this is the next layer of security.
Yeah, nothing's unhackable though.
I know, because it's made by human hand. But this type of encryption might be unbreakable, even if you use quantum processors.
Yeah, so let's take a step back on what hacking is. Most of the hackers that hack stuff do not hack it through brute force digital means. They go in dumpster divers and or they go to the person's house and stalk them and get their key code or their key card to get into the building, like shit you see in the movies. That's like real shit. They don't they don't use technology to break technology. They do it through personal identity theft, or they find a flaw in the system to get into the system, so then they create a vulnerability because they have access to the system. So so yes, digitally unbreakable, but definitely hackable from a humanistic perspective, if that makes sense.
Do you know what's my next layer of thinking that might be unhackable? Combining all 5 senses into one key.
Yeah, crazy.
What I see, what I smell, what I feel, what I touch, and what I hear, these are a unique key. This is unhackable for me.
So you're basically saying your own QR code for your emotions and feelings.
Yeah,
and
at a certain
action.
specific time.
Yeah.
This is unhackable to me, man.
Yeah, I mean, you would spend your resources if you wanted to get into a system. You would do it through tangible means. You would no longer try to do a brute force attack, even with another quantum computer. You would literally, like, if you wanted to get into something so bad, you would I don't know, like an example would be some geeky dude who's unattractive and he works at one of these places. You end up sending a gorgeous model-esque woman to go date him, and that's how you get in. I mean, there's always ways. It just depends on how bad you want it, right?
Yeah.
Humans will always be vulnerable to being captured. Always. Everyone has an Achilles heel.
Being a hacker, not a hacker, a coder, what would you say about the quantum computing, man? Like, you seem to articulate things pretty well.
I think we're about 10 years away.
Do you think that's it? Do you think like that's the beginning of the end?
No, man. No. I like what you see, so you see the evolution that we've made where, I'm a child of the first desktop computer. So, like the Commodore 64 computer sitting on my desk, my dad gave it to me, and then that just domino affected my entire life. And now we have phones in our hand that are more powerful than what my dad spent in an entire he worked in a server room that was half an acre big, and our cell phone now has more power than that entire room. And I know you guys have all heard this analogy, but so the quantum equivalent of that you would imagine, like let's just use physical size. I can't even put it into words. Like I don't even have really the word. It's kind of like when someone says to you, where is Earth in relation to the universe? And it would be like looking past. It would be like looking at a God particle from a telescope. Like I can't put it into the words. The problem is we're going to be limited by physical size. So how do you interact with it? So if we're talking devices, that won't change. The speed at what the device change, the answer that you get back from your query, whatever that may be, it could be you're just holding your phone up to, you're in a foreign country and you don't read the language, and everything you see through your glasses is in your language in real time. Right now, if you do it, you have to hold the phone up to like a stop sign.
Yeah,
and
with the
it's got
Google Lens.
Yeah, and it's got to think for a few seconds, and no, it's going to be instantaneous to the point where, you ever heard the argument where people say, "Oh, my graphics card is 256 frames per second," and then somebody else goes, "Well, the game doesn't even like, the human eye can only handle so much input at a certain speed, at a certain frequency." So, where you'll see it is in non-consumer, like the benefits that you will see will be implicit. Like it won't be explicit, in the sense that your devices will run quicker, they'll run the same speed, or if not faster, with less energy. So it's all relative, right? But I think where the big benefits will not, like, the human experience can only input data at a certain rate. So the huge leap that we had in PCs and hardware, where there's a tangible, measurable difference. Like the iPhone came out, and then everything else has been going nuts since then. But if you look at some of your phones, they're the same size as what the iPhone was, or if not a little bit bigger. That won't change, unless we change into, like something like Neuralink, where you have an implant in your ear, where you no longer have earbuds, you no longer have a visual device you're holding in your hand, but still your brain can only input at a certain rate. And at that point, people will not care if something is faster. Where the huge difference that you may or may not be paying attention to will be going on 24/7, sleeping or not, and rich people will control it. People that are already powerful will control it, and so you'll start seeing exponential change in, with AI and quantum. You'll see exponential change with, like, finding certain proteins that cause cancer, or I mean protein models that to help find cures for cancer. You're going to start seeing exponential development. And you're not even going to know. Like, maybe you were saying, like, I don't know who it is, but they didn't know that there was somebody with a Neuralink implant already. Well, like, you won't even be able to keep up with the news. Let's put it that way. You will be so overwhelmed with what's happening that you'll be living your life, and then some dude will mention it to you that, oh, by the way, pigs are talking to dogs. I know it sounds ridiculous, but they're already working on with and we're not talking quantum computers. We're talking the current CPUs that we have now with AI. They're figuring out a way to where you can talk to your dog, and it can talk. Anytime it talks to you, you will understand its language if you put your earbud in. So there's going to be things like that happen that you didn't even possibly think. Some other person's working on being able to detect ghosts with AI algorithms, and quantum computers are going to be able to make that happen. I think the answer can't be, I mean, I can't answer that like what I think without mentioning them both. Quantum computers by themselves only benefits military, the rich, telecommunication companies, et cetera, et cetera.
Intelligence.
But with agencies. AI, you could actually make people's lives better. Like,
this type of move, you actually see it first in the Matrix trilogy.
Yeah, and
And
that's why,
Minority Report.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, it's funny because like a lot of them were kind of like, you know, waving their hands with a lot of that sci-fi stuff. And there's a lot of deep thinkers that all the stuff we're talking about right now, they just beat to death and they sit and they write their scripts. But they're not looking like goofballs now. They're not, I mean, it's not sci-fi at this point.
Yep.
The only thing that I think that I'm concerned about is what even Elon Musk, who's creating it. It's so funny what comes out of his mouth. He's so worried about abuse of technology, yet he's the one who's creating it. But like Neuralink, what he's kind of worried about with Neuralink is it will get past its trial phases, and the only people that will be able to afford to have it are the people that already have the money, and therefore they'll become superhuman because they will be able to be thinking without thinking, and they can query themselves without a lot of effort, and they'll have answers to everything. And then that just makes the poor to rich divide even greater.
You see, this type of debates are also, let's say, discussed in the Netflix mini series Three Body Problems.
Yep. I mean, we already see signs of it now, right? You have to have money to make money. Most of the time, you can make your money work for you, right? Isn't that the trick of rich people? Rich people don't. They take their money and they make more money with it. And if you're already smart, let's say you're already a halfway intelligent person and you're successful from a business perspective, and the only thing that's limiting you from being more powerful is your own brain power. And if you have an implant or you have something that's an assistant because you're the only one who can afford it because it's like, you know, $500,000 or $1 million or whatever the case may be, then you're just going to expand at a quicker rate and leaving everybody else behind. And that right there, when we already have a huge divide between the classes as it is without that technology, think what it's going to be like with that technology. I'm not like a defeatist with it, but I do believe that there will be enough of the pie for people to take. You'll just get less of it. An example of this, and I've said it before, where you will be able to buy a robot for the price of a car. You're like, do I buy another car because I just want a nicer car? Or do I buy a droid and then that droid works for me and does something that generates revenue? Will you be as rich as the guy who's, you know, opening up 8 data centers throughout the country and, you know, offering more services and becoming a bigger billionaire? No. But you also won't be left behind if you adopt some of these things that create automation for you. So like everybody will be up leveled if you don't fight it. If you fight it and you know, scream Skynet every day, then you're going to be left behind. And if you're okay with being left behind, then you have nobody to blame but yourself. And if you're okay with that and you're going to stand your ethical ground, then good for you, but you'll be broke when you do it.
Yeah, the tendency for us to weaponize things is pretty bad. Anyone that's done AI freaks out. I mean, we know that everyone wants it to be weaponized. We've already got the Terminators built, but luckily Elon's working on discovering the truth. Like, hopefully humans decide to do the right thing, not the wrong thing. Building the Terminators, not the right thing to do. So
it's like trying to reach the Holy Grail.
I mean, if you think about
Super Soldier, because is just so tempting for the government to build. Elon's also got blind sight, and there's been other links into the retina, and the researchers are always poached to go build super soldiers, and they don't want to do it. We've probably got a Terminators now in the lab, but let's put that aside and start working on things to.
Do you have faith, though, that the humans have the ability to police themselves?
I do, as long as they do what they, in my opinion, open source. You know, you got to have competition. You can't have people in like back alley garages or black sites or whatever. What do they call them? Dumbs. Just, you know, just going at it. Nah, I think everything's got to be open source. People can't be harboring this information or this technology. I don't think it'll work that way.
So
In my opinion.
What is the most used derogatory term that was used prior to the election? What is the thing that's been overused lately? Calling someone a Nazi, right?
I hate that. Just I don't like you. You're the worst person on the world. That's a great argument.
Okay, but the reason why it works though is because what is probably the most, I would say it's in our lifetime, but in historical sense is World War II, right? Like the Third Reich and what they did to the Jews and what they did to the world is something, the reason why someone calls you a Nazi, because it's the most despicable event in human history that, I mean, that's debatable, but let's say it is. And you sum it up by calling someone a Nazi, and then other people will go, oh, if he's called a Nazi, then like he's been judged. So what I'm trying to say is that we look down on really bad events as a society across countries. Like everybody knows what a Nazi is. So my point is that doesn't mean that there won't be bad actors. Like we had, Saddam Hussein dropped mustard gas on his own people. Like when chemical warfare was already, banned by the Geneva Convention, chemical and neurological warfare, all that stuff was, people will still do things. But I think in a holistic sense, we will hold people accountable for abusing something or doing something that is legal, but doing something illegal with it. Does not mean that there won't be something catastrophic. Doesn't mean that people won't suffer. But I think from a bigger sense, the glass half full, it's a glass half full scenario instead of glass half empty scenario. That's how I view it. I mean, we have evidence that we hold people accountable. There's historical precedent that we hold people accountable for large events. I guess the question is that, like, I think even Dbloc said this. He's like, it's the biggest scam that we managed to convince people that they're not in slavery right now, or having to work. And I think there's a lot of things that are going on that we can't measure. America has one of the worst food, like our food is contaminated, like our soil is contaminated, and yet we focus on, other things that are direct danger to you, and yet while we're being killed on our flank. So it's like, when does that turn into an event that causes people to rebel and say, yeah, that is something that we will not tolerate? How many bodies? Is it 6 million? Is it 1 billion? Is it 800,000? I don't know how many people died in COVID, but like, what is it that causes people to like take a stance and go, this is not acceptable? And that is like, that happens today without AI. There's things that we tolerate, and that is the question you have to ask, is like, what is an acceptable amount of discomfort or death? And I don't have the answer.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep things in the guardrails sometimes. First thing that comes to my mind is like, those cults, and there's human, rings, human trafficking rings.
Yep.
Like, it just feels like one of those things that like we all know is wrong, and when it comes to actually exposing and being active, activists about the whole situation, it almost feels impossible with the way that information is these days. Because the rich and powerful just cover up all the dirt they do. At least they used to.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing too, is we're in information overload. There's so many problems going on in the world. You have to pick which one you're most passionate about trying to fix. You're just overwhelmed.
And that's why I was asking you about quantum computing, because like, isn't that going to be kind of, from what I
If you think
understand, that's
Nazis
one
are
of
bad,
the
you are
catalysts
not
that are
as
going to
bright
make a
as you
world of no
think.
secrets.
Look how
You know,
many
like,
people Russian
I don't know
communists
if you
kill.
believe anything
Over
like that.
150 meters, what is that compared to
No, I
6
mean, like,
m?
I don't know, man. Who would have ever thought that? Who would have ever thought? Like, my whole lifetime, my whole reality's been tipped upside down. Like, I love getting deep in the weeds with the JFK assassination. I love that. I just love the whole dynamics of everything that's involved. And then in my lifetime, someone tried to kill either a president or a presidential candidate twice within a year. So I always thought that this is stuff we just talked about. And I never thought that these things would happen in my lifetime. And so when we say stuff like, you know, how close we were to nuclear war during the Bay of Pigs incident, et cetera, like, and then, you know, we have you know, the situation in Ukraine, and I know he tends to be bluffing, but he's like, you know, I'm going to use nukes if you guys don't back off, blah blah blah. Just like all of these things that we've talked about, and we have the privilege to talk about in like in a either debate or just sitting around a campfire with your friends. Like these, who would have thought that a president would have taken one of the richest men in the world and probably one of the greatest technological thinkers in the world, and have him stand in the Oval Office and decrypt government spending. Like I can't even. So when you think of quantum computers, like I can't even like begin to think what is reality and what is just like, oh, I'm just like going on a deep dive with you know, my fantasies or whatever. Like it's hard to process what's happening right now. For me, it is.
Oh yeah, so I guess we're in the same boat, my friend. Yeah,
Yep.
I would say like for me, the one that like kind of threw me off, and I was talking to a customer, and I was like, wow, man, like it's kind of crazy. We're actually having government or congressional hearings about UAPs, NHIs, or whatever you want to call them, and it's like that's just kind of, you know, I said it to them, and they were just like, yeah, they've been doing that, and I had to like go and look it up. I'm like, no, they haven't. Like why? I get it that it's easy to just be like, yeah, this is an everyday thing, but you know, I don't know. My mind's kind of blown by a lot of different things.
Yep. I think a lot of people are feeling it. Like I can't even explain crypto to my family. They think it's gambling. They think it's like an online casino, and I don't know what to say anymore. I've given them the speech, but they hear all this stuff, you know, from everyone else. They're overwhelmed. They don't know if it's real. They don't even know. They think it's fake. Like I don't know. It's information overload, man.
Well, just keep going, man. Apparently, that's what we're here for. You know, is to keep peeling back the layers, and apparently, it goes on and on and on.
When crypto pays for my utilities, so I don't have to pay them, then it's real to me.
See, that's another one. What about 0 point energy? You know, like it used to be a fable or whatever, but now the idea is it's very, very, very possible, and theoretically is very probable.
I mean, it's so crazy because there's a lot of negative stuff happening at the same time. There's a lot of positive stuff happening.
Like they always talk about clean energy, but they should just start building nuclear power plants.
Well,
But then people are afraid of them.
We just got our first contracts for nuclear power plants in like freaking 35 years. So we're on it, man. I mean, I didn't think it would happen, but there's new power plants being built as we speak right now.
Thank goodness. It only took them a long time.
Well, I mean, when shit like the Fukushima reactor happens in 2011, it makes you think twice. I mean, that thing is still leaking into the ocean. So I get the
I mean,
reservations, but
that was kind of a them problem because they were told if a wave this big hits it, it's gonna spill everywhere. But they're like, nah, that's not gonna happen.
I know. But we've had our 3 Mile Island,
Yeah.
and in Washington State also, the Hanford plant is still leaking into the ground. I'm not anti-nuke. I'm full nuke. Matter of fact, I'm even more so today now that they have a better way of cooling the rods. There's a
Yeah.
technique where they use liquid metal to cool the rods instead of water, so it can't evaporate and overheat because the water evaporates. Like in a nuclear meltdown, it's the way I understand it is that it gets so hot that the water evaporates and there's no more water to keep the rods cool.
Hmm.
Well, now there's a new reactor type that uses liquid metal, and that doesn't evaporate. It just gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and it gets more liquid, and it keeps the rod stabilized.
Yeah, and I also know that they've solved the problem of waste with it too, because people are like, well, what about
Oh,
the
they're using the waste. They're
waste?
using the
Yeah,
waste
because they just reuse it.
and reprocessing it in other reactors. So that's crazy.
Like, might as well. But there was some like batteries stuff that I heard of, which was like at least on a smaller scale for power, which was more like watches and stuff, which was diamond radiation batteries. I was like, well, if I can get more than 1,000 of them in one room, maybe I can power something with it. But they haven't come out with them yet. Can't buy them. So I'm like, just gotta wait. Because at that point, someone would be like, I'm powering my my electric car with diamond radiation batteries in the back.
Yep.
And since they're like, the batteries will literally last longer than you will, the car will always be charged. They're not gonna like that though, and they'll be like, we want to make it so you have to replace all the parts on the car.
It's funny because my state just came out with an article today. Saying they're going to tax based on road usage, and they said the reason why they're doing it is because they're losing revenue from all the efficient cars.
Well, yeah,
From
California.
in Washington, and
Um,
I think
I
it's
think it was.
so funny because they pushed having more efficient cars for so long. And I say
Mm-hmm.
they as in I mean the progressive liberal types, and I'm not saying that as a derogatory term. I'm just saying like the Democrats pushed that so hard, which I am in supportive of. Obviously, having more efficient anything and less pollution, right? I think any normal person would want that. But then they stepped on their own foot because now they generate less revenue from gas. And I'm like, you turds, how did you not project this? How did you not know that this was going to happen? And so
Like when you look.
what's going to happen is they want to tax you on your tabs, then they want to tax you at the gas tank, and then now they want to add on top of that taxing your road mileage.
At that
Crazy,
point, I'm
dude.
fighting them. I
Well,
don't think
there's already
Alaska would not have that because I mean we had to fix our roads every summer because the winter just destroys the roads and then you have to rebuild all of them.
I mean, I
There's
guess
always something going
the
on.
point comes in is that you're already in your mind trying to accept where your taxes are going in the first place. And then people will tell you, oh, it's for upkeep of roads. You're using these as a citizen, you're using these roads. Okay, you've convinced me that my taxes are going for something. Now that's been allocated for. And then you create a new tax to go, oh, we need taxes to take care of the roads. Wait a minute. You just told me that our taxes were used to take care of the roads. Now you're telling me you need a new tax to take care of the roads. Like, this is a scam. This is the mafia. The mafia would, this is something that the mafia would run. right? Like,
I mean, at least the mafia would be nicer about it.
or at least tell you that
Yeah.
you're getting something from it. Like, we'll protect your store if you give us $200 a month or whatever the case may be. Like, I'm not seeing any. All I see is stacking for the same excuse that you used for the prior stack of taxes. Like, we're
Like, I
dumb.
want
Like,
your
we didn't
money.
remember.
It's like, oh, you didn't remember last time? I need some more money. It's like we already paid like 30%. I don't need to give you anything else. Really,
Inception,
my
guys.
taxes should be
Inception.
less
The
than
dream behind the dream.
my taxes should be less than 10% because ain't no way that all those.
The story behind the story. The narrative keeps being the same under let's say a different name, but in the end, it's the same thing.
Who was that
Like,
guy, Klaus Schwab or something, said you will own nothing and be happy?
yeah, that's from World Economic Forum.
Yeah, and I'm like, if they really believe that that's where they want to take things, if they can just convince you that you're satisfied with your current status in life, then it won't matter that you're taxed at 70%.
Like at that point, I might as well just build a farm in my backyard and not pay anything because there's no point. It's like,
Yeah, that's the word. The word of 2025 for me is a scam.
like they put
Word of the year.
all that other stuff. And then every time people talk about like Social Security and stuff, I'm like, how did you not realize it was going to be a scam in the first place? Because you would have to have more people being born before than the prior amount of people that put money into it to keep it going.
Guys, after
Literally
your own opinion, what would be the next resource that everybody around the world will fight for?
They'll fight for
like a basic
Water.
resource.
I would guess water. Oh, you mean the next one?
I don't know. That'd be hard to
I would
say.
say water. I know water sounds such like an elementary answer, but we're
that's the
already
one.
seeing evidence of it right now as it is.
We kind of see it in Mad Max movies.
Yeah,
I know
clean
there'll
water,
be
like
no water.
Clean water. Clean, drinkable water. That's the
Michael
next
Burry
resource
has
on your
been
agenda.
Michael Burry has been into water for a long time. That was his next move. Was buying up all of the water stocks.
Dude,
that's what Nestle did.
On my house alone, I'm up to like $33,000 worth of equipment that filters the shit out of my water that comes into my house. It's stupid. Oh, so get this softener. You get the softener, and it's like it gets rid of the chlorine and some calcium and shit like that. And then they test the water, like, oh, by the way, you still have arsenic in your water. You need to get this filter. Okay, I'll get that filter. The next thing, after like 5 years of buying bullshit, it's like up in the 30 grand state, 30 grand.
And then you need a bit of magnesium, zinc, and I don't know, a little bit of copper.
Oh yeah, man, I got this. Like the reason why I live out in the boonies, so we're off of like this well system, and obviously the well water, a lot of it is coming from higher elevation, which rain dumps up there. The rain's already acid rain to begin with, so now all the wells are contaminated, and it's just crazy what you have to do to just, I mean, I don't even, and then the whole thing that about the microplastics in the water and all that shit. So there's a microplastics filter on there, and it's just like, oh my God. I'm not like overly paranoid. It's not really like, if that's what you're going to be consuming in your body, I think it's worth the investment. But think about all the people that can't filter their water. Again, poor people are on the on the end, the worst side of the stick.
Yep.
The shit end of the stick. It's like they always get screwed because they can't keep up with, this. If you were to, go 60 years back, the water was definitely cleaner.
Yep.
It just costs too much to be healthy. That's why fast food and cheap food is killing people because it's cheap.
At some point in our
It's
human
funny.
evolution, water will surpass the price of gold.
Yeah, yo, it's kind of crazy you guys talking about water. I just had I've been thinking about it. You know, the fluoride with microplastics, all that. And I was
Yeah.
like, yo, you got to find some water that I can buy, in bulk, in glass. Like, where does that exist? And I was making a delivery, and this lady, she's actually my tax lady. She had these big old glass jars where, they're refillable from whatever company. I think it's called like Mountain Water or something like that. And I had to go look it up, man. I was like, yeah, that's what I need. And it's like $40 for 5 gallons. So I was like, man, I might have to pull the trigger. But that's a lot. 40 for one of those the Culligan bottles. But just because it comes in water, in glass, it's like 40 something bucks each.
Guys, talking about resources, because now we are kind of on the same side, and we talk about resources, yeah. And we are looking, as I would call us smart guys and a little bit brainy people around our community. Just look on the charts and search for just one ingredient that's called cocoa. The price of cocoa. Have you actually been seeing what was the price of 1 ton of cocoa worldwide traded on the stocks?
No, has it been fluctuating?
It's not actually fluctuating, but it's going only upper per ton. Look at the price per ton.
Damn, man, I put that shit in my coffee every morning. I better be paying attention to that.
You see? It has reached $10,000 per ton unprocessed cocoa. And the price is only going up. Cocoa, it's much more expensive than gold now.
Yeah, I remember CryptoFace used to chart coffee beans.
But if you look at the charts, it's going parabolically, man. At 1 week time frame.
Damn, I missed that trade. Holy jeez.
Are you looking at the
The
chart?
chart is going parabolic.
Yeah.
What coin?
No, he's talking about commodities. He's talking about cocoa beans or cocoa in general.
Oh,
Raw.
On Pepperstone, yeah. Although the market is closed, it's $10,000 per ton. And the price is only
you
going
trade
upward, guys.
commodities as well? You trade oil?
I personally trade oil.
I'm just looking at the charts.
Yeah, oil can have some insane volatility as well.
It's hard. It's like it's hard to focus on both. I just basically buy dips and then get out when I think it's gone up too much. Just trade the RSI, that's all I do.
Guys, do you know what Ukraine has in insane amounts that nobody else on the planet actually has?
Man, the president just mentioned it the other day when he says we need to
They
secure our
have like certain
It's definitely
like
raw, right?
Just search on the Google
yeah, some
the next phrase: neon biggest exporter. Ukraine has 70%
neon.
neon. Yeah, it's a rare gas.
No wonder China was
But they also
supporting
have
Russia.
rare earths, I think.
Yeah.
And they have really good
But-
soil as well.
Do you know where
They
neon
have
is
some of the
used?
best soil in the world. Nope.
Do you know where neon is used?
I mean,
in semiconductors.
Yeah, I can't.
And who's the biggest
Oh,
producer
that's interesting.
of semiconductors in the world? China.
Well, yeah,
Taiwan.
Taiwan actually is right there with them, but yeah, it's Eastern Asia.
So, what are the interests in Ukraine? Neon, because somebody actually wants to produce semiconductors. But who's that? It's not Russia, and my guess it's not United States.
I mean, that makes sense why China is supporting Russia. I mean,
now you see?
Yeah, and then North Korea obviously is there to be a minion to China, and that's why
maybe at some point you've seen in the news in small remarks that Chinese President Xi Jinping wants at the round table United States, Ukraine, and Russia. Why? It's because of those 70% worldwide neon supply in Ukraine.
I think they have cobalt. They even have uranium. They have a bunch of stuff.
Yep.
It's like, damn, China, you got 78, 81% of the world's rare earth materials. You really need the rest? Fuck off already. Jeez. Just be happy with
I
what
mean,
you
they got
got.
to keep those switch ups moving somehow. And all the people keep trying to escape the buildings.
Guys, you know, China is a large, let's say, market, and it's one of the richest countries in the world. But in South Africa, up until December 2024, was the biggest mine in the world with around 900 tons of gold. In China was discovered in December 2024 an even bigger mine in gold. It has 1,100 tons of gold in China. So basically, the Chinese are a little bit richer than they were until December.
There's probably metal everywhere. People just don't look for it too much until they find it, and they're like, "Oh, we got some now."
A lot of our metals in the United States are on national forest land, so it's hard. It's not that easy to go mining on national forests.
Like there's probably a bunch of gold up here somewhere, but no one's gonna find it because they're not gonna let them.
Well, there's probably an owl reservation or some freaking swallow or something that's rare that you can't disturb their habitat. It's a tough line. Like I get it. We need to, we're into preservation, but at what cost? Like if there's a way you can relocate them or create another habitat somewhere where the metal's not at, and then mine the metal, and then replant after the metal has been extracted. I don't know. It's hard. It's like I'm a coward when it comes to it because I can't take a stance. I just know what the problems are.
So if as long as you could like move them and then fill it back and then put trees back there, it wouldn't matter too much.
Yeah,
But
but
if
you
you just
can't.
leave a giant hole there, it's gonna be a problem.
I get it, but you can't tell the activists that, man. They just don't listen. They don't listen. They just think it's all scorched earth. Because we have a precedent for that, right? Like there's evidence of that that we didn't take care of the land, and someone just needs to lead the way, I think, and have a like a battle plan all drawn out, and then have accountability and auditing to make sure it's being implemented in the
Actually,
way.
there is a way to fill the hole now that I think about it. The fastest. It would be to get places that make like juice and stuff that have like fruit peels and then just fill the hole with that and then throw some seeds in there. Because I know there was a story that these people were looking for one of the places where one company was dumping all their orange peels at. And then they wandered into a dense forest and then they're like, oh, it's literally right under us. But
Yeah, that's crazy.
it's been so long that all the trees and stuff grew way faster on that one spot because all the nutrients from the oranges.
Like Westheiser, or I think it's called Westheiser. They're a paper company up here in the Pacific Northwest. Westhauser, I think, or I don't know. I forget their name, but they've their scientists or whoever the scientists that work for them have found a way to grow our fern, elder, hemlock trees, which people just generally call evergreen trees, I guess. 3 times as fast through genetic engineering, and then everybody's against that now. Like, why? Why? Instead of 30 years for a tree, you grow it in 10 years, and then you harvest it for lumber. What are you harming by doing that? I don't get it. Like, you're not eating the trees, so I get the whole thing with genetic foods, right? I get that argument. Great.
I
Well,
mean,
we're not
eating
we're
the
not
tree, that could be argued.
yeah, we're not eating the trees.
Technically, the shredded cheese has trees on it, but yeah, shredded
Do you think
cheese.
your house's 2x4 is really gonna care that it
Uh,
grew in 10 years versus 30? Like,
nah, it's not. Like I would be like, yeah, grow forest and then see how strong the wood is. Because
yeah,
if
they're saying the same density, the same exact tree you get in 10 years versus 30. So you're not growing like an alder, where an alder will go really, really fast, but the ring, when you cut it and you look at the rings are super wide, because they're spongy and they're a soft wood. But what
mm,
what they're saying is they were able to gain the same density of a 30-year tree in 10 years.
mm, that's interesting. You just
You know,
plant a bunch of them. Don't even tell them. Just throw a couple in the forest.
I wouldn't be surprised if they've already done that, but. And I guess on private land they're allowed to plant them. They can't plant genetic modified trees on leased forest land, because the forest industry will lease land for growing trees, but I guess they can't be genetically modified. Which that's where most of the clear cutting's happening, is on forestry, on national forest land that's controlled. And it's
Mm.
usually not, it's way, way out there where it's nowhere near the parks.
I swear, every time I place it down, it just goes up. I hope it just slams into the top. But it most likely. Where are you going down? Go, go, go.
Nope. Go, Biddy, go. Look at that bounce. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. I appreciate the conversation earlier, Jacket. You're really easy to listen to.
Really? Sometimes, man, I suffer from imposter syndrome, so I try to shut up because I don't want to suck all the oxygen out of the room. So I appreciate that.
No, it's like if you were a podcast, you'd be easy to follow. You speak like in a language I can understand, but I can tell you're pretty bright, but well-rounded. So it's like you're down to earth, and you're speaking in a way that I pick up what you're putting down.
I am recording what you just said, and I'm gonna play it in the home stereo system for my kids because they freaking roll their eyes whenever I talk.
That's because you're their dad. It's different.
And I remember you saying something like somebody was asking you a question while you were talking. You're like, you asked me a question when I was talking. I have ADHD. I can't and I'm the same way. I have a hard time. I have a hard time getting back on track if someone disturbs my thought process. That so hit home when you said that to whoever interrupted you. I know they didn't mean to interrupt you, but
no, I know that they didn't mean to either. But then I was just like, oh man, I lost it.
Yep, I'm the same way.
You can dissect it further, and it's like, oh, does whatever you need to say more important than what I was just gonna say?
But one thing I noticed with my attention deficit is I noticed someone was trying to get in, so then I'm like, it's like, this is a thing I've learned over time, especially working in a corporate environment, is like I try to circle back and go, sorry, I didn't mean to be bloviating. You were trying to say something, and I kept talking because I didn't want to get. It's like a safety mechanism. I don't want to let them to take over the conversation because I will lose thought. And then what I do, because I feel like that's rude when I do that to people, so then I circle back and then I say, I noticed you were trying to get in a point, and it's really helped my career because I was always coming off as somebody who bloviated too much and took too much of the conversation. So it's like a technique I've been trying to like use. I try to use it on my wife too, and which she appreciates. And people without ADHD, they don't really know. They don't understand it, and they don't get it.
Yeah. Like it could be a form of stimming, and like some people rock back and forth when they're trying to listen or trying to not speak over the other person because they don't want to come off rude. But it's like if you lose the thought process, then you're chasing it for the next whatever time, and you can have time blindness, and so you don't realize how much time has passed. But yeah, it's hard to have a conversation.
I have these little like those little balls people roll around in their hands. I have like a little fidget thing I use in my hand. I used to rock, but now I fidget with a thing. It's like a little it lets me snap these little buttons back and forth, and it doesn't make any noise. Yeah.
It's like made of silicon.
Yeah, and I just keep playing. I play with that instead of a rock.
That's cool. Yeah, I do that with like I draw, so I'll have a pen or a pencil. I like to, this is my spark just went in my mind, and I remember I used to be an actor, and I was down in Hollywood this one time, and I was at a Hannah Montana casting director workshop, and it just so happened to be at a Scientology church, but I didn't know what Scientology was back then. And so afterwards, these proctors come in and start saying, hey, do you want to be a better actor? We have these other courses and this and that. And I was so young and starved for, let's do whatever, let's go for it. And, it's only $25 more because I had already paid for this workshop. And so anyways, I come to the whatever. They didn't call it a Scientology, nothing. But they were just like, come to this thing. So I went, and they gave me this. The building was amazing. It was just like one of the oldest downtown LA buildings that exist down there. And so I was like taken aback by the architecture and not paying attention. And so I sit at this table, and they give me this workbook to do, and I'm doing it, and then I'm twirling my pen because of the ADHD, which I didn't know I had then. And then I'm reading this thing, and I'm twirling it, and this proctor comes up to me, and she's like, what word don't you understand? Just randomly out of the silence just says that to me, and I was like, what do you mean? I said, I'm just studying here, I'm reading this book. And then she's like, nah. And then she goes to these shelves on the wall, and she brings me back this like comic graphic novel of this kid that's looking around and playing and happy. And then she flips the page, and she goes, this is you right now. And it was like he was tearing his hair out, and he's like, I don't get it, I don't understand. And she goes, where'd you learn how to study? And I go, what are you talking about? I was so confused. And she's like, well, I saw you twirling your pen, which means that you probably were reading something and you scathed over this word that you didn't understand, so you decided to skip over it. And she's like, where'd you learn how to study? And I go, I don't know, school? And she goes, what does studying mean? And I was like, I don't know, what kind of actor workshop is this? And And so I was there stimming, but she thought like there was a word I didn't understand, and then I was just like, yeah, it lasted 2 days and found out it was a Scientology thing. And it's been like 15 years, and I'm still somehow on their mailing list. My mailman must be so like, every time I
Yeah,
move, they find me, and
they
I
don't
just
give
tell
up.
them, I believe in Leia Remini. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I looked into MetaShare company just to see what it was about, and that was the worst mistake. I gave them my email. Somehow, I think I signed in with my Gmail, which has my phone number, and then they would not stop calling me. They're like a religious-based meta sharing, like insurance or whatever. They are so ruthless. The king of marketers. All those religious organizations are the king. They are brutal. They do not give up. So I get it. Like they used to come to my door, but I think 2 German shepherds peeking out the window turned them off. So now they're all digital. Yeah, I have a Scientology friend, and he is very gentle when he analyzes me and sees the things that I'm doing. But he has like a whole like library of knowledge to help me deal with problems naturally instead of what they gave us when we were kids. Like they gave me Ritalin when I was in elementary school, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that could have been solved through natural means," and I'm just like, "Oh boy, thanks for telling me now." But he won't hesitate to tell me, "Oh, you're doing it right now." I'm doing what? You're doing the thing where you're you're listening, but you're not hearing. I'm like, crap.
I live with someone like that, and I just wait. I wait for her to come back. I go, I can tell you're someplace else in your head, and I'll wait for you to come back. Or she'll talk so much that she'll lose me, and I'll go, can you ask me a question or something to get me more involved in this conversation? Because it's not that I'm not interested. I just need more stimulation from this
That is
conversation.
exactly it. Maybe that is the key thing too. It requires more stimuli to stay motivated to absorb information.
Yeah, like in school, I was one of those doodlers. I had to draw in order to pay attention in school, and of course, I'm getting in trouble for drawing. So I think I'm not paying attention. I'm like, no, give me any test. I'm gonna do better than these fools over here.
Maybe that's why crypto draws attention, because there's so much going on. Keeps me busy.
Yep, there's so much stimulation in your head going on, and it quiets your mind from the other stuff. The only thing that like bothers me when I'm doing it is the hours I could spend doing it, and then I'll start to feel guilty that I'm not more physically in maybe a family member's life or my partner's life. Like I'm
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
I better go downstairs and do this boring thing.
I'm with you. I'm constantly what is that? Uh, um, uh, doing what is it called? Right, I don't know why I'm struggling with the terminology right now, but it's backfeed testing. So you're doing you're it's not really regret, but you're like, how can I do this and do something else at the same time? And like I'm a Coinbase trader. Like I've done all of the I've done all the leverage and all of the, you know, the different platforms and exchanges, and I've just found that Coinbase is my happy place. But Coinbase app was really bad when it first came out. And now it's better. So now I can actually go hang out with my family, and I don't stare at my phone, but I'll get out, I'll be in trades, but I'll be hanging out with them by the fire, chilling out. And then if it buzzes as if something drops too much where it's an opportunity to get in or whatever, then I'll grab my phone, I'll make the trade and then put it back down. But that way it's like a best of both worlds where I'm not at my computer, because I am at my computer all day because of my job. The last thing I want to do is be at my computer in the evening or on the weekends. And so it's kind of like a best of both worlds where I could like not miss opportunities. But I totally feel that. I totally feel like, yeah, it's a good, it definitely keeps my mind busy. And I'm even at peace when I'm losing money, because I'm strategizing of what I could do. Should I DCA? Do I get out of the trade? Let me look at zoom out. Like let me look at liquidate. Like there's all the stuff to just constantly keep you busy, and that to me almost feels like it's like a game. Even though it's with real money, which is might turn other people off. Like focus. But
Yeah, we're hyper focusing on training or practicing like a sport. It's like, let me hyper focus on these trades, and then like you learn, and it costs you money. But I've explained it to my inner circle of what I do, and someone who has ADHD, and then she's like, I'm so proud of you. Like she's really proud of me for sticking with it, even though it's cost me a lot of money. But when I've made success with Sui and Deep, and the last year and a half, it's like she's so proud that I didn't give up, and that other people out there in the world wouldn't stick to something because if they lost money like that, they'd quit. They'd be like, oh no, I'm not gonna touch that oven again. Like I lost or whatever the feeling is. It's like quitting somehow if they don't try again. And then so it's cool to see the hard work of the hyper focus pay off, and for someone else to see it.
You see when they say embrace failure, because it motivates you, it gives you even you might make a new mistake, but you probably are not going to make the same mistake. And if you do, it'll probably be a year gap in between, or maybe the next season, because maybe you forgot. But generally speaking, they say embrace failure, and I think that's even more important in crypto, to embrace failure, because the stakes are higher.
I've definitely made the same mistake more than once, but I think it was more in leverage trading, and then like I'll beat myself up for it, like, dang it, Tana, like you done this before, remember? And I'll go, oh yeah, yeah, you see, you got tunnel vision here. And I'll just have a whole conversation.
Yeah, you feel like you're in a different situation, but you're not, and you're just like, oh man, you reflect back and you're like, man, I did that same thing again. How did I not, why did I do that? But like there's no stake in the game. When someone fails at something in life, maybe they're doing, maybe it's a mom getting the house perfect for a birthday party, and there's something that they missed. It's like most of the time the kid won't even notice, but in their mind they think they failed. But here there's a consequence for failing. Like you have less cash to make your next trade. So it burns in a little bit more. It makes you even better, I think. That's just, for me, it does. But yeah, there's times where I lost money and I just wanted to give up. And I'm like, this is not the time to give up. It's like selling at the bottom. Giving up because you lost money is the same thing as selling at the bottom.
Yeah, I've definitely walked away, and that's helped me. That's but I come back, maybe it'll be a few days or a week or a month later. But I'll find some way to get back. I think that's how I was able to take a break from these charts for so long, was I hyper focused on Web3 instead, and taught myself DeFi and all about liquidity providing and liquidity pools, and it was like this whole new aspect of crypto that existed, and I was like, oh, now I got to get good at this thing. And once I did, I could apply it towards these charts that we look at today that are way more there's way more liquidity involved, so you don't feel like you have to face rug pulls so you could trade it
Yeah.
differently.
I love that too, because like just getting into crypto, like because there's enthusiasts, right? They don't really trade, but they'll make their one purchase a year or whatever, and they talk a good game. And then you have the people who will actually get in and trade. And then there's people like you and Dbloc who get even in more depth in crypto. It's like you are, so in like special ops, there's tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 operators. You guys are like tier 1 of crypto. Like I'm a tier 3. Like I just go in and I do my spot trading and I pay attention, I buy dips. But it's just cool that there's different layers of, okay, I'm in crypto. Now I'm in deeper in crypto. Like most people wouldn't even know what DeFi means. Like they won't even know, like, oh, crypto. And then you're talking about this other thing inside crypto. Is another thing inside that? Does it keep nesting? Like, what is this? And you can't, if you cannot talk DeFi with someone who doesn't even understand crypto. You have to explain crypto first, then DeFi. And it's like, I love the different layers and how everybody can get the best, like what area that they want to focus on, which is just crazy. It's just, I don't know.
Sometimes it could be exhausting, and I felt tired from it. I'm not sure what month mark I hit, but maybe it was summer. And I was just like, okay, I'm a little tired of this now. Because sometimes when it keeps opening up those layers of learning, you just don't want to keep feeling like you're not good at it. Because that's what I was feeling. I felt there were so many new things that were happening that I was just like, oh no, I just want to go back to feeling masterful, even if I'm not a successful trader. Like I wanted to go back to the normie Bitcoin, Doge, XRP stuff. And so then I came back and was way more active in this community rather than
I like that. Normie. I'm a normie.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean it in a bad way.
No, it's good. I mean, that is, to be honest with you, I like that because it shows me that I'm controlling my attention disorder, because I tend to like have a bunch of projects around the house that are not done because I'm a jack of all trades, master at none. And there comes a time when you just have to be normal at something enough to accomplish it. You don't have to be.
That's a symptom of ADHD, is having a
Yeah.
bunch of projects
Yep.
and not finishing.
Yep.
But it feels good when you can finally finish one. Some people, especially the boomer generation, they can come off as hoarders because they've got every nook and cranny of their house filled to the brim with different projects, and I might need that later. And maybe you're into cars, so you have a lot of project cars out on your yard. And
you know that ADHD, it's not a disease.
It's a mental disorder.
No.
Yeah, it's a neurodivergency. Neurodivergent brain.
I would call it in a different way, that you are seeing and you're perceiving life and surroundings in a different manner.
Yeah, it's not a disease. It's just a mental. It's a mentality
it's a disorder.
disorder.
It's like a lot of people have disorders, but the thing with attention is that if you don't devote attention and you move on to something else and you have a bunch of stuff that's not accomplished, it's actually very toxic to your life and your relationships with other people. There's a lot of disorders you can have that are completely inert that will not affect your relationships with other people. But the reason why ADHD is called out so much is because it literally can destroy your friendships, it can destroy your family, it can destroy your career. And it's not like you're an alcoholic, it's not like you're abusing yourself, it's not like you wanted this to happen. And I think
it's the way your brain functions, man.
Well, but the thing is, everybody uses it these days and say, I've got ADHD. So then if everyone has it, then no one has it. And it's like, no, I don't think you really understand what it is. Like I literally have 4 projects around the house right now that are not done and my kids have to live with it.
Yeah. And tell me if this is true, because I also, was diagnosed at a young age when my dad just wasn't having that. But from what I understood, doing research for adult ADHD, it's like it has to do with like the reward receptors in your brain, right? So it's like certain
Absolutely.
things you don't get the same reward, the feeling that someone who does when they accomplish things. And I'm sure there's layers to it and there's a spectrum, but that's just kind of how I understood it. I'm glad you
Oh,
can co-sign
it,
that.
no, man, it's like that. And I always say to myself, you need to do this for you, not for others. And like I have a bunch of projects that are really complex and really every time someone sees it, they're like, "Man, you must have a bunch of elves working for you in your shop. How did you do this? This is incredible." And then somebody else will do something half as complex as I do and make an entire YouTube channel on it. So I'm not doing it for validation from others, but I do realize when others are uncomfortable because I did not finish something. Like an example would be I have a really complex medieval staircase I've been working on in my house, and it's taken me like several years to get it done. And I was gonna finish it over Christmas break, but our shower went out downstairs. It leaked and it had a bunch of problems. And I said, I was going to use the Christmas break to finally finish this stairs project because it's now eating and my kids are like frustrated. They got to step around shit and all this stuff. And I said, do you want the shower done or do you want the stairs done that I've been trying to finish? And she's like, I want the shower. And I took my entire vacation and just focused. And every time I didn't want to get up because I was sore or I didn't feel personal satisfaction, I knew it not being done was going to affect. My wife was starting to get this post-traumatic stress disorder of, oh great, he's going to start it and he's not going to finish it. So yes, it motivated me what others thought, but because it needed to be functional, not because I wanted to show it off. So I ended up getting a quote for like 25 grand to get the shower done. And I just said, screw it, I'm not paying 25 grand. I'm just going to do it myself. And it ended up turning into this huge, beautiful, medieval looking shower with, raw stone and like high end. I did the plumbing, I did everything, but my fear of how my ADHD and not finishing a project because I personally was not impressed with what was going on, and I just there was no reward. I had to step outside of my disorder and go, this is really going to help someone else. And it took a lot to get there. Like I really had to like go into the depths of my brain to motivate myself each day to work on it.
Yeah, you bring up a lot of good points. And the person before you who spoke about the rewards, you're like not getting the dopamine hit of like that's why you skip to the next thing because your dopamine levels are lower and you're not getting that same like award or reward for doing something. Whatever the chemical is that makes you feel, I guess the dopamine, just all your happy chemicals, your neurodivergent brain isn't getting. And so other people might think like, oh, you just don't care. You don't care about me. You're not gonna do this for me, so therefore you don't care. And it's like, no, I my brain's literally lagging me and I get no fulfillment. I have no desire to do this, and your brain can shut down, and the little dopamine that you find are little hits. And so it's good that like now it's more common, more people are talking about it, and there's more programs out there for the youth. And what you're speaking about, like beating yourself up over these people are counting on me, and it sucks that they feel this way because I'm not finishing something. And what you can find along the way to help you get that reward, it could be like maybe one of your favorite drinks. Like if you like energy drinks, maybe you could walk to the gas station and get you like a nice cold one, or a Slurpee, or like just some little reward. Oh, I did really good. I hung this mirror up. This mirror has been sitting in my hallway for the last 2 months. I'm finally going to hang it up. And it sucks because I gotta go get the leveler. It's just all these tasks. all of these tasks that rack up, and you got to check off each one. So it's not, oh, I'm going to hang up that mirror. It's, no, I have to go get my toolbox, get the leveler out, measure it, get the measuring tape, get a pencil. Does this look straight? Oh, no, I got to redo it. And so all of those tasks can make you just not want to do it in the first place. So then the mirror sits there on the ground in everybody's way and starts collecting dust on you.
Yeah,
So,
and I would say that. Oh, go ahead. My fault. I was going to co-sign that.
No, just my closing is that caffeine can really help with this. Caffeine, some people with ADHD brains, caffeine hits their brains a lot different. So the neurodivergence, the chemicals in your brain, the caffeine will give you that dopamine. And maybe you can drink more caffeine than someone who doesn't have ADHD. And they might look at you like, oh, you're a freak, like that's bad for you, or whatever. But it's literally the closest you can get to feeling, quote, normal, unquote, so that you can feel alive or feel like you're like being able to coexist with other normal people that aren't neurodivergent. And so caffeine, and then this other thing that I actually can recommend, I'm using right now. I don't know if you guys have heard of NAD plus, but I'd Google that one, NAD plus. And it's basically, I forget entirely what the acronym stands for, but it helps your mental focus. And you can buy it in many different forms. You can even get injections. You just get like a prescription online, and it's kind of expensive to do it that way, but they make a liquid form. It's the only other way that I would recommend is there's this company.
NMN is a precursor to NAD, because NAD can't really be processed directly by your body. So if you take like NMR or NMN, they will turn into NAD in your body, which NAD is like your energy, your cellular energy.
Like the ability to turn food into actual energy.
So if you're taking NAD, you'd probably feel even more benefit from, I don't really like NMR, I don't know why, but NMN, it's mono.
I was going to say one thing that did help me, and I wrote that down, by the way. I really appreciate that. But I would say, for me, one thing that helped, and we all heard meditation or whatever, but I don't know if you guys have an issue with overthinking sometimes. I don't know if that's like a byproduct of ADHD or what, but me, my personality type, I overthink. I can't help it. Over analytical. But one thing that I picked up through meditation, not that I do it a whole lot anymore, but the one thing that correlated for me was when I would overthink because I'm like around too many people or so concerned with what other people are thinking. I don't know if you guys know so much about how like your brain has a hard time telling an action from like a thought. So like I would run into these like these dead ends in my thought process where I would think through a process so much that my brain, from what I understood, like kind of like thought it did it already. So it kind of made it redundant, not so like fulfilling. It's like almost like just like playing the scene over and over in my head too many times. And then when I go to actually do it, there's no fulfillment. And so like for me, when I try to practice being in the moment, not thinking about the future, not thinking about the past, that like for some reason, like just like locks me in like so much more if I can remember to not, think about my bills that are coming up or, think about what I did yesterday or, because I'll think of 20 different things in 20 seconds. And so I know whenever I practice just like paying attention to what I'm doing at that exact moment, like it gets kind of crazy.
You ever remember the movie The Last Samurai, where he's teaching Captain Ugrin how to use the sword, and he's like, no mine. He kept saying no mine because he was overthinking it. He was overthinking the craft of the sword, and that's so like it's that's a Buddha. I think it's it's like a I don't know if it's Buddhist or whatever, but it's like no mind. And you know, I saw that brain sauce in the chat was like, stop thinking, thought equals conflict. Yeah, thank you. But like, you can't tell someone like us to stop thinking. It doesn't work that way. Don't you think we know that we're overthinking too much, and what does Dbloc call it? Analysis paralysis, or analysis paralysis. Like,
Yeah.
we know what the problem is. We know that it's happening. It's not easy to just stop thinking. The more you tell yourself to stop thinking, the more you think. And then I have friends who have some of the same symptoms as me, like they ate lead as a kid when they didn't know lead was bad, like chewing on toys with lead. I don't know what like, obviously it doesn't happen anymore. I can't change what happened to me when I was in elementary school. However, like some of my friends that are that way, I'm in a state where marijuana is legal. So they're all eating edibles to either mask their problem or to function properly. And I've never done that. Like I can't get into taking drugs to solve it. So I suffer. But now as I'm getting older, I'm like, well, why don't you just go get some edibles? Because look, they're happy. They're chilling out. They're not stressed. Why don't I just go try some edibles? And so I'm like contemplating that in my mind because I cannot get my mind to stop thinking.
Jacket, can I suggest something?
Word.
To alleviate this type of symptoms, you can extrapolate a bit the interaction from your side as a human being with a pet, an animal, especially a dog or a cat.
Oh yeah, dude, you're gonna laugh. I have 4 cats and 2 German Shepherds, man, in my house, and it helps.
That's bloody amazing. Congratulations for that.
One sitting on my desk right now staring at me talking to you.
My dog also helps me when I'm actually overthinking, and I'm actually deeply involved in this process of judging or analyzing or over analyzing something. It kind of senses me and gets near me and distracts me, and these type of distractions are quite beneficial.
Dude, I could be stressed out and I can go pick up one of my cats and it instantly gets rid of my problems, at least if it's just for a temporary moment of relief.
Yeah, but this type of bonding actually helps.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. I can't explain enough like how therapeutic animals are. You can say it to non-animal lovers all you want, but they just have to experience it. And the unconditional love they get is just amazing.
Yeah, I have a dog. I know it. I've been away from my home for 4 continuous days, and a friend of mine took care of my dog. And when I came back last night, the dog slept with me in my bed over me, like begging not to leave home again. Like literally slept on top of me for the entire night, man.
No, I love that. My 2 German Shepherds are on my calves whenever I open the door, for the UPS guy or Amazon guy. They are on me, one on the left, one on the right, and they're just waiting for command. And they just stick to me like glue.
Oh yeah, dogs. Oh, ooh, I got one for you guys. I don't know. This is very basic, but this is one that I learned, and I'm religious with this now, and I don't even notice it. But instrumental music. I'm sure everybody's a fan of lo-fi. You know what I'm saying? Things like that. But instrumental music without lyrics, get the right kind, man, it's better than drugs.
Yeah, it helps.
Brain frequencies. You and I are in sync, man. I took up like making music too as a second thing to like outside of crypto.
Oh, that's me too, bro. I gotta get the fruity. I got the demo for the Fruity Loops. But yeah, I've never produced anything, man. Same thing. I'm like, I just need to have this little hobby. So I'm gonna pay for the full price for that program and start getting to work.
Dude, I got so bad for me that I actually picked up well, I bought one and then I made the other one, but two medieval instruments I've been learning how to play just because it puts me at peace. I get frustrated because I have sausage fingers and I can't hit keys and strings very well, but I'm learning, but it gets my mind, at least I'm frustrated at an action instead of frustrated with my mind, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. I think there's studies to say that just like the ability to use music or to play music, read music, to associate things in keys, like it does something to both hemispheres of the brain. And so I myself didn't pick up I tried violin for a second, but no interest, So, but it makes me wonder if that's like one of the key things I missed out on.
You're too late, man. I'm old, so like I thought I kept saying to myself, "You're too old. You're too old. You can't learn an instrument." But I just went and bought one, and it's handmade from Poland. It's called a hurdy-gurdy. I don't know if you know what one is, but it's an instrument that you crank, and then you also play on keys. So you have a melody, drone, but you're cranking it, and so you're getting the beat, and then so you're getting all your signatures and timings, and then you play the melody. It's pretty insane, man. Like I mean, I feel like I'm transported back, 800 years or something.
Interesting. Yeah, yeah. They also got those beat games on well, I don't know if you call them a game, but you can make little beats, like the beat machines, but you can download them on your phone, and then like some of them turn them into a game with the little timing and everything, almost like a Rock Band. Yeah, those are cool, man. I love those. Like right before bed, I'll play those.
I mean, I pulled out the old Xbox 360, that game where you jump around on the floor and shit for the kids during COVID, because I was like, you guys are not getting enough exercise because they were homeschooled during COVID, and I said, you don't have PE, so you're gonna do something, and I brought that thing out, man. They love that thing. But yeah, that whole instrumental music, I mean, don't get me wrong, I love really good lyrics too, but they ain't coming from me. Like I don't mind doing sample packs or whatever of good lyrics, at least legato lyrics. They don't even need to be words. They could just be, M's, ahs, and O's and stuff. But just the instruments and the sounds and the melodic nature of instrumental music is just so, I could talk about it forever.
Since you're not making music yet, this is what I do, and it's so funny. I'll be playing music on my route and stuff, and people are always coming up to me, man, what are you playing? And I have to tell them, be like, man, I really don't know, because it's just some random producer who put their music or their instrumentals on Google Play or their Google YouTube Music, and like, man, there's thousands of producers, so you can go in there and just like search, and people are making AI music too, but whatever, and you just go in there and search. Like I like classics, oldies, but then with like a trap, like boom bap bass beat or whatever, or some orchestra, some Bach, Beethoven, man. You can find some amazing mixes, man. Aretha Franklin, like, and you'll just get into a zone, and like, or you'll just spend hours just finding a playlist and putting together a playlist for work or working out, something. And I don't know, to me, that's very therapeutic as well.
Yeah, I actually released music, but I'm not, it's not serious, just SoundCloud and Spotify and shit.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it's all, what would you consider it's like hobby level, right? It's just hobby level.
Guys, as we now talk about music, have you heard there's a new type of piano released? It's called Rolly piano system.
Oh, I saw the advertisement for that on Instagram.
Yeah, I saw it too, and I checked it, and it's only available in the United States.
Damn, I hate that when that happens. But to be fair, man, to get hardcore, traditional, legitimate medieval instruments, you don't get them from the United States. I got two of mine from Europe because it's the only ones that are the masters in the craft. So it kind of goes both ways, right?
Yeah.
If you want traditional like instruments that are ancient, there's a lot of artisans in Europe, but you don't find them in the United States. If you want some of the new electronic like gadgetry, you know, sometimes they release it in the United States before everyone else, which is kind of sad.
But one of the oldest instruments, percussion instruments, are actually the drums, because of the tribal songs.
Yep. Deerskin drums, frame drums, and shaman drums.
Yeah.
Crazy old.
So it seems we quite have a couple of options here on this planet Earth.
Oh, it's overwhelming. Like I wish I could live another life and try it again.
Hey, you can't blame yourself for being stuck with us here.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, like, you know, maybe it's to do with globalism. Like back in the day, you'd literally you would just be lucky that you meet somebody that has some craft that you might be interested in. But today it's one click. You just go onto YouTube and you can see all the stuff that the entire world is doing, and it's overwhelming. There's so much cool shit to do.
But you actually know that all of us, like literally all of us on this planet Earth, we actually have it bounded into our human body cells, this type of information. All the information that is all around of us has been eroded in our body cells as information, but it's in a dormant state.
Yeah, sometimes it takes some sort of inspiration, imagery or sound to pull it out.
Yeah. We needed the triggers.
I put a link to one of my songs for anyone who's interested. You know, if you're just curious, I put it in off-topic chat. My music is weird, so if I warn you. If you're not a medieval person, if you're not into medieval music or anything like that, it won't ring a bell, but it's kind of got like an EDM, what would you say, spin on it.
And looks like Bitcoin is gonna keep chopping for a while.
Yeah, but it's gonna go down because I see DXY jumping and futures are going down, ES1 and Q1.
Yes, and we broke that support resistance flip. So yeah.
On Dixie?
No, on Bitcoin.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, my phone died like 15 minutes ago. I didn't mean to just like that. I'm sorry.
But by the way, guys, I have a question. Why isn't Netflix going to the sky on stocks? It's $1,000 per share. it's in a parabolic move, and I don't understand why. Have you seen the charts of Netflix?
No, I haven't. I don't know what their market cap is though.
Either somebody's watching too many movies on TV on that platform, or I don't get it.
Well, I have a theory. I don't know if you're willing to listen to it, but
yeah.
So I think people are overwhelmed with all the options and subscriptions because there's so many options now. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can get like a lot of the subscriptions within the Amazon ecosystem. So you're paying for Amazon Prime, which is, $120 a month, a year or whatever, $130 a year. And then you have to pay for those channels within. And then if you're on like a Roku or if your TV has the ability to add more channels, then you have all these subscriptions. And I think, and I've heard this theory before, is that even though that Netflix has raised their prices, that it's still an awesome bargain, even though you might not be getting all of the content that you would like from other subscriptions. You have enough to keep you satisfied. And I think the stock going up is a sign of the normality of Netflix on how ease of use and accessibility it is to either, binge something. And there's actually a lot of really good shows on there that other, like, for example, The Witcher is not on any other subscription service. And and I know there's not a lot of hero shows, but there's enough to keep people busy. And it's almost like a rebellion against all of the other stuff. Like, I'm not a huge Netflix fan, but I definitely go there. I just think people are overwhelmed. I think people are just, there's so much. It's getting to the point where people have to you buy a subscription management service so you can know when you're being charged, because you may have just got a subscription just for one show and then you forget to cancel it because you're living your life and you just forget to cancel it and you're like, oh crap, it charged on my credit card again or whatever. And with Netflix, you don't got to worry about any of that. You just pay for Netflix and you're done. And I know a lot of people that are just, they're Netflix fanboy. Like they're, what do they call them in Bitcoin maxis? They're like Netflix maxis. They don't go to anything else. That's my theory. I don't know if it's bullshit or not, but I think that's the case. Their PE ratio is really good too. They're in profit.
Yeah, but also Disney, right? It's similar to Netflix.
Disney is a completely different animal, man. One thing that Netflix does really good is they stay out of politics. Disney does not. And I'm not saying I agree or disagree with their politics. I don't want to get into that. I'm just saying they're doing a lot of stuff that's pissing off the conservative side of their viewership. I don't even know what Netflix CEO's political stances are, and I don't even want to know because I don't want to ruin it for me. And that's a good thing. If you don't know someone's political stance, that's a good thing.
Yes, strong point.
So whatever they're doing it right.
The only thing about Netflix is, man, I used to love them. Like what, 5 years ago or something? Man, those documentaries were so good.
Well, I'll be honest with you. COVID really screwed up a lot of streaming content. There was no new content, and it lagged because a lot of the studios were shut down. So Netflix was one of the ones that reflected that the best. Like Netflix was really boring from 22 to like end of 21 to end of 22 was really boring. And then all of a sudden, the lagging indicator, the the lagging production that went on finally got started being put back together after COVID started to or stopped being a huge problem. And then you started to see the quality of Netflix go back up. But if you were watching it from 21, anywhere between 21 and 23, you'd be like, why am I paying for this? This is garbage. But 2024, they upped their game.
Yeah, I also think the competition, like there was a time where Netflix was the only like streaming service, and they were like they had all the contracts and deals. But then like Disney and all of them other guys, you know, well, what remember Hulu, like all these guys tried to come out and take a market share, and then everybody was saying that Disney was going to be the one to do it because they took back all the rights to everything that they had. And that wasn't the case, man, because Disney exclusives just didn't cut it.
Yeah, and they keep raising their prices and like and removing content, and then oh man, I was a firm like I was because I'm a huge Star Wars nut, and so I was so excited for it. But man, they've like had two different CEOs in the past year and a half. It's just I don't know. It's a freaking cluster.
By the way, guys, also pay attention to Airbnb on stocks. It's actually trying to break the structure at 1 week time frame. This chart, it's a bit bullish to me.
Damn, they just pumped too, didn't they?
Yeah. %. Also, maybe you've seen that a lot of pharmaceutical companies that are listed on stocks are quite low now in price, and they tend to actually to change the trend a bit. Like Bayern and Pfizer, I'm referring here. Like the big pharma. And super microcomputer SMCI jumped 32% on Nasdaq.
The Nasdaq's getting spooky though, man. I don't know if we can keep it up.
But do you know who's going parabolic in semiconductors? Taiwan. Taiwan Semiconductors. Look at their price, man. They are trying to do the parabolical shape on 1 week time frame. What can we say? Market has potential.
Jacket, are you still there?
Yep.
Okay. That AI on was talking about it too, but it's the thing that's helpful to me for mental focus is this on Amazon. There's a company called RHO, RHO, and they actually sell NAD plus in liquid form, and it's like $55, so it's kind of pricey, but it was recommended to me by someone who was using it for mental focus, and you just take a teaspoon of it daily, and but I also get injections, so I got like a prescription for it, which I just got online. I just filled it online. I just found like a good reputable one that was able to do it, and they just ship it to my house. So I give myself injections of it. Like, it's funny because in LA they have spas that will do it for you and like charge $94, and I was like, F that. Call it a spa treatment, okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
But it's actually it's really nice. It makes me feel like 10 years younger. I don't know, it makes me feel like my energy's clean and mine, almost like a timed release of sort of like coffee versus tea. Like coffee is so instant and jittery, but tea has like a time release in it from the what's it called, the theonin. But anyways, if you didn't want to give yourself a shot, which I totally appreciate, the liquid form, because they make it in patches and in pill form too, but I don't recommend those. I mean, your body is the way, it's just going to break it down so hard you're not going to even feel anything from it. So, but the liquid form from RHO seems to be pretty decent. You just have to do it daily. And I just add it to like a nice, you could, I don't know, add it to Gatorade, or you could just take it by itself. It doesn't taste like amazing, but it's nice if you ever wanted to give it a try.
No, I see it. I'm gonna try one, and then I'll put it on subscription if it works for me.
Yeah, they make other ones for
sleeping.
They make ones for sleeping because a lot of neurodivergence. I'm sure you have trouble sleeping because your brain's always going.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have like their sleep routine they have, whether it be melatonin plus this and that and this and that, just to get sleepy and to feel the tired come into your eyes, and that could be hard. I haven't tried the sleeping one by that company, RHO, but I do have the NAD plus, and I like it. And I add it to I don't know if you guys have ever had the C4 energy, but they actually make a smart energy. And last year in November or something, they came out with these little energy packets, like powder packets from C4. And I even went to eBay because they stopped making them and people were selling them. I found it at a discount grocery store, and I don't know what it is in there. It could be the fact that they put I forgot what they put in it, but it's not just a regular energy, it's smart energy, and whatever they put in it, I put the NAD plus in from the RHO company, and then I make my own energy drink with this packet. It basically tastes like Kool-Aid. So I just I add it. I'll get like seltzer water, like LaCroix or whatever, and I'll just make my own. Otherwise, you're spending so much money buying these drinks, so I just make my own. It's been a nice reward, like every other day. So if I'm not having the injection, because I only do that like 3 times a week, then I'm having the RHO, and so that's like my routine, and it's making me it's giving me that dopamine.
So I see the NAD one, which is, I don't know, it's like a purplish bottle, and then there's the brown and then the green. Which one is for sleep?
I'm not sure the sleeping one. I thought it was an orange one, but I haven't.
I don't know. It's like an orangey brown, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't tried that one. I think there's magnesium in it. But I haven't tried that one. I've only gotten the purpley bottle, the NAD plus.
Yeah.
They're kind of little. They're like little bottles, but you're only taking like a teaspoon at a time.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. It's better than freaking THC edibles, I guess, which I haven't tried yet, but I'm really close to trying.
Oh, yeah. Probably CBD more than THC.
Or whatever. Like we have all these like marijuana shops popping up all over the place now. So that like there's one that doesn't even sell anything you can smoke. It's all edibles. You go in there and it looks like one of those candies, like those high-end candy stores. So they make it look really appealing. And I went in there and I said, so I've never done anything like this before. What do you use? He goes, everything in here is pretty potent, man. He goes, I don't recommend anything that's in my store. And I'm like, oh my God. He's like, even the small stuff is gonna trip you out. And I'm like, okay, well, how do you recommend I start?
The problem with those, especially with gummies, is it's usually very sugary. And so when you're trying to go to sleep and you have just this like gummy, sugary, like candy stuck in your molars, and you're just like, I just wanted to brush my teeth and go to bed. You're telling me to take this 30 minutes before bedtime, and now it's my mouth is covered in sugar.
I mean, he had chocolate chip cookies there. He had all it. Just I don't know, man.
Yeah, that stuff is heavily based on tolerance, man. I've known people that used to, do THC, smoke edibles, whatever, and they take a couple months off, couple weeks, and come back, and they are paralyzed.
Yeah, like I don't know what my tolerance is. I do know that I got shot with morphine when I had a back surgery. Before back surgery, they had to shoot me with morphine to get me into the what is that called? The scanning machine, an MRI machine, because I couldn't get me into position, and they kept hitting me with it, and I wasn't feeling it. And she's like, wow, you've had 3 doses now. And she goes, we need you to get your back straight so you can. I go, I can't get my back straight. It's too much pain. And eventually, I guess, I don't know what, I just forced it. But then I started to think, well, maybe I do have a high tolerance, like a natural tolerance. I just don't know. I don't do drugs, so like I can't. I do know that light beer will, like 4 light beers will shit face me. So I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Are you a fairly like stressed person or like relaxed type person?
I'm relaxed until there's an event that causes me to be stressed. Like I'm high strung, but I actually have really good blood pressure and really good my heart rate is really low. I'm just very dramatic in the way I talk. So it sounds like I'm more high strung than I am, but I'm considered a high strung person. I don't stress, I'm just high strung. I have high energy, which makes it very difficult to sleep. I have to turn on like the TV so it occupies my brain.
And you put on like Deadliest Catch because it's the darkest show. It's not too bright.
I'll put on Alone. You know that show Alone where that's what puts me to sleep.
Have you watched the Alone Australia on Netflix yet?
Yes, that's the one I'm watching now. Like I just put it on.
Oh my God, I almost ruined it for you.
Well, I'm on the episode where the lady explains where she lost her daughter to cancer.
And she had cancer herself.
I know. It's like, what the hell's going on in Australia?
That's my girl, Gina.
Yeah, so she seems like she's kicking ass so far. Better than the men. So yeah, I'm on like episode 2 or 3. I can't remember. Something like that, 2 or 3.
It's really beautiful. I think that they did a good job getting shots of how beautiful the area really is. It's really serene.
I mean, if you watch the one in British Columbia though, and then you watch that one, it looks like the Australian one got hit by a nuke. All the dead trees and shit. But the British Columbian one is gorgeous.
Is that one on Netflix?
It could, you know what? It probably, you know how Netflix will take things on and off. I know it was at one time.
Sorry, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and I live up. I live in the Pacific Northwest. So to say, it's just that the more north you go, the less touched by humans it is. So it's even more beautiful. Literally looks like I don't know, like if you died and you would envision what heaven would look like, that's what it'd look like. Brutal though. It'll kill you.
Yeah, my body is accustomed to crypto trading now, so I'm finding it like, oh, how far are we gonna walk today? And I'll go, maybe I'll take out the trash. The dumpster's kind of far, but then I gotta get back. But I also work from home, so I'm doing
Me
both
too. Yeah. I do since I'm a Star Wars fan, I go and play that VR lightsaber game, and oh my god, I'll probably lose like 3 pounds every time I do it. Anything VR will get me, like remember we were talking about it needs to interest you, it needs to give you overstimulus. Like I cannot just sit there and lift weights. I can't just go for a walk. My brain, like I gotta be. VR's like for me the perfect mix of that. And I don't do any games where you're walking because I get vertigo. But like lightsaber games where you're standing. Yeah. So but lightsaber games where you're standing in place and the only thing you're doing is moving your arms around, it's perfect.
Yeah, I used to love that space pirate game. I don't know if you remember that one. I would just get stuck in that game.
There's another one called Bow, where you just you shoot guys coming up to your castle with a bow. You're up on the castle edge, and you don't walk around. You just shoot all these guys coming to, and you get like the way you pull it back, and everything is all accurate. I don't know, it's crazy. Simple stuff. I'm simple, so it's like whatever. And it's got music playing and stuff, so it's like I don't know. It's just kind of cool. My kids are like, "Get off it, Dad! I want to get on there."
That's cool. I've been playing The Last of Us too, and I get stimmed on looking at how beautiful the social, or not social, like the engineers, how they did the set design of how dystopian and broken down things can look, and the detail that they put into certain parts of, like, I spend way too much time, like, I don't even need to look for props to like build medical kits or anything like that. Like I just
Isn't
played on
it a trip
mode.
though? Isn't
But
that a
yeah,
trip? You're in something so beautiful and yet it's so dangerous at the same time.
Yes. Yeah, I don't have it on any sort of hard mode because I spend too much time just looking around at stuff. I don't want to have to worry about some clicker coming up to me and killing me and giving me anxiety.
Yeah, it's definitely a psychological trip to have something like, it's easy when you're playing a game where it's all dark and gloomy and there's monsters and it's like, okay, this fits because it's dark and gloomy and there's monsters, but when it's gorgeous and then there's monsters, it's like, what?
Yeah,
this
for some
compute.
reason, the gorgeous, scary games would give me less anxiety. But if I play a like I'll watch, I don't know if you've ever heard of Hollow on YouTube, but I watch Hollow play all the scary games so that I can just laugh and watch scary games because I can't play them myself. There's like one he plays about a mannequin that chases him.
Oh my god, and he stops, and when he turns around and it's like if you look at them they stop.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Have you seen that?
Oh my god.
Yeah, the mannequins, I can't, like, as long as you look at it, it won't move, but as soon as you turn your back to it, it
And you can
starts
hear them clicking up towards you. It's like, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
you put headphones on. Oh my god.
Whoever came up with that idea is brilliant.
I can't
I don't know how y'all do it. I won't. I can watch scary movies. That's not a big deal. But playing a scary game, oh no.
Yep. They my kids call it jump scare. They call it jump scare, and they they totally exploit that on those games. Dad, you just got jump scared. No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. I saw you move in your chair. You got jump scared. They like exploiting me because they know I'm the ex-military, you know, hardcore guy that nothing hurts him, and then they see when I jump and then they make fun of me. Like my daughter, she's into that whole like she loves everything scary. Like it's weird, like dark, scary, gothic. She's not a gothic person. She doesn't dress like that, but she just loves anything that's demented and super evil. Hey, you want to watch Game of Thrones with us? No. Hey, and then you know, I'll catch her up in the theater room watching Train to Busan or something with zombies and all sorts of shit, just by herself in the dark.
Yeah, I can't do none of that, man. Like I can do it with other people, especially watching movies. But yo, trying to play a game or watch a movie by myself, nah, that ain't happening, man. I think I have too much of a vivid imagination. Like I put myself in all the scenarios, so it's not right.
Yeah. I mean, I've said this before. I'd welcome anything supernatural instead of hearing everybody else's stories. If I'd love to see something like that happen in real life, because then I would know that there's something unexplainable happening, which means that there's crazy shit going in the afterlife. But I don't know, man.
Now you're talking my language, brother. See, that type of stuff, I'm actually kind of, I'm waiting for the day, you know.
No, I'm embracing.
I feel you on that, the afterlife stuff.
Like if you get killed by a cougar, that really doesn't give you any hope that when you're bleeding out that you're going to go somewhere, right? But if you're killed by this apparition that just like came out of nowhere and it's floating in midair and it like chewed your face off, you're like, well, okay, well, I'm dying, but at least I know some weird shit happens when you die. I mean, that's, you know, I don't know. It's just kind of my shop is out in the woods, so I have to walk through it down a trail, and we have bobcats, cougars, and shit around here. And I'm like, I'm waiting for the day to see like an apparition float in front of me as I'm walking down the trail. That would be great.
Yeah, brother, I'm right there with you, man. Like, my favorite subject right now is afterlife, anything like that. Like, for some reason, I'm just super fascinated with the studies and the advancement that they've been just the overall discussion these days. It's just blowing my mind.
Well, I do know this. Like, I know it's not the same as uploading your mental like all your memories to a computer. You're not the same person if you have a computer that's like controlling your personality or mimicking your personality. But I told my kids by the time I die, they will have uploading of your personality at least to a module that you could, like a smart speaker that sits on your fireplace mantle. I go, kids, I will bother you for the rest of your life. Instead of putting like a vase of your ashes on the mantle, the vase actually is a smart speaker that has my uploaded personality on it. And I go, look, I won't speak unless spoken to, but if you ever need any lifetime advice when I'm long gone, just speak to the smart speaker. That I envision would be freaking awesome. And then it would sound just like your parents or the person, your loved one. You would not be able to tell the difference. It was like they live inside that smart speaker. I know it sounds creepy, but I think it's coming.
Bro, I got a book for you, man. I got a book for you. Between the Gates by Mark Stavish. That one right there, I would say if you can find it, just read the foreword or whatever, and then get back to me, man. Like that right there opened my, huh?
A word up. I just wrote it down.
Yeah, Between the Gates by Mark Stavish. Yeah, that one right there, man. And it's based off a lot of ancient texts, a lot of cultures, a lot of, indigenous cultures and their idea of death, you know, and like what you're talking about, what you're describing, man, like mediumship is a thing, you know, and it goes way, 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 way back farther than, you know, I think that we, you know, modern history could
I just
explain.
get tired of hearing everybody else's stories. It's like, come on, man. Can I experience it once, please?
Jacket, I would recommend you a TV series called Touch. Maybe you've heard of it. It's with Kiefer Sutherland.
God, why does that sound
I've heard of that.
familiar?
Yeah, and I was also going to say that book is about, you know, our ability to be in touch and to actually have experiences, and it teaches you how. It teaches you just like how it works on a scientific level. You know what I'm saying? It's super interesting. Apparently, the knowledge ain't new though.
That's crazy. Another show to watch when I go to sleep.
Yeah.
I've seen the TV series called Touch, and I was impressed.
All right, I take your word for it.
It's from 2012. It's it has 2 seasons, and I definitely recommend you this movie.
Roger. I wrote it. I put the link to it on my desktop.
It has the same thematics that we've discussed here today.
No, it's beautiful.
And
yeah,
it makes
man, that like
it makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder how the human brain is actually working.
cool, man. The human mind, you know, that like, for example, like near-death experiences and stuff.
Yeah.
What sparked my interest, man, I actually had an experience, I'm not gonna lie, where I felt myself coming out of my body like through sleep paralysis one night, and it happened over and over and over, and I felt like I was dying. And so I never felt, I was like, I kept waking my girl up. I was like, yo, I feel like I'm dying. This isn't a dream. This is not a dream. It feels so real. And I started doing more research into it, man. And that's like the door. That's like the door to like out of body experiences, astral projection. And it sounds crazy, bro. It sounds crazy, but there's scientific studies. There's film. There's people are doing light spectrum experiments and like actually being able to communicate like scientifically with mediumship. It's getting intense, bro. Like they said, like when you pass or when you have out of body experiences or whatever, your consciousness literally leaves your physical body. Your electromagnetic field on your body shuts down through like a lowered heart rate, you know, and, you know, blood has metals, you know, and stuff like that. So you lower your electromagnetic field and your consciousness can actually leave your body, like leaving a car, you know, and there's countless studies it's getting crazy, man. And they say that when you get on the other side, you are more physical, you are more yourself than you are in this world. That's why like the whole ancient text where they said like, oh, the real world is the dream world and the dream world is the real world. Like I like looking back on that, I'm like, wow. Like, and so like, yeah, that's like my most intriguing subject right now is just like that. Like they say death is not real.
I've experienced this astral projection one time in my life. Once in my life, a couple of years ago, I was sleeping, but I was sleeping so deeply that at some point my consciousness left the body, and I was like actually going towards the center of the universe, man. I was actually seeing myself, my home, the entire city, the entire country, the entire globe, the entire galaxy, you know, and I was actually conscious.
And you were able to do it, so you didn't panic, right? Because like when I had the experience,
no,
the reason why I kept coming back, I panicked.
I was sleeping, and when I woke up, man, I was like, what the fuck just happened to me?
Yeah, brother. When it happened to me, so I didn't know that like when you get that feeling, you know, that's you, it's your consciousness, you know, kind of trying to leave your body through sleep paralysis or whatever. So that night, like I said, I could not sleep at all. I had to call out of work the next day, man, because I got no sleep. Every time I went back to sleep, I thought I was dying, but I didn't know I was supposed to just like relax. And like, so what happened to me was I kept having different situations. Like the first time it happened, which was the most vivid, was like a water level started rising, like, you know, and like as soon as it got right by my nose and my mouth, like I did that whole and I woke up, and then that was just like the roller coaster. My body, my consciousness just kept trying to leave, and I didn't know that I was supposed to just be calm, you know, just be calm. Yeah, it's kind of terrifying, you know, but very interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, man, we're going to talk about it. Yeah, I want to hear your story.
It's related to those 5 different type of brainwaves: delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. But when you're at the lowest state, when you're actually tired and you actually need sleep to rest, and the body gets in the resting state, and
yeah, it's like body sleep, mind awake.
Yeah, that's when it actually happens, man. You know, it's actually your mind, your brain, your consciousness leaving the body, and you're in a I cannot describe it, but you're in a perfect state of equilibrium, man. You actually know everything and you actually understand everything around you. It's I can't describe it, man. But it's
Yeah,
actually
that's when
you know the sense of the universe.
Yeah, you're tapped into the, some call it the Akashic field, or the you know, the field of all knowing or all things and stuff. Like, bro, that's why they said that like they say the technology, all technology that's in the world is based off of the technology of the human body, but it's a crude version, like using metals and, you know, a crude form of electricity, you know, or not form, but you know what I'm saying, the use of electricity.
Yeah.
And that's all it is like it's electricity within our bodies. Like, oh man, I heard something that said like, you want to know God, you know, like, or you want to understand God, you know, understand electricity. And it's just like, you know, I don't know, man. Like you said, the whole consciousness leaving your body and being tapped into a field where you are more like more present
aware
than any. It's oh, there you go. That's it. Awareness, pure awareness.
Yeah,
and like, I'll be honest, I've been practicing a little bit, but I was a little freaked out to even start, you know, like, is this something I want to like open up, you know? And the more people that I've done research into who've done this over and over and over, man, they come back a little different, man.
It's like you're opening your third eye, the eye of consciousness, man. It's you achieve this by practice, by lowering down the stress and tending more towards yourself, your inner self.
Yeah, it's a big reason why I want to be very conscious of the type of water I drink, you know, because the whole toxins, neurotoxins, and things like that. Anything like decalcifying the pineal gland, you know, lemons. I don't know. I'm super interested. When you had your out of body, how long did it last for you? Were you able to tell?
to me, the way I can describe it, it was like I don't know. It's like it happened in a couple of seconds. It's just about a couple of seconds, but it's about the entire night's sleep that you'll have to achieve that state. That state lasts for a couple of seconds because you're gonna feel like you're in a paralysis state from the human body point of view, but from your consciousness you actually know you're safe. You feel good, you understand, and you actually perceive everything that you didn't actually know it exists.
Yeah, sorry, I got a lot of background noise, so sometimes it's hard for me to speak, but I hear everything you're saying, man. Yeah, and they say that you access these types of fields.
Sorry.
Hi, family. It's a little quiet on here, so I thought I'd fill the air for a minute. So I'm looking at Bitcoin on the 5-minute. Hi, YouTube, if you're out there. I can't see you, but so if you have a question, if you could ask somebody to either say it to me on live or just send me a message, be all right. Okay, so before I get a lot of freaking out about my lines, number of them, don't worry about it. I put some lesser lines in the chart channel. You can look at that. But the reason I have this like this for right now is because I want to show you on the 5-minute over here on the left where you can see my mouse. This white line is a 200 and this black line is a solid horizontal, and you see my caution sign from the other day where we ran up and almost broke that angular up there at 98.6-ish. See this red arrow coming down, and I said this angle right here where you see this pyramid top, or no, it's not really that, but it was a triangle up there that we were trying to get in that zone. We couldn't, so here's that descending arrow coming down across here. So now you see this green area and a circle. So the other thing I talked to you about the other day was this purple line, and this is that daily ascending angle. Okay, and you can see that going across the screen like this, going from there all the way up here to the 98.4 area right there. Okay, so daily ascending. Now back to this 200, this little white line. Notice that 200 couldn't get across and correct above the dip here. And this is a major fib line. Remember I was showing you those arcs coming down that way. All right, we'll just keep that in mind. But anyway, getting back to this, that 200 is on the top of or over the 800 here. Okay, and it came down and went over the top, and that 800 now has been flowing through the middle. Okay, so where's the 800 now? It's right here, right at this green line. This green line and the lower green line, those are fibs from a fib spiral. Now the lower one is where price is, and then this dotted line, that's the orange dotted line going across, that's the 96,318, and price and the 5 EMA and the 200 are underneath there, and as well as the daily open. So now what's the significance? Okay, well, that 200 is now underneath the 800, and if we correct price and the 5 EMA, the 13, the 10, so on, and all of this structure that you see here, this W comes up and over that 800, what happens? It corrects the 5-minute time frame, and then if we close over this line here, which is this 96,850, look where we land. We land at the bottom of this circle. Okay, so then we are also in this ellipse, which is also in this projection. And we talked about this projection the other day, right? And how we could swing up through these lines like this. Significance of this is that we're leaving this lower area building support, right? We're trying to build support. We, kind of lost it. We came from the middle down, broke here, see this resistance area right there, and, had a little struggle here. We couldn't make a higher high, right? We stopped right there. So now we've come back around. So we're coming back around, and this time we come up over this 800, And if we push over and out through between 12 o'clock and 2, what does that do? That actually gets us to where this is coming across, right? And so it puts us where we correct the 5-minute, right? We're over this ascending line here. If we pop out of that, and here's that lower edge, right, of this projection. So instead of being in this projection and in the lower half of it, and the divisor is that daily ascending line, right? So we want to be above that daily ascending line on all time, the time frames need to get above that. So notice how that makes kind of like a, not a square, but almost a square, but the square is right here. This is the square. Boom, boom, boom. Here's the quadrants. So this angle cuts across the lower quadrant, and right here, it's not high enough at this point, is it? It's not. It still would be part of this descending. So in order for us to get across all of that, you have to be above that quadrant. And then you have to be above this angle and this one going across, because you have to be above this line here to correct the time frame of the 5-minute. That's why this area right there was the most bullish that day, whatever day that was. I lose track of time. Okay, so now this is the 5-minute now. What happens if we don't get this 800? So, well, that's the question. That means that we're underneath that daily. That means that we would lose this, and this you see, we would just trickle down and go boom, boom, do, 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 and there you go. So that's looking for 94.8, and so here, you see 94.8. That's why the other day I said, okay, yeah, if we lose here, we can come down to that 94.8 area. Well, we didn't. We came up, and then we've kind of held. We fell down and went to come up. But yeah, we can, if we lose this 800, we don't correct it and close candles above that 800, then we're going to come down this way. Same thing can happen. A lot of times you can correct over that and it still fails. Where is it most likely to do that? Right here. Because price can come on up here, and then it can retest and then just fall back through, and you fall down this arc, because if you don't get enough momentum above that arc to fully come up over the top over here, right? You have to get above this spot. Then you have a chance of falling off of this edge, then falling off of this, and so on. So now let's go to the 30-minute. Okay, so here, look at how, if we do what I just talked about on the 5-minute, see how different this looks? It looks totally different now than it did, because before, you want me to put it back? I can. But look what happens if we correct the 30-minute. If you get over its 800, it's descending from here. If you get over that and correct over this spot that we're talking about, look at what you get into. You get into this upper fibs rather than in this lower one. Ooh, this is a lot of descending down here. But up here is a whole different story. So let's look at this. All right, so here's price. There's our 800. And notice that kink or that forward angle is like right there. Now, if that angle or if that 800 comes down and across this crossbar too much, right? It's going to become likely that it could dip into this area lower. So while price is coming up, excuse me, I'm going to put this up again. While price is coming up higher from the 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute into this area, trying to get into this circle, that 800 is going to be kind of dipping down in the meantime. So as we try to meet that 200 here, which is in this triangle, there's a little triangle right there. As we come up across here, we're going to likely meet with that. And then you're going to see, oh, we might reject it, fall back a little bit. And then you have this area where you can meet it again. And where is that? It's in this quadrant here. If we continue up, if that fails on the what did I have up there? The 5 minute. Remember, it could fall out down there. Then look at there's nothing here. If price is falling, where are you going to go? That 94 area, right? Okay. So now let's see. So in here, we need to come up straight up here and grab that 200. Right now we're over the daily open. We're over the 5-year or this 13 EMA. And I believe, let's see what this is. I'm going to put my magnifier on. Oh, and while you're looking, here's the path of that 800 on this time frame. See that? Come on. Look at that, hug that line. And then it got over the arc and then it dropped. Anyway, I'll put that there. I'll show you this. Oh, and then that flash, the descending fibs. Okay, so let's do this. I hope you can't hear any noise. Let me see if that thingy's on. Oh, I don't know why it shuts off, but anyway, I'll put it on. Oh, it's on. Okay, so I don't know what that's on for. Okay, so our immediate target is this 96,400. I should have started over there farther. All right, so here you can see a kind of a curve already on the top part. All right, so we're at the bottom of that circle on the 30-minute time frame. We're over this green line right here, but we're not over the second one. And then what's above that is that 200 EMA, and up here is the 800 at 97,739 at the moment. Now remember that the perspective that I showed you a few minutes ago showed a whole different kind of view. So right here, we would like to meet that 800 quicker, sooner than later, because this is that ascending line we want to get over. Now, let's see, what can I show? So this all looks very good. It doesn't look bearish at the moment. It looks pretty bullish. And it looks all pretty bright on target to meet these targets, in my opinion. You see how we've stayed above this. Now we fell off of that ascending line here, but we've stayed pretty bullish, and we need this 97 or 96.3, and we're above that now. And if we correct over these 800s again, that this time we can to get over this line where we messed up, where we missed our ride. We missed our ride here to the banana. The banana's up here. The pink right there. So what's that line again? That would be 98.5, 98.4, 98.5, right? So basically, think of it in this arc. So we're looking for the bottom of this white ribbon right here. Here's this one. There's that red coming through there. And there we go. All right. So anybody have a question? Now, oh, I heard a beep. Let me see if I got a message. Well, you're welcome. Okay, so here's a closer up look. So price action right here. We're over the 5 EMA. We're almost over this dotted yellow, orange line. That's 96.318. So just say 96.20. Now this black dash line is another. This is a curve. So getting over that will be really good because that's an ascending curve. All right, then here's a pole. And then we want that 200, right? That's in that triangle right here. And you see how that goes right there. Love it. Okay. We need some happy talk.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Nick and I'm from Greek.
Oh, hi, Nick.
I want to ask you something important. My type of analysis is, Fibonacci retracements. I'm using divergences for entries, order flow. I'm really, interesting. What is the name of this type of analysis? For example, I am using key levels based on time, previous, monthly, weekly.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of this type of analysis? I don't want to copy that. I'm just interested to learn, new stuff because it's the first time I see something like that.
I don't have a name other than it's just
I mean this
just
is your
BJ.
system. This is your
Yep.
system. Okay, I
Yes.
get it.
Yeah. It's just
So
I've combined a lot of things together on my own that just the combination seems to work pretty well. And I'm trying to hone it down and make it, improve upon it every day. And and it does seem to work.
Nice. Nice, nice.
And I really try to do strictly the charting is really important to me. So I want to be really, really good at what I do. And I don't try to spread myself out too thin in a lot of different areas. So I don't know a lot about different projects and different this and different that. I'm trying to be the best chartist there is kind of what I'm trying to do. So I can't answer a lot of questions about, other areas because I'm really just trying to focus my time this way. And maybe someday I'll branch out after I get, because I'm getting there to where um, I'm pretty good at what I do, but I want to be the best,
Yeah, I know. Um, Nice to meet you. Okay. I'm happy that you answered me what exactly you are doing. So I wish you the best.
Yeah. So, um, what you said that you use the Fibonacci's and the retracements and everything. Is there something that you find confluence in anything that you see that I do?
Yeah, by the way, I use my Fibonacci with another way. Um, yeah, can I open my screen to make you a
Sure.
mini
I
analysis?
love it. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna show you. I was talking with Dbloc in the past, but I have months to get back to the server. By the way, you can see my screen right
I
now.
don't,
Okay.
nope, I don't see it. I'm on there, but I don't see it.
Okay. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay, give me a minute, please.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, please.
I
My
can
mistake.
see it. You just have to click on the icon in the bottom left.
Um, Video chat. Maybe I need to turn mine off.
No, you don't need to. Like, can you see the icons of the different users on the bottom?
Yeah, I mean, normally I can look at others, but I can't seem to see his today.
Maybe turn yours off. I don't
All
know.
right, I'll turn mine off.
Also, you use volume profiles.
Yeah, I have a volume profile on mine too, but it's usually hidden.
Can you see it now?
Let me see. Am I not clicking on the right? Oh, I was clicking on the name and not the. Oh, gee, what a silly.
It's okay. It's okay right now. You
Yes, I
know,
see it now.
give me a minute because I don't know the correct word in English. Wait a minute. I don't know talados.
Okay, be
Um,
sure you don't show us anything that's personal.
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no. You know, in my mind, uh, in my mind, the price is not going up or down. Okay, the only thing the price is doing is that thing. Okay, the only thing the price is doing is that thing, oscillation.
Uh-huh.
You get it?
Right, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
so as I think the price is doing that thing, my job is to analyze it in a range. In a range, as you know, this is a range. Okay, and after that, because the price, the only thing that is doing is that thing. In my mind, the price is not going up or down. The only thing, as I told you, is that. Okay,
Yes.
yeah, in my mind. So to analyze that, we have to analyze it in ranges. So in the range, we have only one simple work to do. You know, the best thing that you can do in a range is when the price is going to the value area high. You know the value area high or the value area low. You know these words, especially
Yeah.
you know. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
your job while you are doing range trading is, for example, this is a value area low, and this is the point of control, and this
Mm-hmm.
is the value area high. The best thing you can do in in these situations is to get along from here to here. Okay, here you have to take the take profit one from the long. Okay, do not close the long, just take the TPN at the POC. You know, POC poke. Okay, after that, you have to spot the value area high, and to spot that prices that help that that it helps to me to doing that is the divergences from this oscillator. You know oscillators, especially you. I think you know oscillators.
Mm-hmm.
But when I get divergences at the value area high, then I take profit take profit two at this position, and then I'm opening a short position. So from here, we take profit one there, and later we take profit two there, and we open a short position right there without close the long, cause maybe it's a wrong. Maybe sometimes we're gonna fail to short the correct place, and if we're wrong, this is not a problem, because if this short trade goes against us, this is gonna cover the loss, you know, so we don't have to
Yes.
close that.
Right.
We haven't closed that trade. After we open that trade, we have to wait the price to goes down back again to the POC, to the point of control, and here we take the take profit one from the short, and then we wait for the value area low again. So the only thing that you have to do in a range trading is to hedge the market. You know, hedge risk management. Now, to predict the prices for this situation, because in my mind, as I told you, the only thing that the price is doing from the monthly chart, from the yearly chart to the 1 minute, for me, the only thing we're doing is that, you know, not up and down. We're only doing that thing. So I am spot ranging based on time. I do not analyze range is in price action. I analyze the range is based on time. So
Yes. Okay.
to analyze the ranges based on time, you have to split the chart, you know, with levels, with key levels. The key levels I'm using is, you know, daily, weekly, and monthly. This is support and resistance with untapped levels. For me, uh, to spot an SR level, I don't want a lot of touches. One, two, three, four. The only thing I'm searching for is the double, the twice that did, you know. For example,
Mm-hmm.
this is
Mm-hmm.
twice bottom body. Here is another one daily. When I'm finding these places, for me is a support or resistance place, because it's the value area low of a daily candle. If we spot two candles with the body at the same place, for me it's a support or resistance. So I use that level just for scalping, you know, for the to spot where is the I'm sorry, I'm using that level to spot where exactly are the retail traders. This. So the other thing I am using is, I think maybe you know that, and Dbloc also using that. You know spider lines?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm also using that spider lines, and you know, in Bitcoin they are working very, very good. For example,
Yes.
check that in that range we are running right now. I like that. You know, one touch, wait, one touch, two touch, three touches. Uh, it's very good. You know, you have to check it in logarithmic and non-logarithmic, because it changes. Spider lines are very good to spot trades. At the previous range, I was sorting right there, exactly
Mm-hmm.
right there. I was live on
Mm-hmm.
TikTok there when I doing that, because when the prices was going up, as you can see, the momentum was going down. I get the bearish divergence in a lot of time frames. You know, spider lines are very powerful for me. I'm using them. After that, I'm using something else. You know, give me a minute. I'm using. Wait a minute. This is a weekly profile analysis. No, I delete it. I have to make it again. This is a monthly. This is an analysis. This is some levels on monthly volume profile analysis. I'm spotting the point of controls based on months. This is my key levels. I have to change it right now. I have to make it from the beginning because you know these levels you have to do it every day, and I had a little work the last days and I don't change them. This is the classic key levels, you know, to spot the liquidity. You know,
Right.
I'm using the classic key levels just to spot where exactly is the liquidity,
The look
and
levels, yeah.
and my secret gun. And my secret gun in this strategy is that folder. Here I am. By the way, give me a minute to check if we have any new level. Give me a minute.
Take your
I'm,
time.
I'm using SVP, session volume profile, or order flow at the daily time frame, and I'm checking in the footprint where exactly is the point of control at the. You know, give me a minute. I spot where exactly is the
Mm-hmm.
the POC, and for me give me a minute to close that, close. Okay, that yellow line is the POC. For me, the POC of day of weekend. No, I'm sorry, not weekend. For me, the POC of a day or of a week or of a month is a very important key area. If you backtest that exactly I'm telling you, the price is going exactly up to the POCs. For example, check
Yeah.
yeah for this we had this, we had this, we had this. You know this is a very powerful. Now we have another. This is naked. As we have nakeds, I mark the naked POCs and I'm waiting the prices to go there. And after, if the price, for example, how I'm using that. If the price is going down there, I can spot the divergence from there. You know, I want without divergence for me there is no trade. Uh, only I use these divergences just for the entry for me. If we don't have a divergence in multiply time frames, there is no trade for me. You know,
I
I want
see.
the I want the divergence at least at 3 time frames. Based, for example, if I get it on 6 minutes and 12 minutes and 24 minutes, for me, it is going to be a very good trade. For example, here, as the price is going down, the momentum is going up. So, yeah, that was, I think, a very good opportunity for long there. But we have
Yep.
some, but the problem is we have some orders. Give me a minute. Where exactly is that? Heat map, heat map, heat map, heat map, heat map. But okay, we don't retrace on the 786 Fibonacci level today. We retrace only at the 618. But here down there, we have some orders, and
Yep.
exactly there. If you pull the fib, I forget. By the way, I forget to tell you something else. After the end epoch, the key levels I'm using, as I told you, Fibonacci. I have the only way I draw Fibonacci is using the market structure from the lower low to the higher high. You know, I'm just follow the structure. This is the way I'm using Fibo. So I have all the levels in here. Where exactly is price action fib levels? I start mark my fibs from the low to the high, from the low to the high. I'm following the structure. I'm spot where exactly is the correct level. I do not trade only this level, but this is one of my favorites because it works very well, very good. So this is areas that I'm waiting in the future for some
So
trades.
that bottom level is usually that's the grand POC level. It's like today it was around the 94. I'm forgetting now without my 94, 5, 94.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So The way I'm using Fibonacci, as I told you, is using the structure. So today, if we're gonna draw a Fibonacci from the local low, to the local high, okay, this is the local low and this is the local high. Okay, we have this local Fibonacci, and we can also draw in this to Fibonacci to the range. We can draw Fibonacci on the range. As we can see in this range, we are doing all this time. We are inside in these levels. From the downside, we acting support at this level, and we acting like resistance to this level. And if we are gonna zoom a little bit more today, we can see the price gave us a perfect entry. Okay, here I was getting there, but my plan doesn't work. I don't know why today. Y- By the way, the last 2 weeks, this is not a very good price action. The price sucks. Okay, you know, you know. It's only to hedge. The only thing that you can do all these days, long, short, long, short.
Yeah,
Mm,
it's
we
the
have no
chop. Mm-hmm.
yeah, we have no volatility, but the good is if you combine all that, y- you can walk in this range like a snake. My job is to not to make swing trades. My job is to walk like a snake every day. Snake,
Mm-hmm.
you know how the
Mm-hmm.
snake is moving.
Yep.
This is a snake. So if you are doing a range trading, your job is to walk like this, like the snakes. So. Uh, if you could pull up a range, TPO, I think Dbloc using that tool sometimes, if I remember.
Can
Yeah,
you say that again?
TPO charts, TPO charts,
TPO.
time price,
Time.
time price
Yeah.
opportunities, time price
Okay.
opportunities. If with that tool, we can analyze the daily how it's going on. So it telling us where exactly is the value area high, where is the daily POC, where is the value area low, and with the single prints we can spot if the SP is gonna be inside the range. This is as the block says the vector gap, or imbalance, fair value gap. If we're gonna have some single prints inside of the daily range, this is the original fair value gap, as you know. But if we're getting single prints to the upside of the range, this is liquidity. And if we get single prints down to the range, this is the liquidity. Down, not down, up there, as you can see, you have some single prints to give it a minute to
There should be one at
load.
98 9.
These that wicks are single prints. So with the wicks we can spot where exactly, and if the wicks have a single print, we can spot where exactly is the liquidity. That wick is liquidity. That wick, as you can see, is not liquidity, is a fair value gap up there.
Mm-hmm.
And also we have in there the same thing. Give it a minute. We have here a fair value gap, so I'm waiting for this. If we're gonna take that, give it a minute to load it. This is basically, yeah, you know, up here we have all that candle with SPs, single prints. Where exactly it is inside the daily range. As I told you before, if we get single prints inside the range, the daily range, so that we can mark it as a fair value gap. If we get single prints from the upside, it's liquidity. If we get single prints from the downside, it's again liquidity. But inside the range, it's the fair value gap. And as by the chart working by rule, every time the only thing the chart is doing, it's doing imbalance and rebalance, imbalance, rebalance, and taking out the liquidities, imbalance, rebalance, taking out the liquidities. This is the only thing that the price is doing. So for me, that's why for me the price is not going up or down and doing the only thing is that, you know, because the only thing the price is doing is imbalance, then rebalance. After that, it's taking out the liquidity with all that tools and simple volume profile analysis and divergence and some order flow, order flow, especially, I think from Dbloc. I'm taking my confirmations to enter a trade and making my analysis. I think this is a very good and
Mm-hmm.
easy way to analyze the chart. But the way I see your chart, it was very interesting. I like it.
Well, thank you.
That's why I'm asking you. This is my strategy. The only thing I'm
Your
doing,
strategy is awesome. And I'm so impressed with how fast you can go through all of your
Yeah, man, you're really
your
quick.
I mean, I'm just amazed because if I could only be that quick with, where I need to get to stuff as you are,
yeah.
one day I
So
will.
what are you doing right now? Are you gonna take a trade here or are you just watching?
Me,
Yes.
I am long from here. Not exactly from here. I'm in funded account right now. I don't have the best entry, but it is a long from here, like something like that. I don't have the best entry today, but I'm trying. You know, somewhere there is the long.
Yeah, it's
Cause check this, guys. If we analyze the market cipher, okay, forget everything, forget levels, forget everything. We're in a simple, okay, for me, we're in a simple range. This is a range, okay. Up, down, up, down. Why not up? Why not up? I'm telling you. But we
yes.
have now. If we analyze the market cipher, as the price is going up, this is going down. That is called. That is what we can call hidden
Mm-hmm.
bullish divergence. You know divergences.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
As the price makes a new higher low, the momentum makes a lower low. When we get that, after that, the theory says, no, the theory we can check we can check in the past. You can check in the past by yourself. For example, give me a minute to spot a hidden bullish divergence. For example, this is a very good example. Like here, as you can see, the price is going up. The price is going up, the momentum are making lower low. This is another hidden bullish divergence, and that gave us a new high. We have another hidden, by the way, but I think this is a hidden bullish divergence for me. Maybe I am wrong. I'm not 100% sure for that. So for the daily, we have that hidden bullish divergence, okay? But the problem is the money flow. That thing inside the oscillator is the money flow. Money flow shows to us if the money goes in or the money is going out from the market. We have this bad thing here. I don't like that. Okay, maybe we have a hidden bullish div, but the money flow it sucks. Okay, now if we zoom a bit, not even zoom, if we draw a local Fibonacci from that Monday. By the way, that day I was getting long and I was getting wrecked because I was long there because there was the local that was the golden pocket of the range. I get stopped out and then I long that thing with another confirmation spider lens divergences at lower time frames. By the way, um, give me a minute. If we draw a local Fibonacci, we acting like support at this area at the 618. So after the hidden bullish div, if we zoom a bit at the 4-hour time frame, we can see exactly the same thing here. In that range, as the price going down, the momentum is going up. This is a regular divergence. Right here, I can't analyze it a bit because we don't make we don't make a lower low, but this is another hidden bullish divergence. Okay, this is another hidden bullish divergence. Now, if we go to an 1 hour, as the price is going down, the momentum is going up. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
the only thing that we have to wait is the money flow to cross up to the zero line. If this thing gonna cross to the zero line, I'm waiting the price to feel that. I wanna feel that imbalance. You know, for me the imbalance is very important. I wanna feel that box, and if we check at the order flow at near to this place, not exactly there, we have some orders. Oh, they cancel that. Okay, okay, we have to update that. We have to.
Are you
We have to.
using the free version of CoinEgg?
Yeah, I was using Trading Light, but I learned from Dbloc. I was using that order flow, but I learned from the Dbloc that site, and now I'm using that Dbloc.
So for me, the reason for the imbalance is because of the fact that that's where the 800 EMA is. The
Yeah.
800 EMA, yeah, is right up in that corner.
If you can see right there,
yeah.
the price, and there we had an imbalance, and the price fall down just to rebalance that imbalance. So for me, I have in my plan something. If we don't stop there, if we go up, if we don't stop there, maybe we're gonna get another high to get the. If we get another high, I think we have to do another high to get the three highs divergences. One divergence, I'm always shorting that.
Yeah,
In that type of dip,
exactly.
we have one high, two highs, and when we get the three high, bam! And after that, I wanna rebalance that imbalance down there. You know, this is very important down there. That imbalance. In the theory of range trading, when we make a range, okay, when we make a range, after some days, this range have to break. Always by rule, the range gonna break with a fair value gap. Okay, after the range gonna break by rule, uh, this this range when we have that, when we have a new range, this area called unmedicated area. By rule, we have to medicate the area to continue, because the only thing the price is doing is impulse and correction, impulse correction, impulse correction. So in this impulse, give me a minute. In this impulse move, this is an impulse. Okay, you will have to do a correction. I don't know if we're gonna doing right now or after the new high. The places I'm interesting to trade. This is a long from here. I can't short. I can't short at the value area low of the range, cause we can't short right here. You know why? Because the market gave us the opportunity to short it up there with that retracement. One opportunity was, give me a minute. One opportunity what was at this area when we rejected a lot of times at the golden pocket. The second opportunity was right there exactly again. The third opportunity was I was short that. I was entered that short, but I closed it very. I do not take it all that. I closed it very. Uh, I don't took it at all. I closed it. I was as I was remember for 2-3%. Not anymore. That was wrong, by the way. I can't. I can't short the price as we are in the value area low of range, and the market in the lower time frames gave us again opportunities to short. For example, here one, okay, one short at the golden pocket, uh, another short to the golden pocket from this high to this low to this low, from the high to the low. We rejected here again at the local structure. But even we get reject at the local structure, I can't short the price at the value area low of the 4-hour range. For me, is wrong. At the value area low, the only thing that I can check is for longs. If I wanna short, it's at the value area high, and as you can see at the value area high, we have an imbalance. Okay, maybe we're gonna take that there, and we have in the X618 key level Fibonacci. Maybe we're gonna make a wick up there and refill the balance. If we don't take the bearish divergence there, I think we're gonna make a new high. But for me, by rule, somewhere up there, we have to short again, and that short gonna This is my opinion. Okay, I think from up there, we're gonna get down there. If we don't go from here, we're gonna go from here there. Because by rule, you know the rule of support resistance. Every time we have a support, the support must be resistance. Every time we have
Mm-hmm.
resistance, the resistance must be support. We have a lot of reasons. We have a lot of reasons to revisit that area down there. You know, that area is there. This is a resistance area, all this area. This is so the resistance must be react in the future as support. Number one. Number two, we have the unmedicated range. We have the fair value gap from the low to the high, from the low, the yearly low from the low to the high. We have this level right here. For me, we have to go down there again in the future, but not from
Mm-hmm.
here. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm telling that again. Maybe I am wrong. I don't think from here we
No, I
can
don't
go.
either. No.
We can we can go down there. For me, the low we can do, and maybe I am wrong, I'm telling again, the only low we can do, at least for this quarterly, because I am analyze the price at quarterly, quarterly number one, number two,
Mm-hmm.
we have four quarterlies every year, by the way. For me, the only low we can do at this moment is at least to this place, because at the same position, we have end epoch key level plus local not that, not that. This is open. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And here we have the quarterly number one low. This is the quarterly liquidity, by the way. And we have in the local another golden pocket Fibonacci from this low to the high. So here is double level, not double. Here we have triple level, but I don't think we're gonna go from here. I think first we're gonna go up. I don't know that range. You know, this is very. Give me a moment. I don't remember the word. And it is this range. Give me a minute. It is nothing.
Volatile? Oh,
Wait.
spastic volatile.
No. Yeah. This range, you can't analyze that exactly range where exactly the price is gonna go. The only thing that we can tell with the divergence and the other thing we're getting there, I think the price is long, and maybe I am wrong. I'm not 100% sure what exactly is gonna happen, because 3 weeks right now we're doing that thing.
Yeah, to me, we're in the middle, and that's we're in a macro middle, and you're
Yeah, that's what
yeah.
everyone is thinking. I've been hearing from a lot of different traders that we're like in the middle of the range. No one knows exactly what to do here.
Yeah.
But we're not in the middle as far as so to me, we're beginning a new structure, right? But we're in the middle of a line that you can cross where it's I call it the beak. So you saw
It
when I was
seems like
showing,
an inflection point. Either we go up from here or we go down from here.
right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that we're not bullish anymore. It means that we may just not be able to fulfill it at this time. We could take a detour and
Yeah, I think long
stretch out
term
the time
everyone is
for longer.
bullish.
Yeah.
It's just the question how long we keep ranging.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't find. And the problem is, I don't know. For me, the news. I don't care about the news. I don't know if you care about the news. Me, I
No.
don't care.
Oh.
I
I
care
mean,
about anything.
sometimes you see a big movement in the chart and then you're like, oh, what's the news? But
No, no,
trading
no.
news
The,
is
the,
like,
the news for me is the news are scam. For me, you know, I don't know what exactly is going on here. Really, 2 weeks, 2 weeks in a range. Okay, okay. I don't like it. I don't know. 2 weeks in a row. Okay, we had in this at the past, but here there was a lot of trades in the lower time frame. Here, in that range, the only valid setup I was find that was this. From the here to the high, I was long before I long
Mhm.
there in this at this price, and I take the profit at the golden pocket up there. For example, that was where it is. I have a mini community just with my friends. The only valid setup we can spot at this range, that was that. Only that. Only that. I can't find another
Yeah.
setup, and this is spastic. This is not good. The only valid setup I was finding is this, and after that, this. I can't tell anything more. What is your opinion? What is basically your opinions? Are you agree? What do you think about a long situation from here,
So
from
Yeah,
for
I'm
here
also
me,
long here,
to the here?
but it's a very tight range we're in right now.
yeah, for me, we're it's long, yes, and I
We
was in.
don't have. I'm sorry, we don't have any pattern, even a pattern. Even a head and shoulders, or not even a pattern in there. The only pattern I spot is a diamond. I don't think if that is a diamond, by the way. Not even a pattern. We don't even get any pattern in that. Nothing.
Yeah,
Um,
we have a W reversal on the smaller time frame, as you can see on Dbloc's chart,
Yeah,
but
I saw that. I saw that, but I am using uh, only head and shoulders, and I don't get any head and shoulders. By the way,
yeah, head and shoulders, they don't happen too often.
yeah, not even a pattern for me. But we can tell
so
that is a diamond pattern. So
it's
tell me.
more of a the wheat field, or the um, if you can see here, see how we come this way. I'm on a 30-minute. Look here.
Give give
We
me give me a
came.
minute. Give me a minute to check your screen. By the way, give me a minute. I'm going out for a cigarette, so I'm going in from my
Oh, no
mobile.
problem.
Give me a minute to join from the mobile.
No, no problem.
1 minute. I'm going from my phone. Um, I'm here. Tell me.
Oh, that was fast. That wasn't even a minute.
Yeah,
Okay, so
he's good, man.
yeah.
So, what is your opinion about uh, the gap?
Okay, so as far as like a patterns, it's interesting because if you see the movement is across this middle, but the structures around it. Look here, see these. We're in a battle of fib direction.
Yeah.
The okay, so here's a fib coming from the upper levels, right? So it starts like this and it's coming down across in this uh, downward diagonal, right? So it's descending. Then you meet on different time frames, you meet the forward. Look at how this makes this this pyramid or this triangle. That's a deep pocket. But then across the middle, you have this line. And then this middle ends here. See how this makes an X. But then if you go back, that happened previously, right? And so that X point is what is driving everybody crazy, because we're coming around. We're coming around a circle. So if I do this, you can see how the chart looks like it's gathering. See how all of a sudden now you get this triangle. See that? See how it looks different now?
Yeah, this is
What
I
I
think.
like to do also, that when you guys, if you don't see the chart, is just look at the candles. Now we have a bullish engulfing. I'm pretty bullish because if you look at the previous candle, I don't know if it's like a hammer, upside down doji, but we do have a bullish engulfing off a potential reversal on the daily. So that's what I do when I don't see any kind of chart patterns or anything. I'll just go on a higher time frame, like a daily, maybe even a weekly, or like an 8-hour, 12-hour, and just see what the scenarios are. But now it's like we're still sitting in a bullish engulfing daily candle on Bitcoin. So that could be good.
Another thing that we have to, as market makers, we don't have to think as retailers. We have to think as market makers. All the volume, if you read the order flow, you know what is long squeeze or short squeeze. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
I think that shorters must be punished. This is a lot of volume on the short, and I think we have to get a short squeeze for me. That shorters must be punished, so we'll have to wait for a short squeeze.
Yep, it's coming.
Yeah, but it's 2 weeks now. I'm waiting. 2 weeks. The only thing is range. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Okay. No volatility, no nothing. I don't know what is going on the fundamentals, by the way. I don't know. I don't care. I think maybe this is wrong, but I think we don't have to care about the fundamental. The only thing that is pays us is chart.
If this weekly holds up right now and we close this weekly on a green, that's gonna be bullish. I mean, if you look at the weekly setup, it's just like a nice bull flag that if we curl up here and finish the week off green, I think that will kind of give enough momentum to push back at the top levels, at least all-time highs like 107, 108 again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we closed 1, 2, 3 weeks red already. And if we just close 1 week green, even if it's barely green, right now it's just the doji, it's just straight flat. So we'll see. I think this week is going to decide a lot how this candle closes, and it's going to create momentum for the rest of, I guess, the end of winter, early spring. Spring's usually bullish.
Yeah. I know. So we have to wait. Today is Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. Tuesday today. Maybe we're gonna get it at Wednesday. The midweek. At the midweek. Maybe.
I think by March 10th, we're going to be testing all-time highs again.
I swear, because I haven't high margin long in. I don't trade only in fund accounts, and I trade not only. I trade and at the brokers, something like Mexi or Bybit. I have on Mexi a high margin position long, so I swear to get an all-time high. Me, I was scalper. I'm trading about 5 years. Okay, the first 2 years, 3 years, I was a scalper. Now, I don't want to scalp, guys. It's boring. I only focus on swing trades, and I think this is better. So I use my own money for swing, and I am using prop firm companies for day trading. So I swear to get an all-time high because I have a high margin position in long. By the way,
What platform do you use for prop firm?
I am using TopStep, if you know.
Yeah, I've heard about it. Is it good?
Yeah, is it very good? You can Google. You can check it. I do not do affiliate on platforms. I don't care about affiliates. By the way, I have a server with 600 members, and I don't care about affiliate. By the way, I am doing prop firm on TopStep, and this is another platform with cheap prices. It's called Elite Funding Traders, Elite Funding Trader, and you know the prices is very low. You know FTMO you know FTMO?
Yes.
Yeah, for
That's
me.
like the most known one, I think, right?
Yeah, maybe FTMO is a legit company, but for me, with that prices, they're scammers. You know, this is not good prices for beginners. I can't tell to my students to go at FTMO. I provide them to low cost prop firms if they want, because at FTMO one challenge maybe cost $500, and at TopStep 50K account maybe cost $50. And if they have any promo code, we can take it lower, cheaper. But you know, $500 for account.
TopStep is monthly, right? You pay monthly.
Yeah. But you know, if you lose one account on FTMO, if you lose one account there with $500, you don't have the psychology to continue, my mate. And if you lose an account that you have paid $50, your psychology is not going down as an FTMO. You know.
Yeah,
It's
I
not the same.
understand.
It's not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. The costs at the legit companies is very high. Now, I'm gonna try something else. You know, instant funds account. You pay something high, but you get the account instantly.
Yeah, I've heard about.
Now I'm gonna search about this. I have one friend that he's doing that. He's pay, for example, 3K. 3,000 for 80K account, and he's going well. Now, if the swing trade goes well, I'm gonna buy an instant account, an instant funding.
But you know, with I don't know, at least in the States, with Coinbase, you have instant funding. If you buy USDC and you buy using your Visa debit card, and if you're you have to have the subscription. So if you pay $29 a month, but that monthly saves you a lot of money if you're buying a lot of crypto, because all of your buying is free basically.
Yeah.
But that's something different. He's talking about prop firms where you get like a funded account, you know?
Oh, okay. Funded accounts. I see. I thought he meant instant funding, like his account.
Yeah. Instant funded, you can pay something more.
Instant.
But
it's like a prop firm
you don't
without
have
a
to.
challenge.
Yeah. You don't have to take the challenge, and you take the money instant. This is also very good if you have a margin to spend on that. Okay, I don't want to tell to people to do that thing, because it's extremely dangerous if you don't know exactly how to trade. Because you know, after you pay 3K for an account, you have to make that in one trade. If you don't do that and lose the account, there is a lot of money for someone. Basically, the high or low money for someone is based on what wallet he has. You know, maybe for someone 1K is a lot of money. Maybe for someone else 1K is nothing. So you get it. What I mean. And I'm really sorry for my English. My English,
Don't worry, man.
there are a lot of bad. I'm a guy from Greece. If you ever meet,
Hey, Tikani re malaka.
What?
I said Tikani re malaka.
I'm good.
Masu Tikani.
What?
Hey,
I'm
Drew, I
kidding.
didn't know you speak
I'm kidding.
Romanian, you speak
I'm
Greek.
joking.
Yeah.
Trelos Americanos Pini Polifuda.
Yeah, I'm drinking that shit, you know. Yeah.
Fuda in Santorini.
You were in Santorini?
Oh yeah, Ios, Santorini, Crete.
Wonderful. Nice.
Yeah, I've been to Greece a few times.
All right. I was now I have 6 months. I have left my job. I was chef in Lefkada. You know, have you ever heard about Lefkada?
Uh-huh. There's
Yeah,
a lot of good wind surfing there.
Yeah, I was chef in Lefkada about 6 years, and trading helped me to quit my job, by the way. But I'm trading about 5 years. I think it's better to focus on trading, but focus 100%. You can't have a job and trading at the same time. I think you can't, mate. You can't focus on chart if you're doing that together.
Well, it depends what kind of trading you do. Because recently I've been working a little extra on the side, and this strategy, this cycle, or at least this last few months, what I've been doing is just dollar cost averaging on a position. So instead of really, just looking at the charts all day, I just have a few alarms. And as soon as the price, gets somewhere lower below my, target a little bit of where I'm looking to buy, bang, I just open up the app, buy, and then keep on doing my work. Because, just collect dry powder and accumulate. Because sometimes when you're forced to make money by swing trading and by scalping, that pressure can affect you, and I think it's better. I mean, for me, it's better. I figured out just to figure out, a few good plays, 4 or 5 max that I believe in, and just to keep on dollar cost averaging those.
Yeah, I know, but
and that you can do is that in that way you can still work and have your day job and still do your stuff, because all you do is wait until there's a good price and you buy. You don't have to look at the chart. And the thing is, like, plan not to suffer 5 years, like and when you need money, if the only money you have is left in your crypto portfolio, if you have to pay a bill, you pay a bill with your crypto. It is what it is. Sometimes you have to do that, but I think that way you can balance your life, and still be able to have fun with crypto if you just kind of dollar cost average.
I get it.
But yeah, if you're a good trader, the whole thing is, I think it's all about risk management. Even the best of the traders that have the best TA, if their risk management's not good, it's a recipe for disaster to have good TA and bad risk management.
Yes. Basically, to be honest, I do not left my job cause of trading. I lost my dad 3 months now, and to my name it come 250 acres of fields, and now I'm focused on my fields, And I think for a trader, this is the best thing that he can do to make my own food. Now I want to make animals, my own
Nice.
food from the fields, my own food from animals, and to be, I never,
Self-sufficient.
yeah, in my life, I never can accept to have a boss up to my head. This is, I can accept it from a very young age. So after I lost my father, I get that field, and I think I can work to be my own boss, and you know.
Yeah, man. Good. You can do it. Of course you can do it, man. Of course you can do it.
To be honest, so this is not the only reason I left my job, cause the trading. But the trading has, very good income if the risk management is good. I saw Dbloc here and that girl. They are giving a lot of information all day, guys. For me, you have a lot of respect that you are doing that thing all day. You are here for people 24 for real.
Oh, I'm not Dbloc, by the way. This isn't Dbloc. A lot of people confuse me for Dbloc.
This is Jay Powell.
No, man, it's Jerome Fowl.
#1 supporter of the Trump token.
Jerome Fowl.
Who's bought that thing?
I love that thing, the Trump token. I think that's going to be the biggest coin out there in 3 years.
Me, I don't trade that. Me, morals. For me, I think only one pair, whatever is that, no matter whatever is that, only one pair is enough to focus on that 100%, and it can pay you whatever you want. Only one pair is enough for me. Okay.
My portfolio is like 80% Trump, and the rest is split evenly between Doge, Ethereum, and Solana. And that's it right now.
Nice.
You don't hold any Bitcoin?
No Bitcoin.
Bam. Are you planning to get some Bitcoin in the bear market?
I'm allergic to Bitcoin.
No Sui either?
Doctor told me to stay. I like Sui, actually. I've been keeping my eye on it, but I don't have any right now.
Drew's still in the boat. He's going to go $5,000.
I like all the ones that have volume, man. The ones that have a lot of volume, daily volume, I like those. Sui has a lot of daily volume.
Big buys coming in.
Big buys, let's go. Let's go. Rockets.
Dominance is not looking good. The hammer's not working.
What's good, Drew? You been accumulating more Trump down there?
Yes, sir. I got more Trump than I've ever had in my life right now, and I'm feeling good.
Scooting your average down nicely.
Yep.
Now in 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, we're going at London session, right?
Yes, 2.5 hours.
I think
No,
if
3.5.
if the London session gonna cut the Asia lows and then we get a bullish divergence at 5 minutes, then maybe we can gonna pump hard. But we have the first thing to do by the opening of the session. We have to cut the Asia lows. If I'm gonna see that, I'm gonna be happy. Maybe my position goes to the opposite side, for a bit. But if we get the bullish divergence after the Nasdaq lows gonna get cutted, I think there's gonna be bullish. If first we're gonna cut the Asia lows.
You mean like revisit the lows?
Yeah, cut and HFP swing failure pattern at the Asia lows.
What's that at 95.5?
Give me a minute to check it from my computer. I'm sorry. Give me a minute. Where exactly is that? Where exactly is the...
What's the word, good people?
Hello, mate.
What's up, man?
Chilling.
I saw you were going into the 1 minute chart.
Yeah, I just had to see something real quick.
Hello, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
I'm fine. You?
Not bad, not bad. Just getting back in. Had to make a couple runs. W still looking healthy. Dominance is acting up again, but we'll ignore it for a second.
Yo, it's breaking out of that downwards channel.
Bad. So much volatility today. And now we got an inverse head and shoulder on the 15 minutes. Just
And that other move is good.
Where's the shoulder?
hold on.
Oh, you mean on dominance?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, that's not good.
We're gonna need a bigger hammer.
They're gonna need a sledgehammer.
Stay right there. What's going on, chat?
I like the size of that one, Dbloc.
Hey, yo.
Yo.
Interesting how that measured move goes straight into the vector CME gap.
Yep. Right into the middle of psychological range. We're just dealing with Asia's consolidation. Yeah, we just went into a range. That is what traditional Asia looks like.
Is that like a combination of Hong Kong and Tokyo's mission?
Yeah. The whole side of the world, really. Probably like 2 or 3 different.
I think Sydney is also considered Asia, but that starts pretty early, right?
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what happens on New York Open because we didn't have one yesterday.
Yeah, I think we consolidate for Asia. I think UK sends us, and the only question mark for me is, does UK have enough oomph to get us there, or does US come in and finish the job up? But once again, weekend trap, freed the shorts, found our bottom on Monday. Higher lows since then. Everything's par for the course right now. I hope not. I mean, if UK comes in above 50% of the Asian range, I hope they don't break that 50%. We don't want them to test those lows. Unless UK comes in on the bottom half of Asian range.
You don't think if London cut the Asia lows, that's gonna be bullish?
I mean, typically you want to run it off half of the Asian range. So that let's say that the Asian range stays here, doesn't get any higher, doesn't get any lower. That SR flip would basically be the 50%. So depending on where we come in, so like let's say Asia finishes their session up here and UK comes in. What you want to see is you want to see UK test 50% and hold. And then they'll trend up for their entire session.
I have heard that thing from you a lot of times, the 50% of Asia range.
Yeah.
And I check. For me, if you remember, I'm a range trader. The 50% of Asia range is always in the point of control before we gonna to the New York session.
Yeah.
So this is work very good. I tested a lot of times because what exactly is the 50% of Asia? Every day we make the POC of the daily range.
Yeah, it happens because Asia tends to range, so they'll create the point of control for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
It's all a game that they play to keep liquidity running and to keep from stepping on each other's toes. Remember, these aren't necessarily different market makers either. These are just different market maker sessions. Right? So US market makers have UK market makers working, have Asian market makers working in those time zones. Asian market makers aren't just off duty completely when they're out of Asia, right? They have Asian traders that work or Asian market makers that work during UK hours, have Asian market makers that work during US hours. That's why the gaps are so strong. But for the most part, you know, US is trading during US, UK is trading during UK.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we're gonna get an AMD model. Accumulation, manipulation, distribution, you know. And this is a very good template.
I mean, right now for me, it's best not to overthink it, right? We had a weekend trap that had a false move down with a CME gap that didn't close. And we're going into the first business day of full market makers being on duty, including US session. So like probability tells you they're going to go close that CME gap.
Yeah.
It's a pretty easy trade, you know, easy trade with easy invalidations. We know this vector gap is down here. That box is just annoying me, but we have to worry about this green vector underneath us if we break that demand.
Yo, Dbloc, if we go down to fill in this gap, how long you think we could spend down there?
To fill this gap in?
If we lose this support.
It'd be bad. We probably wouldn't do that till UK. That would mean that UK failed to hold Asia's 50 and it's trending down, which means you probably have to wait until US to get some sort of recovery because UK tends to trend in one direction.
Okay.
So, you know, market open. If this doesn't go right, market opens the bulls sort of next opportunity to make something happen. But there's plenty of time left in this Asian session. Get rid of it. The stakes were good,
BJ,
driving. Stakes were real good. What happened, bro?
I was asking BJ if she uses GAN for her models.
So I do, but I haven't done the actual GAN boxes, but I believe what I'm finding out with Donnie is that my chart actually does GAN without doing GAN. So I'm learning from him how I can make my life a little easier, because, like, take for instance this Trump chart. I gotta change this. Just a second. I'm a little lost about where my Trump chart is. Just let's see. Oh, this one. Okay.
Ethereum is taking a bit of a hit here. Was a nice alt season. Than our alt season.
So I built this Trump chart obviously from scratch that night, that the 19th, I think it was, January, or 17th, whatever day this is. And so I used, I didn't use the GAN squares. I used mostly these fibs, but it actually works with that. So this is what I'm trying to do is, and these are time cycles here.
Oh, you use time cycles. That's interesting.
Yep. And I have the time cycles on the Bitcoin chart, but so I'm
I
combining the
heard
time.
someone say that we're coming into a major time cycle like tomorrow.
Yep. Exactly. And that's why this Trump chart, or this Trump is in such a important level right here. And I believe, I don't know if we made it or not, but it has to get this 1805. Otherwise, it's gonna jump down here almost below 2 levels. Probably go down below 15 here because of that. See how here you've got, I'm on the 2 hour. You have the this 200 is crossing. This is a bow tie. So on GAN, you have these points of ties between your time and your on your axes, and it gets these. I wish I could show it. If you look on, he's posted a couple charts recently. You see the snowflakes. You see these like starburst areas on a GAN square chart, or okay. My charting has always kind of had areas of interest like that as well. And so when I compare mine with, and I was doing a lot of that with LCAP, the two of us were collaborating quite a bit and coming up with a lot of what I was asking him, now how do you see this, because he was saying, well, you're doing fibs without knowing it, and you're doing a lot of GAN without knowing it. Then I read the GAN book and started so we did a lot of collaborating, and then I started kind of taking off a lot after realizing how important the arcs are. Like see this arc? I drew this arc with my finger on the touch screen with a brush tool, and look how perfect that arc was. It was amazing. And so as you get better at it, and there's the downtrend. Anyway, when you look out, then you can see you know how your chart makes those wisps, like this. You see these patterns all the time. It's from this right here. Here's an overarching arc from a fib series, and then here's the competing one from the going up. So that's how when I started seeing this circular motion and thinking about weather charts, hurricanes, and so on, and I started seeing sometimes when I would manipulate my chart, I would see a spinning going on, and I was like, this is crazy. Sometimes I see my chart in 3D. And so I was working so hard to try to find, well, how can I show that 3D effect? Well, so this Trump chart has kind of been the closest I've gotten to being able to represent a chart where a person can see the motion in like a 3-dimension. And what the gentleman was saying earlier, what was your name again, if you're still here, from Greece? What he was saying about oscillating, and you don't worry about time or about price going up or down, or
Yeah.
I can remember when I was first trading, and even now, I kind of have it in my head, going up is good, going down is bad, and when I would give TA, sometimes I would find myself saying, well, we want this up or down. Anyway, my language needs to change to just talk about this area here in a range. So this range, but it doesn't necessarily mean a vertical. It can mean this range that's on a diagonal. Look at how that comes all the way from up here, like this. Like this is the range. It's not saying from here to here, because you have to consider this angle like that. And in order for price to continue up, it's got to cross that level right there and be on this path. And so that was the other day. See how important this line is, and I'll show you that. See that did not pop up there. Did here, but we didn't. Then we didn't cross that line. So let's see. Here's the candles. Now you can see look at how perfect it comes up here. We're on this pole, right, of the 5-minute, but we didn't, this candle, see, did not cross that line. So then we fell down. Now let's show you there's the moving averages. And then here I had this triangle's there. And so it forms this corner. And I remember giving TA all the time and saying, we got to get across this corner. Well, a corner to me is easier to spot when I have the line with markers on versus the candles sometimes, because the head, if I go to the a lower time frame so you can see the action better, when I can see the direction of that, if it has to break this line, right, or a place like that, if I put a pole, just to give you the example here. All right, so it's got to break this this 5 EMA. Well, that's not the 5. This is. Well, I don't even know if that's it. This is it. This might be a 9 because this is what's it called? Market Cypher.
Ribbon.
Huh?
I think this is ribbon.
Yeah. So I think it's set up. Let me just check. I think it's a 9.
Yeah, but I think those lines are ribbons.
Okay, I'm just missing the word. Can you say that again? I'm really sorry.
Ribbons.
Those lines.
Ribbons. Ribbons are something like a maze.
Yes,
EMA.
these are. This is the okay. So the orange one here is the 50 MA, and the pink here is a 200 MA. But I'm used to on the Traders Reality. I have it set up with the 5 and the 13. But this is Market Cypher, and I think that see, it's a 9. The yellow is a 9. The red is a 21. The 30. So this is a different setup than what I'm kind of used to. So that's what I was saying. This is from Market Cypher. But this fatter one and this one, that's the MAs. So, okay, so again, the point was, okay, so I can watch that we have to cross this corner, this level first on a pole, and then it has to close over that, over this bar or this ribbon, in order to achieve an upward angle. So if I put another angle in that way, like this, okay, that makes a corner. We can't go, below here. All right, so now this particular candle, no, it just already closed and this one opened. You can see, okay, by this, that it did not get into this corner here. So in order for price to move up here now, this candle is going to have to close over this angle here.
Yes.
Above, yes. So if it doesn't, it's going to either ride along this edge or it's going to drop below. But if you're talking about the time that it's going to take, if we've passed this mark, then here's this moving average, and it'll bend, and this one over the top of it is going to be, if it's a faster moving average, it's going to come down and close and become over it, especially if all of these are coming down around this pole. So if price action isn't going to move up quickly now and reach this edge, and then trade up along here and meet these moving averages before they fall down below this next level and drag everything with it. See, as you can see along this top here, you have a peak. So this peak has got to be crossed by that moving average there in order to correct it. So if this it was the 9, if that 9 doesn't, it keeps falling, it's going to have to find a bottom. Price is going to have to come back up over it. Then it's going to have to follow because, it's a moving average. It's not live. So this is the live price, and then this is an average. So once this comes climbing back up, it has to correct over the top where it peaked. First this peak, then this peak, and then you'll see that correction. So this this moving average is going to come across a little bit slower. So just visually, whoops, what did I do? You can tell just by this movement already, getting back to that curve idea, you've already got a curve is starting to be established right there. Because we're not meeting this angle even already on the 5 minute. And we've come below this angle. So if I go to the 15 minute, you can see that the 15 minutes averages are already below that level. So we're sinking now. So this $16, 16,851, to me, this is a very, very important line because I believe I had figured it out that what was it?
Yeah, but you know what the problem is?
What?
The problem is that is the Trump chart. As this market has low market cap, the assets with low market cap do not respect anything. Sometimes, you know,
That's
nothing.
true. That's true.
So that's why I do not trade on altcoins or meme coins, because the market cap, when the market cap is very low, they can do whatever they wanna do. They want. So just the only reason I trade only on Bitcoin, because the high, because it have high market cap, so it respects not sometimes. It respects a lot of things of we know about technical analysis. You can trade Bitcoin with 100 strategies. Everything works. Everything works on.
You can trade Bitcoin with a lot of confidence, or a lot more confidence than you can much anything else, I think.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
That's the real reason I only choose Bitcoin. And Dbloc, you here?
Yeah, Dbloc's here.
You remember gold? And gold is very good chart. Very, very. Me and you, we was 3 months before, we was telling in this Discord about a new all-time high, you remember? And we are waiting a spider line, more up there.
Mm-hmm. I remember talking about that too. Yep. That
There was like a huge
28
up and
8.
handle on gold, right?
What?
There was a huge cup and handle on gold.
Yeah.
It played it. So you also trade commodities or only crypto?
Only Bitcoin and sometimes on gold. Not every day, sometimes. I think Bitcoin is, you know, I love that chart because I have all the levels and to have multiply levels on different charts sometimes it's not good on my mind because I lose my focus. If you are focused 100% in one chart, I think it's gonna be more profitable, and you can have another chart that respects your strategy. Just for sometimes, if your main chart doesn't give you the setup, maybe the other chart do this. But and this is problem.
Depends. You can also buy spot altcoins in the bear market and have it as a long-term hold.
This is also very good, but you know, I think the better thing that you can do in altcoins is to buy it from pre-sales. By the way, as I remember it, a new
A new broker gonna came out named Infinity Pools. If someone knows that, Infinity Pools, you know, it's a new broker gonna came out that supports 1,000 of leverage, by the way, and they're gonna have a token. Search about it. I think it's on pre-sale. That coin. I'm gonna buy it because you know, if you have the broker's asset from the beginning is like that. Think like you have the BNB from the beginning. You know, if you had the BNB from $1, this is the only situation I'm gonna buy the asset of Infinity Pool because a new broker gonna came out. They had an asset, so you can everyone here can do their own research about it. I not prefer to anyone to buy it, but me, I'm gonna do that just cause it's the broker's asset. So why not from the pre-sale? You know, maybe it's gonna be the new BNB. Nobody knows in reality. You hear Dbloc?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just doing something on the side. What's going on?
Check on Twitter about that project. Infinity Pools. It's a new broker on cryptos, and they had an asset. Check it. Maybe you're gonna like it. I don't know.
They better have some deep pockets with a name like Infinity Pool.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
Yo, the bio is interesting. Unlimited leverage, no liquidations, higher yields.
That sounds sustainable.
Oh, but it's on base? Is that like a perp dex? Is it like Hyperliquid or something?
I don't know.
It sounds like a perp dex. It sounds like a perp dex with some sort of fancy algorithmic liquidity touchiness. I'll take a look. I don't like when you tell me you're gonna get me to the moon safely. I don't like when you tell me that your liquidity pools are infinite. You know, something about like naming tokens too bullish always has
unlimited leverage.
Yeah.
I don't know how unlimited leverage should work.
I heard about that project 1 or 2 years ago, and I'm waiting for that 1 year now. And I saw them on Twitter. They post something that they're gonna open, so I'm waiting. I have 1 year to wait about this project, really. Check
So
them on
they're
Twitter.
saying you get unlimited leverage without liquidations and you get yield while
Yeah.
trading. I don't
Yeah.
know.
And on Wednesdays they send strippers and cupcakes to your house. We all know when something sounds too good to be true, right?
Look, I want to ask you something. At 95 at Hitmap, we have some orders, and at the local range, we have also the local 786. Crypto rank. Okay, I'm gonna check that. I learned from you the coin rank. Now this is something new I learned from you.
Yeah, this is just like on-chain stuff. Let's go to I was just wanted to check where we were for the month. That's a pretty bad February so far. I mean, we don't have many red ones, so I guess compared to the other ones, it's still sort of lightweight. But this was a bear market. 2014 was a bear market. The one thing that I am sort of concerned about, and we still got time to get out of here, but the times that we have had red Februaries, they've been followed by red Marches. Right, even though this one was kind of light, right? 0.24%, not a big deal, but we really want to flip this month green, even if it's small percentage. Yeah, 2018 was a bear market and we had 5%, was the smallest February, so we've definitely got some ground to make up on. Yeah, we're starting to build liquidity to both sides here. 170 mil at 94, but all of this hotspot up here is like 165, 150, 149, 169, 177, 143. All sitting at 97-ish.
I think they deserve a short squeeze. They deserve
There's
a
definitely
big
gonna be
short
one.
squeeze.
Look it on the, so look at the 2 week here. Look at all that sitting above. I'm gonna rip through that. And if you want to look at the monthly, it looks even worse. You have one short squeeze that's gonna lead you right into another. And here you can see on the 3 month, all the sweeps. We've literally just been sweeping, 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 sweeping. You want to see something funny? Look at Ethereum. Then it comes in. All right, this is the 6 month. Well, first of all, in the 3 month, before I change it to the 1 month, see how we swept all the liquidity for Ethereum here already.
Yeah, that was a bad day.
Yeah, yeah. So we've
Yeah.
got some fight to go to get up to the next levels, but I mean, we've got a lot. You saw the liquidations on Bitcoin, right? And Bitcoin's at a higher price per unit. It was at 170s, 140s. Here we're talking about 300 mil, 200 mil. And then once you start getting up to ATHs, but what I wanted to look at really was this on the monthly. Look at this shit sitting up here.
Bitcoin is clearing that vector gap as we are speaking.
Okay. Look at this up here at 34. 600 mil. Another 500 mil. Another 600 mil on top of it. Another 400 mil. Altogether, it's probably about $3 billion sitting up there to get smacked.
Is that aggregated or
Yeah.
only on one exchange?
Yeah.
Still can't believe that ETH touched 2K.
Goodbye.
At Ethereum, a few days ago, I thought you have a daily head and shoulders pattern, but the problem was not even me. I thought the same thing. All over the world think about that, and the market makers,
Be careful with these big, massive macro bearish patterns, bro. They're meant to shake you out.
Yeah, I was taking long at the golden pocket. That was at wait a minute to remember the price. The golden pocket that day was at wait a minute to draw it again. I was taking stop loss that day. By the way, my golden pocket was on. Wait a minute to draw it. Wait a minute, I'm sorry.
Hey, you might be over trading, Aeon. Just a little bit. Sprinkle with a little bit of revenge.
I had that idea for Ethereum, but doesn't work because the market makers knows everything. Okay, and I was get wrecked. The idea was that I'm gonna send you with a screenshot that pattern, but it not make us the favor. Not make us a favor. We had a lot of bullish divergences in lower time frames, but checking chat, it doesn't play the pattern. So now, okay, I still believe we had that pattern. As we cut the lows, I don't know.
So I'm mostly throwing risk management to the wind because I'm playing with such a what? What kind of money?
For me?
A small, no, I'm talking to somebody in chat. There is no such thing as a small amount of money. Not small enough to throw risk management out the window. Well, dominance finally broke above 61, man. We've been using the hammers to keep it down underneath 61 for a while, but this is going to be a higher high locally. Which means it'd be really nice of Bitcoin to stop going down right now. My alts would greatly appreciate it. Yo, Troy, you're in the wrong room for that, bro. At the very least, you could type a special message for us and not cut and paste. Jeez. I think we deserve a custom message at least, right, Duck?
You need to ask really nicely if you want Dbloc to criticize your chart.
I keep thinking about that 10-year-old kid that came in here, man. And I felt bad. I didn't want to ban him for shilling, so I was just letting him shill his little meme coin, right? I knew nobody was going to buy it. But he just got annoying, and I was like, okay, you really want me to take a look at this thing? Not a good idea.
He was probably underwater.
Went right to the bubble maps. Nah, it was, I mean, I'm not going to lie. It was kind of, if it wasn't so scammy, it was kind of cute. Like, it had like $38 of liquidity in it or something. And there was only like 2 buys. I'm like, this kid's trying to get a PlayStation. He's like, and then he wasn't even,
Was this boy?
bro, he wasn't even shilling the project. He was literally just in here like, buy my meme coin. I'm poor. Help me. I'm poor. Buy my meme. I almost wish that all devs just shilled like that. Just an honest shill. You know what I mean? Like, hey, I'm trying to make a bunch of money. I'll try not to pull it out too quick. Maybe we can all make a little money, but I'm definitely gonna try to get at least 10 million out of this.
It would be honest at least.
That's what the meme coins need to be. Some kid needs to come out with a meme coin that says, and the name of the meme coin is buy me my first car. You might get enough with people who are just like, who think it's refreshing. You know what I mean? But you might actually get enough to buy yourself your first car if you're just honest about the shit. My mom won't buy me a PlayStation. That should be the name of the meme.
There's probably already something like that.
I mean, now for sure. One of you degens in the chat is gonna go straight to deck screener with that one. I don't know. I just always appreciated the honesty. Like the homeless guy at the red light that's like need beer and cigarettes. You're like, yeah, I feel you, bro. Here you go. I would definitely need some beer and cigarettes if I was in your position. I appreciate the honesty. So I've been digging into this gold issue. And I'm trying not to get excited. But it's kind of hard, seeming as I have a sizable gold position. But I was just waiting to get to 3K, and now Trump is talking about auditing Fort Knox.
Is that good or bad for gold?
So it depends.
Depends what they find or not find.
Well, they're not gonna find. They're gonna go in there and not find. I promise you that. They're gonna go in there and not find. So there's a couple of issues, right?
You think they're not gonna find anything or just less
Oh,
than
bro,
expected?
I don't know how bad it's gonna be. I know that we have been buying up gold at a crazy amount in the last 3-4 weeks, as you've noticed with the price of gold. So it almost seems like somebody is trying to fill those vaults before Elon comes through with big balls.
Big balls.
Yeah, that's a terrifying sight. Elon at the front door with his little homie Big Balls with a note clip, you know, a little thing to take notes. Oh shit. Yeah.
Bro, you can't make this up, man.
This is the sad part, is that none of this is made up. That's the sad part. Like, this is 2025.
You mean he needed big balls to go in here and audit the Fed? We just needed some big balls. That's
And big balls on a, like, I think 19-year-old, 21-year-old kid, 20-year-old kid or something. He was like 16 when Elon started working with him.
bro. If that ain't like evidence of a intelligent creator, like I don't know what it is.
So,
Oh,
anyways, back
really?
to the
He
Fort
started
Knox.
working with Elon already years ago?
Yeah. He's like Elon's got this group of like super geniuses. They're all pretty young kids.
Oh,
Yeah, that's like his squad.
how does he find them?
It's Elon, bro.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
He uses his Neuralink.
Yeah, who knows how he finds them? He's probably like X-Men, right? He's just collecting all these mutants.
Yo, did you see what I posted earlier in the chat? Someone spent 1.3 million to put something on the Ethereum blockchain, and it says that some Chinese bosses are using brain machine weapons to persecute all the company employees and former employees.
Have you seen
including
some of the
self.
AI stuff that they've got going on in China in the workplace, the cameras? Bro, these
Yeah,
things
but
are
he's talking about
watching like internal, like in
he's
like
talking about brain computer chips like Neuralink
crazy.
militarized, and he spent 1.3 million to put it on the ETH blockchain. So I don't know what kind of shitso stuff that is, but it's interesting.
He didn't find those guys. They're all self-made. They're all 4chan guys who all did something extraordinary.
So check this out. Fort Knox right now holds supposedly 4,500 tons of gold. Right, that's
What's
how
that
much
in dollars?
that at today's prices. Shit. I don't know, but
Is
they're
that
saying
more?
that even if 25% were missing, like even if they go in there and they've got 75%, only 25% is missing, it'd be about a 4% hit to supply, right, to the official reserves. So it'd be like perceived scarcity, right? The problem with that is if you're trading paper gold, then you start to worry about there not being enough gold. So you will get a decorrelation of paper gold and physical gold prices. If you're holding physical gold, it's a good thing. If you're holding paper gold, you need to be careful in the next weeks coming up. As soon as you see Elon in front of Fort Knox, you might want to make a decision about your paper gold. But in the past when we've seen things like that happen, like with silver, you've had really big spikes in the physical gold price. And I mean really big spikes, like 30 to 40%. So the annual mining right now is about 3 tons a year. So you're talking about something that's not easily replaceable. Right? Like in 2013 when we had the price crash, that's when everybody started melting jewelry and shit like that. So they add to the supply where they can. They pull to add to the supply where they can to try to sustain the price. But it's never enough. I think in 2013, jewelry alone added like 10 to 15% to the gold supply. So
Yeah, gold has an inflation too. Like I remember listening to that Michael Saylor podcast with what was his name? Robert Breedlove. You know him?
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying like how he came to Bitcoin was he looked at every asset, and every asset deteriorates, like even real estate on a long enough time frame, or gold. I think gold has like 2% inflation a year. So if you
gold is a
look at it
farce.
like
Long-term gold is a
yeah,
farce. The scarcity of gold is manufactured.
yeah, I mean 2% per year, if you think about it, after 100 years, that's you lose a lot of value.
Well, the problem is this, right? If you think the United States isn't holding all the gold they're supposed to be holding, that what makes you think that some of these ETFs are holding all the gold that they're supposed to be holding? And that's what happens, right? So people that have physical settlement, right? Some people can settle their paper gold for physical. Those people will start to demand physical settlement, and then you'll get similar to a run on the bank, right? And then if they're having trouble
when they
getting their
figure out
physical settlement, then you start to get panic. At that point, you start to get panic, and the gold, the price of physical gold per ton goes through the roof. And then the paper one, you know, like I said, gets decorrelated.
So you think that will start when people realize that Fort Knox doesn't have
Oh
the
my
gold?
God. If Fort Knox is empty, there'll be zero confidence in paper gold. For me, that's great because I don't have to get into a gold position. I've been in a gold position for almost 1.5 years now. But for somebody
Is
who's
it
holding a
paper
lot of
gold?
paper, no, it's physical.
Oh,
Yeah, I only trade physical.
nice.
Do you understand if the gold wasn't there, that's equivalent to releasing the JFK files? The end result is that people will not officially not trust the government. All this conspiratorial crap will disappear. There's no more conspiracy. It'll be flat out you have precedent to not trust the government.
Yeah, US dollar would take a massive hit.
I think what will happen is somebody will nudge him with their elbow and go, "Hey, you're not going to find anything in there. Let's just try to head this off of the past now. Here's the result of what's going to happen if you really
Well,
do go in there."
that's yeah, that was my point earlier, right? This has been an easy win for any president to go in there and expose that there's no gold. The problem is the ramifications that come from it. You know, so nobody's wanted to do it because nobody's willing to take the ramifications that come from it. The interesting thing with Trump is that he's already said that he needs the dollar to drop. And if he can't get the Fed to cut and start QE, then this might be that Trumpitative easing that we were talking about, right? Something that forces their hand.
If domestic prices don't come down with the dollar coming down, that's another tax that we've already been thrown on us through inflation.
Yeah, that sucks, but we need the dollar to come down if we want our bags to pump, unfortunately. That's one of those things where you're rooting for something that ends up being bad for the overall, you know, but it's good for your bag, which sucks. It's always a shitty sort of position to be in. Like me rooting for the peace talks to fail so that my gold can hit 3K. It's not something you're proud of. You know what I mean? Like, I want peace in the world as much as the next guy. I also want my gold to hit 3K.
But all you're doing is hedging because you're going to lose
Yeah.
in other parts of your life versus
Yeah.
other people who don't trade. They're just going to lose and they're not going to compensate.
Unfortunately, yeah, you're correct about that. You know, somebody approached me a long time ago and had a serious conversation with me. This was at a time where I didn't listen to a lot of people. I was young and doing well, and I thought that nobody could teach me anything I didn't already know. And he sat me down and had a real serious talk and was like, you got to make a decision right now on whether you want to be an investor or whether you want to work service for the rest of your life. Because where we're going right now, those are going to be your only two options. You fast forward this at the pace that we're going, if you're not invested and you're not trading and you're not letting your money make money through other people's, you know, labor, you will be providing some sort of service for people that are. And like, as the years have gone by, I've watched that become more and more of a reality. You know, in some places more than others. Like Puerto Rico, for example, right? My family's from Puerto Rico. You take that island right now, and it's like the amount of people that are there that are investors. Like after the hurricane came, wiped everything out, place had to be rebuilt. Right? So all of these nice places got rebuilt, all of these comfortable places, good tax haven. And you're already seeing it now where, you know, Puerto Rico runs the risk in, you know, 50 years to be a majority foreigners. And then at that point, you are either investing or you're working service for somebody that's investing. You see these things play out on a small you know, like a small microcosm, right? But on the large scale, that really is where we're going. Like the sweat from your brow is not going to be able to support the lifestyle that you want.
Maybe if you have like an AI business where your service is somehow related to AI.
End of the day, it's service, right? It's going to be, you're either going to be paid for your ideas because ideas are going to be gold, right? When implementation isn't a problem, when implementation is automatic, ideas are what runs the house, right? The person with the best ideas is the one that's going to win. And then those that can do, right? Those that can think, those that can do. Those that can do will do things for other people. Those that can think.
I mean, that's the thing, man, is I think that I know I've said this to you, but like the creative types really have a lot of power on their side because
Yeah.
I personally, my education is in computer science. So I don't have the mechanical, I mean, I don't have the electrical engineering part so I build as a hobby, I build robots. And I really suck at circuit design because that's not my education. My education is in computational theory. So I can't do it all. And yet I don't now have to hire or steal someone's design or buy someone's design. I can literally throw it into an AI, specific AI tool that's model is geared around circuit design, and I can then get the design that I want and go send it off to PCBWay and have it printed and made for me for really super cheap. I would have never been able to do that part. I would have always had to rely on an electrical engineer to make my circuits for me, and that is no longer the case.
Yeah.
And the same thing with mechanical engineering and cross discipline. Like if you're a really crappy writer, but you have a great imagination, but you just don't know how to put it down on paper, you just talk to a large language model and it makes you a great, or at least makes you an above average writer. Dude, I wish I could live another life to start this over with AI. Like if start in the 70s with AI. I mean, there's so many things that people would love to do, but they want to do a big project, but there's these elements that they're not talented or skilled enough to do it. Now they can almost do it all without a huge team of people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the other side of the coin, right? Everybody talks about the huge team that's going to be fired, but you don't talk about the single person that could never get the job accomplished without, ideas. It's like I said, the good ideas will float to the top, right? And they're going to be where the currency is.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that you will spawn new businesses that did not exist before, so your net employment actually might be greater.
I watched this podcast with Mark Andreessen, and he was saying that AI is going to level the playing field because right now you have like the biggest tech companies have the best coders, the best engineers. So they're the only ones who can deliver certain products, and AI will level it so that it will come down to distribution. Like the difference in tech won't be as great, and the most successful ones will be those that can distribute the best. So sales and stuff like that will be more important than tech, because right now tech, coding, engineering is like one of the best paid skills. But then if everyone can do it with AI, then it's about like ideas, who can come up with the
What are you
best
telling it to do?
solutions.
Yeah.
Well,
and who can sell it the best. Like
There's
if you have
so-
10 people that all offer the same service, it's going to be who's going to be the best at selling that service.
all the oxygen on the internet is used by all the negative shit on AI, and therefore it gives no room to think about all these creative ideas of what you can do with AI. We all know they're there, but there's so much negative connotation with AI that there's literally no room for how to leverage it to your advantage.
Dinosaurs.
It's
That's
disgusting,
it.
actually.
You either
It's almost
evolve or you either evolve or you die.
It's like self-fulfilling prophecy. If you sit here and complain about it long enough, it will destroy you. It's like not AI, but whatever you're complaining about will potentially consume your energy to the point where you're not getting anything done, and then it blinds you from the creative, productive side of said thing.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can even use it for coaching. It can coach you and teach you things in like a makeshift curriculum.
So what you're saying about the negativity, like it always reminds me of that like Chinese proverb about the wolves. right? With the grandfather that tells his kid's being bad, and the grandfather tells him there's two wolves that live inside of you, right? That are at constant, eternal battle for dominance. The good wolf and a bad wolf, you know, and the kid's like, well, who wins? And the grandfather goes, well, the one that you feed, right? The one that you feed is going to win.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm taking this online marketing class with I'm trying to wean myself out of the corporate world so I can get into a more like work, you know, like start my own small business or whatever. And we had this conference call, and he said this statement that's very similar to what you said, Dbloc. He just said it in a different way. He's like, you can prep your food all day, but unless you put it in the oven, you're never gonna eat. And then when he said that, I said analysis paralysis, and he's like, yes. And that wasn't even my phrase, that was yours. But he was like, he like put his fist up in the air on the camera. He's like, yes. And it kind of goes to the same way. You could spend all day complaining about this stuff, or you can fantasize about how you might use it. But unless you get your hands dirty and start using these tools, you're always going to be on the edge case, always prepping your food and never putting it in the oven.
There's only three things you could do, right? You got your sphere of influence and you got your sphere of control, right? The things within your sphere of control, you have absolute control over, right? You focus on those things first. Once your sphere of control is taken care of, you look into your sphere of influence, right? These are the things that you can't control, but that you can influence through some effort. Once you've taken care of everything in your sphere of influence, your job is to increase your sphere of influence. And if all of this shit that you're worried about doesn't land within your sphere of control or your sphere of influence, you're wasting your time. There's other shit that you need to be focused on.
And you just described the noise.
Yeah.
That you just defined the noise.
Straight up. I was one of those, bro. I used to worry about everything, bro. And part of it's due to my anxiety and all that. And I guess my nature sort of lends to that a little bit. But you got to fight against your own nature sometimes, because that shit will paralyze you. And then you take on the world's problems. You feel like shit every day. And it's like, bro, what? You feel like shit because you didn't solve the world's problems today? You're going to feel like shit tomorrow, too. And the day after. Because guess what?
That's so true.
Yeah, guess what? The world's not going to change because you feel bad.
That's why I said, you know, I mean, it doesn't mean that I don't care about my country, but the minute you get the toxic people out of your life that are not reasonable, doesn't mean you have to stop talking politics, but the ones that you know you're not going to change their minds on, like if you just clean those people out of your life, I said, you know, you got one life and you're going to spend it arguing with people on Twitter. You're going to spend it getting pissed off at things you can't control.
Yeah.
And as soon as I did that, dude, I've been so much more happier.
Yeah, arguing, period.
You can call it selfishness, but like what? You're going to waste your life arguing with people that you're never going to change their mind on?
Well, not only that, but like I said, there's things in your life that you can control that aren't under control. Unless, you know, you're just... Listen, if you've got everything under control and you take it, then knock yourself out, yo. You spend your time worrying about whatever you want to worry about. But if there's still shit in your life that needs to be handled, you know, it's probably a good idea to handle that first and foremost.
Yeah, you got one shot. Goes by fast.
All right, we're through that vector gap now. We did break that uptrend though. Our W in validation is at 95,508. Unfortunately, there is a bit of a vector gap on it.
One more big alt dip.
Dominance is at 6105. I'll be right.
It's going straight up.
Come on, China, you can do it.
Yeah, this Chinese session went to shit.
Send the corn.
Nice stopping volume candle as a higher low would be nice here. Point of control is at 9555.
Sui back under 3.
Yeah, we want to avoid this M pattern because that will bring us fresh low.
And we even recovered most of these vectors on the way down already.
Yeah, the last one that was like staring us in the face was this 5-minute one.
I mean, the red vectors were
Oh,
already recovered.
yeah. Yeah, you see that, right? Definitely not a good sign.
Yeah.
You ever had a day? Well, you guys trade as for a living, but you ever had it happen where you worked and you go to work in the morning and you realize that they gave you the day off and you didn't realize?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's the worst, yo.
I mean, it's got what is it, bittersweet? But you're like,
Yeah, but you feel like such a bootlicker sitting there in an empty parking lot at work. You're like, wow.
yeah. I mean, because I work from home, but I was like all Sunday night, I was like, okay, I gotta get to bed at a decent time because I gotta go to work. I gotta get up and there are a couple meetings or whatever. And then I looked at my calendar and it was nothing on it. And then somebody said in chat on Friday saying, remember Monday is President's Day, and I didn't see the message. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't even know what to think now. I could have slept in.
Like, you want points for showing up. I almost want to take a selfie of myself in front of the job and send it to the boss.
I showed up on my vacation once. That was kind of funny. They were
Oh,
like, "What are you?"
Nah, you deserve a raise for that shit, bro.
Well, dude, you don't want to do that in a corporate world when you're a remote worker and you show that you're green online. Oh my God, all the demons come out of the woodwork. They want to ask you questions they've been trying to ask you for a week.
Yo, MacD, is Sato on right now? Is he streaming?
Who's Sato?
Korean
Is he like
trader,
Crypto
bro.
Face?
He's the best trader ever. Except his thing is loss porn. So he just basically gets wrecked constantly. The reason that I say that he's the best trader ever is because, all right, I've already assumed that he's losing on purpose. Nobody can lose every single time by mistake. The skill that you need to lose every single time is the same skill you need to make tons of money. So I assume that he is just the world's best trader, and he's counter trading his positions on the off screen somewhere, and he's just showing people the shit trades because I've never seen somebody with such a high loss percentage.
That's funny, dude.
And there's a couple of them. There's 3 of them, right? We call them the 3 musketeers, 3 Korean traders. When all 3 of them are going in the same direction that you're going, sell immediately.
I'm sorry. Talking about crypto phase.
What is this on Twitter?
What?
No, they're on YouTube. They're YouTube, little Korean YouTube streamers. You'll be the only American in the chat, though. What were you saying about CryptoFace?
I use his indicator.
Yeah, Market Cypher.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good momentum indicator.
Yeah. But
Oh, is it
problem is,
Atos?
after we went into 2025, I think a lot of things changed on chart. By the way, we have to have a rise. You know, the 2025 swept the liquidity of 20,024, the last higher high. The first thing that the new year was doing is to liquidity sweep the higher high with bearish divergence. Now we're in the range, and in all this road, I think something changed. Maybe we have to close the first quarterly to do more quality trades. I don't know. No, have you ever think about it, Dbloc? With the new year, some things, not every, some a little bit things have changed on the analysis.
I haven't really noticed anything that stands out. What exactly? You mean on a more of a macro scale?
No, in the local.
When you say change, do you mean from the last cycle or?
I mean, all 24. I was trading by end epoch key levels to the from the end epoch to the other end epoch, from the one golden pocket to the other end golden pocket. From the from one level to the other level, from the one level to the other level. This quarterly, I have take 7 stop loss in row.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We're
I
not
don't
running off just basic support and resistance anymore, guys. That's why I said like 2 or 3 months ago, I said if you're trading right now, you're trading on hard mode. Right? You're trading in a pool with whales that have way more money than us that are trying to position themselves for this last push. Which means there's going to be tons of liquidity sweeps. There's going to be tons of TA that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that 89 is pretty strong, man, though. Like,
Yeah.
that support down there is pretty strong.
There's
But
so
it's
much
the,
money sitting down there too. It's not even, it's just the amount of buy orders between 89 and like 92, 93.
the part that I see you both saying is that when it goes up to resistance, it doesn't even make it to the resistance. It gets front ran and then it just goes right back down again.
Yeah, it's getting front run to both sides for sure. That's just a sure sign of somebody with way more money than you that needs a smaller percentage to hit their target.
And that's what I was saying last night about the measured moves.
Maybe we're in the beginning of a big range. Well, I think maybe we're in the beginning of a big range.
All right, our vector gap is completely filled. We can get rid of that. Now we got to see if we hold or what. Our invalidation is right underneath us. We've got to absorb that demand if you want to invalidate the W, or else we're just going to double bottom off of that.
Have you checked the orders on the liquidity heat map on CoinAnk? We have orders at 95, and also it's the local 786 Fibonacci.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Today we wait a minute. I'm gonna send you a screenshot on the Discord. I was taking that trade on the golden pocket, and I close it on break even. And give me a minute. I'm gonna send it to you right now. Right now on the Discord chat. Check that local golden pocket 618. I was taking that. Now the 786, where exactly it is? No, wrong Fibonacci. I'm sorry. Wrong Fibonacci. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about that Fibonacci. I was taking that long on the golden pocket today, and I was going to break even along it again before, okay, and I'm waiting about that level 786. And if you check on the heat map, on the liquidity heat map on CoinAnk, exactly where is the 786, we have a lot of orders. Go to CoinAnk and check it.
Hold on, we've got some price action here.
And a lot of orders are down there to get filled. 95 is a very good to stop.
Yeah, there's tons of orders stacked all the way through the low 90s.
A lot of orders. For example, I'm gonna send you a screenshot. Check that. I mean about that. I talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send it a screenshot. Where is the 2336? 236. You see that order there?
Yeah.
There exactly. It's in the 786 of Fibonacci. Exactly there.
Yeah, people love their fibs. That's why fibs work, because people place orders on them.
Yeah. The golden pocket today gave us 1% movement now, but the problem is we get another bounce of 1.30% without touch the 786. So I think maybe, I don't know, maybe we're gonna touch the 786 because the liquidity is there, the market orders, the limit orders are there. I don't know. We also have a bullish CVD. I don't know why the price is ranging 3 weeks now. 3 weeks in a range, in that small range. This is get nervous, spastic.
Yeah, I think that's the intended effect.
We can hedge the range. Yeah, that range gave us a lot of opportunities to hedge it. But me, by mistake, I don't have a short trade. I'm only, I can't short at the value area low. We are in the value area low. The only thing I can check on is for longs. I have opened 3 longs these weeks. Take profit one and then break even. Take profit one and then break even. This is bored.
Hey, Dbloc, you need a like a drone with a laser beam instead of the hammer now.
Yeah, no, you need a jackhammer.
Yeah, that thing is skyrocketing again, man. Can't catch a break.
They're totally fucking with us, man.
Also bleeding, it's crazy.
That thing was diving down to hell. Jeez.
Oh, we start printing a bullish divergence on 1 minute, by the way.
What about the 15-second?
Maybe it is gonna give us a reversal.
Green vector.
Maybe.
There you go.
We have a bullish divergence, yeah. This is a bullish divergence on 1 minute, but okay.
It's like my most favorite time frame right there. At least the most fun to watch.
And we also have bullish divergences at 1 hour, at daily. At daily, we have hidden divergence.
Is it too late to
Dominance is hitting your hammer.
Yep. Better respect it, dominance. All right, we lost that demand.
Oh Lord. It's coming back. It's gone again.
At least we're all here together.
I think this is a good idea on chat. We have to wait for the 786.
All right, we invalidated that W pattern. You guys see, right? Flip the W. That's invalidated. Back to the drawing board.
Oh man, this looks like an M pattern.
Yeah, we don't want to play that out. That gives us a new low. Yeah, that would give us a pretty deep new low.
What a dying.
Yeah, this is the bigger concern. Drop to 946 is bad, but drop to 946 with dominance doing this is very bad. Come on, if you're gonna rip it now.
Good man. Stop
Monday off it wouldn't be unheard of to have your false move bottom on Tuesday instead of Monday if you've got Monday off of the market, but it's not ideal.
Beam broke 10 again. Back down to 9.
What did?
Beam is back in the 9s. That thing was looking so good the last few days.
Yeah, if profits weren't taken on your alts, probably a good idea not to look at your portfolio right now.
Didn't you say you wanted to buy Sol at 160? Dbloc?
Is that what we're down to now?
Well, not quite, but it just went into the 160s. It's jumping around, but it just hit 168 for a second.
Yeah, this is my DCA zone that I'm looking for. Nice retest so far, that break though. Once,
I'm
twice,
all
3
in.
times.
I'm
Going
all in.
on,
Let's
Drew.
go. What's up? I'm all in. Let's go, baby.
What are you buying?
You know, I just like saying that.
You always come in when it's dumping.
Yes,
Say
best
it
time
so
of the
well
month.
too, Drew.
But no, I'm just watching my bags lose their buying power slowly, and I'm waiting to buy a little bit more right now. But yeah, I think these levels might be pretty safe right around here for tonight at least.
Yeah, I'm hoping that demand catches us and we just double bottom off of our prior range instead of taking this full measured move. Not for Bitcoin, but for the alts. With dominance moving like this, I really need Bitcoin to turn around here. Picked the wrong time.
Dbloc, can I ask you something?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any book or something legit out there that I can learn order flow, but legit order flow? You know, I know the basics. I know how to use footprint, how to see. I know heat maps. I know CVD, whatever. Okay, but I think there are. Maybe you can find something better out there. Do you know something to?
I honestly don't. I mean, I learned most of mine on the job. You know, I wouldn't even really know where to point you.
I mean, I have heard from some guys. There are some techniques on order flow that uh, you can you can plus the volume on range based on time, and you can do a lot of times. But I don't know if deserves the time to doing that.
Yeah,
Calculate
I don't know.
all the volume.
After all these years, I've sort of boiled it down to what's important, what data pieces are important for me to know where price is going. Anything after that is just layers of confluence on layers of confluence, which is cool. But like we were talking about earlier, you can get into that analysis paralysis where you have so many things to check before you make a trade that it ends up working against you.
Yeah.
But if you're obsessed with money flow, like I have a bit of an obsession with money flow, so I like to dig in a little bit deeper. But that's just a personal thing. I can't say it makes my trading any better than just regular, you know, your basics of order flow, looking for your support and resistances, looking for your liquidity pools, watching to see if the bids or the asks are being attacked when you're at resistance and support, shit like that. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Dbloc. I don't know. Can we make that hammer any bigger? Come on, Dominance, chill out.
Buddy.
All right, I'm back. Watch this range really carefully, guys.
Yeah,
The
as
make
I
or
told you,
break.
and Dbloc, as I told you before, I hear from some guys that made a tool that calculates the volume from the bar statistics, and they say they can predict the weekend range. I don't believe that, by the way. What do you think about it? If we calculate the weekly volume on bar statistics, maybe that help.
The weekly range depends on where price is when CME closes. 90% of it is based off of that. And that's kind of arbitrary, right? During the day, we can figure out where it's going to be closer. But to figure that out days in advance based on volume seems like a bit of a stretch.
Yeah. I understand.
Because, I mean, that's all that really matters, right? Where was price when CME closed? Right? That contributes to where your psychological range is for the next week, where your market maker targets are going to be on, you know, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or going into the beginning of the week like now.
Dude, even if it shoots up here, that's still an M. I mean, I you
Yeah.
know, I was born at night, not last night.
Yeah. We can just like the W, that would be our invalidation for the M. And, you know, if we're stuck in a range, this won't be the last M that turns into a W, that turns into an M, that turns into a W. If we're in a range, we're in a range.
Yeah.
But let's put our invalidation up there just so we can keep an eye on it.
Which would imply manipulation, in my opinion, but none of my manipulation indicators are showing on our market cycle right now.
Why? There's a threshold that has to be met for those X's to pop out. That's your invalidation for your M pattern. Your confirmation for your M pattern would be rejecting off of this range and putting in a new low.
Ooh, some price action.
Some ugly price action.
It can also go up to the daily open and come back down too, right?
Yeah, but at that point you're breaking the M. I mean, it's not. It wouldn't invalidate it, right? You'd have to come all the way up to invalidate it. But at that point, the pattern would be showing weakness at least. The first sign of weakness would be if they can't hold that baseline.
Thinking it's the false move.
Well, we're still in month. Well, it's early Tuesday now. But with the markets being closed and all, I wouldn't. We still have our low in on Monday, so yeah, I'm still playing this as a 3-day up. All of my buys, by the way, are in this area, so we're back into my buy orders. My buy orders were from 955 down to 95.
Yeah, President's Day. I still had school today. Wow. Yeah, well, it doesn't seem like it's too bad of an idea to get some buys on some alts.
Dominance is crazy right now. Just be careful with the low cap shit. At very least, make sure that it's showing strength against Bitcoin. If that BTC pair chart looks like shit, I would avoid it for now.
Solana's getting fudded hard. The owner of Jupiter is apparently also the real owner of Meteora.
The Solana
So
FUD feels forced.
yeah.
It's like
Now people are gonna start
organized.
shorting, and then we're gonna have a short squeeze or
Yeah,
something.
it feels organized. It feels very similar to the ETH FUD. Everywhere, all at once, all at the same time. We literally just talked about that like 3 days ago. Solana needs to be careful with its public image. It's gonna catch that rep. I saw a chart today that was crazy. It showed ETH fees, Bitcoin fees. So it was ETH fees and then Bitcoin fees, and then the third highest was Solana liquidations. And then it went back down to, all the other blockchains fees. Right, so basically the liquidations on Solana are higher than most of the transaction fees that like 90% of L1s are bringing in. I think they come in and make up for lost time, like they do every time that they have a Monday off. Guys on Legacy can't wait to come in and spend some money.
Yeah, as you told Monday, you remember I was told you before. After the new year, some things have changed.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 24, I had a plan. My plan was to spot where exactly is the Monday high or the Monday low. I was spot where exactly was the Monday low, and I took a long right there. Okay, that long took till Wednesday for a midweek reversal. Okay, if that trade was short, again it was doing the same thing. The short was took till the Wednesday. At the 25, that thing don't work with the Monday highs or Monday lows.
It's been scattered. We've seen market maker lose control of a couple weekends. Let me heat some coffee up. I'll be right back.
you doing, little man? Hmm? What you doing? Come here. Come on. What you doing, girl? Want to see mom? Come on.
Open mic, check it.
Oh, what you doing? Let's go see. Oh, there's Toby.
Look at that.
I'm back, yeah.
Of course you are, right on top.
What are we doing now? We're holding. Support is support until it's not. Sometimes you just gotta walk away from the chart. We'll see. We're at that retest of the break now, so nowhere near out of hot water yet.
Undid all my hard work.
Bastard.
Yep. Start all over. I don't like the way that looks, that M though.
Yeah, we want to put a dent in that thing as soon as possible.
That looks like a super duper sized meal. That looks like McDonald's from hell.
Come on, Soul. Just, I mean, I know I'm being greedy here, maybe a little bit, but
You about to buy some Soul?
it depends on
Damn.
Soul.
My God. 150? That's cheap. They found a way to get it down. Look at them. They took a president coin.
I've been patiently waiting since 300 for this. Very patiently.
What are you thinking? 100?
Well, for me, the play was like being that far away from the 50 on the weekly, where we're literally like almost 50% away from the 50. Like, yeah, you almost have to wait. Now, it's a gift to get these lows, really. Originally, I was shooting for just a retest. But with the weakness and some of the FUD that we're getting now, you know, but we'll wait. Like I said, if I get macro support, then we're good. Biggest FUD days on macro support, like I said, I automatically buy on those days. And today qualifies as a huge FUD day for Solana, so.
Where's macro
They're
support?
flooding for entry.
At my DCA range.
50?
That would be our support resistance. No, between 163 and 160. Bottom of the 50, I mean, bottom of the, bottom of the 50 EMA cloud is at 150 flat. But my DCA zone is going to start about $4 away from here.
We almost cleared that vector. That's interesting.
What was the price where it officially breaks the uptrend? The macro uptrend?
It would be all
that one.
Yeah.
Look at that sucker. Okay, it's getting there. They already come under that trend.
If I miss it, I'll be patient. If I miss it, I'll be patient.
I was really close to buying that earlier today.
Slight bearish rejection off of that break. Not great.
Not great is what you're saying.
No, we want to get above that.
reject
Our first test is to,
line. Yeah.
Our first test is to get back above that range. If we don't, we're just confirming that break.
So if we don't shoot up here, is it safe to say that the weekly structure doesn't play out this week?
No, because we have that 24-hour sort of discrepancy from not having full day on Monday, right? So it still wouldn't kill it for me. I mean, technically what it'll do is it takes 1 day off of the uptrend You know, because you're still gonna get your midweek reversal on Thursday. It won't get pushed to Friday just because Monday was an off day. But as of right now, all we did was double bottom off the false move Monday.
Morning, guys.
Morning. I'm being so greedy here on Sol. Greedy, greedy, greedy.
But you play the game for the longer term, I guess, right? So why I wonder why you would not just buy now and just wait for a couple of dollars lower.
Oh, because, you know, we always aim for those. We always aim for the best entry. If we're going to be sitting here at the chart, you know, we aim for the best entry. But that's just where my DCA range starts. So if it goes lower, I'll just DCA lower. I've waited a long time for Sol to get back down to these levels.
So you didn't put your actual orders in, you just wait.
Oh, no, I'm going to manual these. Yeah, I don't have a grid or anything set up yet. If we start to break, I'll set a grid down to the uptrend. But I'm just going to manual if we come down into there. Listen, while everybody's crying, I'm buying. And you go on Twitter right now and everybody and their mother is crying about Solana, so piqued my interest.
Doesn't it look like a gigantic M pattern for now?
Yeah, that's what I have drawn out right there. Measured move is down to 946 if we test bearishly and break a new low. Let me go dive into this Twitter swamp and get a little feel for the fear right now.
Well, definitely a lesson learned is to keep more cash on the sidelines. Me at least.
Or to get into the habit of systematically taking profits. %, even something as small as 20% profit taken on any alt positions that you got into in the last week would be 20% you can buy at the bottoms now and end up with, you know, a disproportionate amount of coins. It sucks. It sucks when you take profit and price keeps going, but I promise you, when price drops and you took profit, it makes up for it.
There must be something psychological because price can go down 10 days in a row, it goes one day up, and you think this is never going to go down again.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I was saying last week, remember that feeling when the alts went down 40 to 50%? You know, remember how you felt when you told yourself, next time I'm going to take profits? But you've got to stick to that. Unless you can absorb the dip, right? If you're okay with being underwater, then you just got to you have to make an allotment for your psychology to be like, okay, I know I'm going to be underwater for a little bit here. But if it absolutely kills you to be underwater and you don't have any dry powder, then you have to take profits. Have to.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is a bit taking profits, but I bought most of my alts. Remember a year ago there was 3 weeks or something where alts went up a lot. Then you had the first dip. I thought, okay, there I buy, but that's now 80. We are now 80% down from there, so there are no profits to take from me at the moment.
Yeah, no, I respect that too. And you know, sometimes profits aren't necessarily just profits. Like if you're down 25% on a position and you get a bit of a relief rally, you know, and now you're only down 15% on the position, and you feel like price is going to keep dropping, meaning dominance is still super high, then it's okay to take some money out to buy the dip with. People just get really, really stuck on the fiat value. If you just ignore the fiat value and just look at the percentages and look at the amount of coins that you have. Right?
So you say to look at the relative profit instead of the absolute.
Yeah, I mean, just literally, if I don't care if you bought Doge and you rode it all the way up and you didn't take a single penny, you still have exactly the same amount of Doge that you have now. Right? You can't sell it to anybody for the same amount of dollars that you were able to sell it to, but you can sell your Doge and get more Doge. Right? The Doge that you have is still buying power, right? 1 Doge is worth 1 Doge. And if you could turn that 1 Doge into 1.5 Doge, or turn that 1 Doge into 2 Doge, you know, then it doesn't really matter that you're down 50% because your coin count's gotten higher on the dips. But that's not a game for everybody to play, right?
You have to think in an abstract way then. I mean, you cannot look at your portfolio value then at that point.
No.
You just have to look at the...
During the bear market, I accumulate fiat. During the bull market, I accumulate coins. I don't give a damn what the fiat value is until the very end when it's time for me to sell. And at that time, when it is time for you to sell, the only thing that matters is how many coins you have. You don't get an extra star for buying the very bottom, right? You don't get a trophy for holding through the dips and, you know, staying strong and being faithful to the community and being Doge Army or XRP Army or Cardano Army. There's no bonuses for any of that shit. The money you're going to get is what people are willing to trade the amount of coins that you have. And if you get to the top of the bull market with the same amount of coins that you had at the bottom, in my opinion, I did something wrong. Right? If I buy 100,000 Doge and I get to the top of the bull market and I still only have 100,000 Doge, I made a mistake on my way. Right? I left money on the table.
But that's, especially for the not so experienced one, that means that you cannot work with like 50 altcoins at a time.
No,
Then
unless
limit
you
yourself a bit.
until you get to the point that you can juggle that many positions, you really want to have a small amount of positions, concentrate on those positions. I mean, a handful, 4 or 5. Concentrate on those positions and concentrate on optimizing your coin count on those 5 positions. Then after you get a little bit of experience, you've been through 1 or 2 bear markets, and you could be an idiot like us with 30 coins and, making our jobs harder for ourselves. But a small coin count, a small amount of coins, I should say, small amount of coins with large coin count in each one of those positions is the best way to go.
Noted.
People underestimate, because you look at some of these coins and you're like, oh well, I'm only gonna get a 5x and I could get a 15x somewhere else, and yeah, that's true, right? Everybody knows that there's coins that outperform Bitcoin, right? And I'm just using Bitcoin as an example. You can use any strong alt, but the difference is when you go into meme coins, you're in 12 different meme coins. And you've got a small amount of weight in each one of those, and you're hoping that something flies, right? When you decide to go into Bitcoin, or you decide to go into Solana heavy or Sui heavy, whatever, you've got a large portion of your position in that. So when that 5x's, your whole portfolio 5x'd. Right? I don't care if you 50x'd one of your meme coins. If your other 9 meme coins didn't do shit, then on average, you're still down. You get what I mean? Like, you get a 7x on Bitcoin or wherever we're at now, right? And people are like, yeah, well, my coin did more than 7x. And it's like, yeah, but did you have all your money in it? Probably not, right? Probably only had 10% of your. So 10% of your position, 7x. But what about everything else? To get into Bitcoin early and be able to 5x, 6x, 7x your entire position, and then go into alts is sort of the way you want to do it, but very carefully, into strong alts that are strong against their Bitcoin pair. Because if you're not outperforming Bitcoin, then why am I moving my Bitcoin? Like, why not just leave it exactly where it's at? And like I said, you can think of that way for ETH or Sui. So what happens when you only have 4 or 5 coins is that you've got large percentages of your portfolio in those. And when those move, you see it. Right? It makes a real difference for your portfolio. It doesn't just make a difference on one little line and you can be excited and be like, look, I got a 5x on this. It makes a difference in your overall portfolio. Yeah, I mean, you just have to glance at dominance to know what the play was, right?
Like the hammer is getting penetrated by the wick now.
I swear to God, during the next bear market, I'm gonna turn you guys into maxis, even if it's just up to the halving.
I don't know, because you probably did quite some bull markets by now, but the dominance is so high this late in the bull market. Is that a normal thing, or
It's ridiculous. This is an effect of the ETFs, right? We knew when the ETFs came in that we were getting money that was literally only coming into Bitcoin. Right, so these guys that are buying the Bitcoin ETFs, they're not taking profit on their ETF and going to buy Sol. Right? They're probably taking profit on their ETF and going somewhere else in legacy on their broker. So we have a bit of a problem where you have tons of money coming into Bitcoin that isn't going to rotate. So that's why dominance has given us such an issue thus far.
Yeah.
But a lot of it has to do with the fact that Ethereum hasn't moved. You're going to see dominance take a complete shit if Ethereum does what it's supposed to do. And it doesn't even have to go crazy. It just needs to start outperforming Bitcoin.
I was expecting that, yeah, okay, the big players, they go into the Bitcoin ETF, and after they drop over to the ETH ETF or something, but not further than that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're not going to go too far down the risk curve with these people. You got to remember, they're used to making 15% year over year, and that's amazing. That's if you had an amazing trader handling your finances. So for them to make a 2x, 3x, they don't need to go further down, and they don't care about the alts, right? The amount of money that they're playing with, to be able to 2x, 3x that shit every season, that's all they need. One of my mentors told me, always remember that there's somebody in the same trade you're in with more money than you that needs a smaller percentage to be happy. And that's always stuck with me, and that's always made it really easy for me to take profit. Because I'll be sitting there and I'm looking at the profit, I'm like, I just want a little bit more. And then I think about that guy, right? I think about that guy that has 4 times the amount of money in the trade than I am and has already passed the level where he's happy. And he just hasn't pressed the button for God knows what reason. And the second that he presses his button, I can no longer press my button for the same price. Yeah, Irvin, I keep that in mind, bro. I keep that in mind all the time. No matter how big you get, there's somebody in the trade that's got way more money that's jumping up and down already while you're waiting to hit your level. I mean, that's what it's set up for, yo. Unless ETH is just not going to outperform at all during this run, it's going to do it in the next 6 months. You know, we really need to stop ignoring the shit that people say and start paying attention to the shit that people do. Right? Ignore all the ETH FUD and just watch the wallets. And big money is accumulating ETH. Big money is accumulating ETH with the left hand and fudding it with the right hand.
Hey, ETH still has a deflationary mechanism, right? Like
Once it kicks in, once the transactions kick up, yeah, it went deflationary one time during this run, only once though. It needs the transactions to get up above a certain level.
And then what, it starts to burn?
Yeah, Ando took a hit just because of all the attention that OM got, Hank, in my opinion. A lot of people pulled Ando and ran that mantra train. But you would expect that once profits come out of OM that they would find their way back home. You know, it's similar to ETH, right? A lot of big money is accumulating Ondo. Problem is they're not letting it pump. Yeah, Bing Bong. Even if you hate ETH, you almost have to root for it because it's going to affect dominance and it's going to affect the rest of our alts. I know there's a lot of ETH haters out there for sure, but it's bigger than ETH, right? The dominance issue. Just teasing us at this resistance. Not what bottoms look like.
But Litecoin didn't care. See if it keeps going.
Litecoin is an interesting play, yo. Buy the rumor play on the ETFs. You know, I'm looking at some of these tax regulations that are going in. And even though they haven't specifically said anything about crypto companies, there are provisions inside the tax bill for reduced taxes on American companies already. It'd be interesting if the language in the bill would be enough to sort of affect what we're thinking with these US plays. Tips too, man. No tax on tips. That's going to be huge for people. Bartenders, waitresses, Uber Eats drivers. But I'm about to change the super chat to tips. We'll call it super tips. So I don't have to pay any taxes on it. It's always darkest before the rug pull. I mean, it's always darkest before the pump. Come on, soul. Just want to point out how ridiculous it is that I'm waiting for a $2 drop to be able to start DCing on Sol. But a man has to have his rules. I'll be right back.
Thank God I didn't go to bed yet.
I'm about to go next.
Let's go. He's making a nice push. Something's moving. Grass.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one.
Yeah, Litecoin looking good.
I've been stalking that all day.
Mm-hmm. Like wants to head back up to 130, huh? Seems like Litecoin don't even care about Bitcoin, really. Not much. Seen it pump against Bitcoin.
See, I'm feeling that these pumps though, man. Like, you gotta take the profits on the go off top. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like I just pay for it every time now.
Yeah, someone's been playing Litecoin, man. Has some nice scalps. Beam too, man. Beam's been a good coin to trade. 6% up, 6% down, 6% up, 70% down.
Bitcoin got a crazy consolidation going.
See in the morning if we can make a move with the market open. Back to normal. Expecting money to move into ETH. I think it's that time.
I only hope that ETH is going to perform a bit soon. It's like the backbone of my portfolio.